I want to give this over, mate. Going to be such a long journey for FaZe to get back into it. Can they come back? Sure, but it doesn't seem likely. No, because all it's going to take is 1 or 2 rounds where Vitality have one individual step up with the multi-kill, and so far Magisk and ZywOo have been doing exactly that. If Spinks, dupreeh, and Apex get away with it, well, job done.
CT's just cycling through some initial utility. Passive start out of FaZe.
That's it, no more
perfect timing. Look at that, they see Twist just approaching the half wall. As that smoke does cancel his plans. Counter nades not achieving too much, and there's another stagnate towards the log position. So basically just static statues FaZe for the first 40 seconds, and there's still more nades being cycled through by this defense.
If they play the 3... Oh no, the MP9 of ZywOo is over towards A right now. I was going to say 3 MP9s over towards B and the 2 M4s over towards A. You can make an argument with the fights they're looking for here, but at least they have a bit more bolstered firepower as Twist is having a little bit of a looky-loo here.
Yeah, I mean, this is at least an elevated stack. Spinks comes out of his hidey hole premature. Smoke won't stop him. Perfect smoke CT. They're on their way in. Apex going to face full of flash. dupreeh none the wide, but they walk straight past him. I don't know if dupreeh knows as they're going for the plant. They're assuming it's clear. Oh my god, he's got so many around him. dupreeh.
He can just wait.
The wolf in sheep's clothing.
He can just wait.
1, 2. They'd have no idea. dupreeh, flubs his lines in the final stage of execution. It could have been more. It's not, and it is a 5th for FaZe. They do so cleanly.
Could have been a real oopsie right there. Yeah, I'm saying he could have waited and tried to give out as much information as possible to his teammates trying to retake there, but FaZe were really starting to spread their wings, and you don't want to give up the opportunity. You're thinking maybe in this type of environment, the crowd gets a little bit louder and they start searching, right? So you have all those factors going through your head in that moment. So FaZe will grab consecutive rounds here. We'll make it 14-5. If they equally have as strong of a T-half, I will be more than impressed. And understandably, Vitality's B defense can be a weak point. We know that Spinks back in ENCE, they didn't play this map, but he should have enough reps at this point in Vitality, and that's something that they would have to have worked on quite significantly here to try and lock this down. I like that approach from FaZe. It was curious. They actually did a Molotov towards CT spawn to make sure nobody could be holding that line. I'm not sure if it would have burnt anybody off top of the boost, but that and the front site smoke, and then Twist actually used the smoke for his pathing into the site, so he didn't have to worry about CT. It was an interesting way to do things.
Let's see if this stays interesting. Rifles are out. 5 M4s for the defense now. Rain, early presence into the apartments. Makes his presence known as the nade is thrown.
If they go back towards A, it's almost a 3 short side stack they'll have to break. This elevation, not easy to deal with.
Certainly not when ZywOo's the first contact. He's likely going to find some lethality. Karrigan locks him in. ZywOo has a decision to make. Will he stand and bang? dupreeh over the smokes, though, has vision. Full vision of that boiler exit. Robs on his flight path and caught lacking. Big frag. More required. Rain one back. Spinks in the off angle. Does punish Twist's walkout, and no one else home on Banana. Big information load now. Bomb picked up on the attack man disadvantage. FaZe have managed to burrow Rain into this flank. Or rather, on the rotate. Apex caught and not having any troubles. Takes down Rain. Pulls out the 15th. That is, unless Brokey can get anything else done. And as the frag comes through, so does this rather sinking feeling in FaZe's stomachs.
It feels like a bit of a flat game, doesn't it? But you have to just be impressed by what Vitality are doing here. You can't take this away from them whatsoever. Sure, FaZe getting blown out of the server after what was a fantastic start to the day. If you put their second half of Overpass and now this game of Inferno together, they really haven't been here. Their first half of Overpass was great. The second, not so much. And right now, staring down the barrel of that 0-2 we keep mentioning, and Sprout is down there. Sprout, as the Des touched on, that was one of the teams they played during the RMR. And they got pushed.
Oh, Chad.
I think it was a 3-mapper.
Well, it is going to be a best of 3. We'll see if they see 3 and if they see each other. Twists. Trying to give them a lifeline. A clean T round could boost the confidence, and that's how it starts. A frag onto Spinks. No viable trade for Apex or Dupree. Still 2 men to the good on the hold. Utility to be siphoned through still. Counter flash should stop the crawl. Smoke on CT though. Denies Dupree's contribution. Nadal chip away. Carrigan the first man in. Head of the smoke. Apex to get. Ooh, give it to him. ZywOo does get in and get out. Twist though. Across and into the site.
Still playing with the rotations right now. They will note that there was 3 players towards B. The boost, the CT player, there was multiple nades thrown. Twist is in the site, sure, but right now, the Surge party is back towards A. And Magus towards this position in pit with ZywOo to contribute from that long side. He can lock this down.
The 2 best performers of Vitality. Magus so sharp, ready and waiting. Cuts Rain out of the equation. Rops to sneak around. Brokey considering B. What does Rops think about though? Oh, spy.
Oh, I didn't see him.
No, now. Oh, warning shot. Rops still catches Dupree. Weird exchange now as Rops looks to finish it right here and now and extend play for FaZe.
That's so unfortunate for Dupree right there. That timing where ZywOo glanced back, he was just behind the statue, unable to see him. I think he may have caught the barrel or something, but that is so unfortunate for poor Dupree, who knew that he couldn't play in the site. It was completely given up and didn't think he was going to be susceptible to that arch crawl. So manufacturing a gap here are FaZe. This was the kill towards top banana onto Spinks, and ZywOo was so aware of that type of creepy crawly maneuver, knowing the positioning of Apex. Rops, this right here is impact defined, but the biggest question has to be, is this all too little too late? Is it all in vain? Because FaZe haven't looked awake in this, and that still isn't hugely convincing. They all limped into fights individually there. Like, they noted that Magus was towards Pier, and then they just, it's lucky Rops got through. There was no trade potential. There's nothing of the sort here. I think the crowd might be anticipating that Furia game that we do have coming up next here on the main stream.
I'm excited to see how Spirit fare as well. Team Spirit recovering the loss of a star AWPer after a deep major run. Back at Rio, rocking and rolling at the Legend stage.
Yeah, wonderful. He's actually getting better and better. He's
see
getting
that
more
clutch?
reps. Yeah, that 1v3 today on Ancient. Love to watch it, love to see it. Okay, well, back up to the plate. Vitality, they don't want to roll over and give any free rounds. They'll invest. And ZywOo in the AWP train down mid. Carrigan, see you later. And the aggression's still coming. Magus gets forward, going to get a double. Surely that's it.
That's gotta be it. It ends as it began. ZywOo's name in the feed. Brokey, however, trying to recover.
Look at this.
Look where he's going.
So far forward, 1:30 on the clock.
You can. That's what you afforded yourself with a double kill like that. Magus can set Vitality up on a silver platter to tie things up. Twist, walks into Spinks, and only one more required. Brokey's out of there, and that's gotta feel good. Vitality, they had their trials, their tribulations through the challenger stage, and by a nat swing they find themselves here, and now toppling Legends, stomping Legends in the best of one. FaZe absent in Rio, and they succumb to ZywOo and Vitality. A full team effort at the end there. Magus keeping up with him, 22-24. Big domination from the individuals there.
Here, joined by OG, we're going to review some of the player stickers for the IEM Rio Major.
Got Mezzy hanging out with me and Roy, and that is a sticker. We're going to be doing 2 scores out of 10 for it, so it's the signature itself and then just general aesthetics.
Vinny.
Vinny, really?
Yeah, Vinny.
Okay. Yeah,
I like it. I like the idea. It's different. It's like, it's cool. And you still can understand that it's Vinny, you know?
I don't know. I like the like this one's quite unique.
It's pretty
different.
It's pretty unique and it's pretty well out thought. Like, it's the face is supposed to be the V, right?
Well, I think the V comes off and then onto the
Oh yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks pretty good. It's pretty funny as well and unique.
10 out of 10, and then the background is again mid.
It's got like a face
6 out
with
of 10.
eyes and everything.
Yeah, it's like full NFT.
Yeah.
I think this one's like that side.
It hits the meme note.
Yeah, it hits the meme side.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think it's a 9.
The only reason I'd give it 8 is just how, like in terms of in-game, how readable it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be a
So
bit more thick maybe.
Yeah, a bit thicker.
Yeah, that's true.
A bit more
That's true
readable,
actually.
but I'd say an 8.
Yeah, that's
Eight.
8 is fine.
What's this?
Who is that?
Yakinda? No, what's
No.
it? 6 No, I have no idea.
Who is that?
Like the score, right? I see. Oh yeah.
I really
Score.
am messing with that R. I don't know about you boys.
Yeah.
You like it?
I think it looks fire.
Yeah, I think
like-
when you cannot understand who the player is itself, the sticker.
Yeah, just like I don't rate this one.
It's
like
not good, right?
1 and 1.
Looking at his sticker, I reckon he's got some tagging in his past. You know, like this is a guy that might have drawn on public property. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you know, it's his first sticker. You know, he'll have a, you know, he's
Some
gonna
cool
warm up
idea.
into
Yeah.
things. Yeah, next major will be much
He puts it
better.
on a weapon.
It's 50-50. The first
like
part,
seven-
not so
7
much,
or
but the
8.
second part, I really like.
It's like 7 or 8 or something, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
think
it's 7.
7, yeah, I think so.
seven.
Yeah.
7! I swear this
4.
is the same as it's always been.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it
think
is.
so.
Yeah. It's those old dogs, you know, they've made so many, they're just like, just gonna stick
If it ain't
them,
broke,
yeah,
don't
exactly.
fix it.
Yeah.
When you sign like Steam profiles, you know, you just put
Yeah.
fallen,
Yeah.
smiley face.
Yeah, that's true.
So, I think it's good.
Yeah, 10, 10, 10, 10.
10, 10, 10,
Okay.
10, 10,
Yeah,
10,
yeah.
10, 10, 10.
I think it's 7.
7?
Yeah. It's too small.
Yeah, 7. Yeah,
Yeah, 7.
2 7s.
2 7s.
Roger that.
Yeah, 10 out of 10, and background 10 out of 10.
Getting that pandering out early.
with it.
Before you have to talk smack on the stage.
One close to me.
But
Let's put last banana.
I mean,
Here,
The
joined by
Hive
OG, we're going to
truly
review
arrived
some
with
of the
venom
player
in
stickers.
their sting, and a key ingredient in that potent poison was the man of the hour, ZywOo. I mean, the sun rises in the east, ZywOo dominates on the server. It's almost a given at this point, Alan. The chosen one really making the difference in what was a brutal scoreline versus FaZe.
I mean, that was simply unbelievable. 21-4 at the half. If there was a shred of doubt that ZywOo is the best player in the world, that's out the window. We take for granted performances like this. He just absolutely ruined the best team in the world, the reigning major champions, the winners of Cologne. I can't believe it. That's one of the best individual performances I've ever seen on the map. That was unbelievable.
Alan Freya, you know, for a moment I thought I was rewatching the VOD from Sprout and Liquid. Because like it's kind of looked a similar way, you know, like everything falling apart for FaZe Clan. You know, I mean, and the thing is that like we were talking like before the game started, how important it was rain, you know, for FaZe. And unfortunately, like, you know, 4-15, like he just, unfortunately, like no performance coming from him. And the thing about ZywOo that you're talking about, like it's even more impressive that it was basically him and Magisk and the other three, they're all like playing on the server, but you know, it was mainly like ZywOo, Magisk, and that's it. Like, that was enough.
Yeah, and that is enough to for FaZe rather to just be unbeatable. That vitality, the face that they were showing. Obviously, ZywOo looking mega confident. I don't know. It was bringing up a conversation in the green room we were having about whether it's true that a team that's played in that challenger stage does indeed feel more comfortable coming into the legend stage, because you know, FaZe, this is the first time that we've seen them so far at the major.
Yeah, certainly, and I think for FaZe as a team, just intrinsically in terms of how the game is set up, they do lean a little bit more on the individuals to give them a lot of space to make plays and go for opportunities and take their spawns and what have you. And in this game, nothing was working. Robs was trying to get aggressive in apartments, wasn't working. They're trying to get banana control, it wasn't working. And I just feel like maybe if they had played the challenger stage, they might be in a little bit better individual form, maybe a little bit warmer. But I don't think it would have mattered. I think Vitality wins that map even if FaZe were playing peak level. That was unbelievable Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and I agree completely. And yes, I do think that this is a thing. You know, that's the magical part of this event, that it goes straight into this big arena, you know, with the crowd, with noise and everything. And I don't think, like, you know, one off day, I guess we can put it like that for FaZe Clan, one off day that you have and you want to perform, you're 0-2. And guys, let's not live in a world where FaZe actually goes 0-3 in this tournament. That would be crazy.
That would be so heartbreaking for FaZe, particularly current reigning major champions. The fact that they're already 0-2, I don't know, that's kind of unbelievable in terms of what I expect FaZe to be delivering here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure it's ever happened actually that a reigning major champion has got out in last place. Yeah, that would be crazy. I think for FaZe, once they get into the series, they will get a low seed team. It will be reasonably easy, I would have thought. There's a lot of questions. When they go back through that bracket, they could meet Vitality again. They could meet Cloud9. They could meet a lot of these, even a Heroic or a Fury of the world. These could definitely take it to FaZe. So they got a lot of questions to answer and not a lot of time for us to fix these problems.
No, definitely not. Dire straits for FaZe coming into things. But let's check in with undoubtedly our match MVP at ZywOo with Heku.
ZywOo, congratulations, you picked up a win. You actually got to play against FaZe multiple times through the year. So I wonder, how different was this series against the ones that you played through the year?
I didn't feel a difference actually, because I mean, they are still good. It's not because they're struggling a bit. They're still FaZe, so we need to play 100%. And I think we did it well. And I think we played good in TV, and as a team we were really good.
Well, recently Zoni gave an interview and he said that, like, he was kind of like honest in the fact that, like, he said, like, that maybe like the team is like feeling the pressure, and since the moment he gave that interview, something changed. Like, you started getting like better results. What was that change?
I think this is also the conversation we had before going to the laser stage. They changed a lot, and right now I think we prefer to play a better team like FaZe, Navi. I think we show up really good, and right now we're just gonna keep it up and just try to destroy everyone.
There's a huge debate about like teams that are coming from the Challenger and the teams that just walk in. Do you think that's actually the teams that came here in advance, that played the Challenger, they do have an advantage because they got used to the environment and they're all warmed up?
Yeah, I think we have a small advantage to already play in front of the crowd, and yeah, I don't think, I mean, they have also a small day to chill at home, but I think we have a small advantage there.
All right then, congratulations and merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup to you as well, Heku. Thank you so much for catching up with ZywOo ahead of that one. But more Counter-Strike action on the cards, and as you can quite aptly hear, the decibels are reaching peak volume in the arena. That is because Furia are about to take on Spirits, going down after this.
Love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
That's CT, okay, easy. Easy for me now. Yeah, okay.
I don't know this one.
You don't know it? Oh, that's gonna be embarrassing.
I don't know this one.
Everybody's gonna know. Safe doesn't know how to smoke that one. You could look at Cassata's screen now.
I was trying to.
You missed it. Block him, block him, block him.
Oh?
Okay, close enough. I think I have this one. This one's gonna be very close. Oh no, that's far.
Hello?
No.
Zero. Man, come on.
Maybe if I put a little lower, I can get 0. I should have watched your screen. Nah, you're gonna miss that one.
I do this one.
That's risky.
I do this one.
That's risky. Oh no.
I got it.
Where is it? Here.
Ah!
Yeah.
It's okay, it's close. Okay.
Let's go. Maybe this one is perfect one, and we're out trying new smokes for no reason. Oh, no. Yeah.
Quase. Almost. 0.
Oh. 10 points. A little to the left, maybe. I got it. No. That's the worst one. Top cone, okay.
Top cone.
We got it. Oh, that's on mark. The default one, I think that's the best one.
Yeah.
Take a boost here. You can watch it. Oh, there's TV here. Oh, yes. Did you win higher?
Yeah, way higher. Yeah.
I think lower is going to be perfect. Oh my god, that's close.
The one I did. Never played Mirage before the team, and I won the. Come on, that's embarrassing. Embarrassing, guys. You know.
Get your headsets at the ready because things are about to get loud. Furia hot off the mark after absolutely dismantling Ents earlier on in the day, also reaching a peak volume inside the arena, and now it's time for Spirit to be stepping up to the plate. And this dish is definitely going to be a test of Spirit's palette, because it's one thing going up against Furia, it's a whole nother thing, Alan, going up against Furia and a crowd that's going to be chanting against you, especially in such a young squad.
Trembling with the amount of noise, the amount of movement going on out there, but Spirit, they surprised all of us in Antwerp, making it so deep into that major, taking FaZe closest of anybody throughout that tournament in the semi-finals. So I feel like for these guys, almost by virtue of their inexperience in these sort of environments, they've only kind of done well. They haven't been in positions where they've lost big stage games being under pressure. So in that sense, I think they're fine. I think they're ready for this one, and it should be a banger.
How are you weighing up then both sides of the equation? You know, if Alan's saying that he feels like Spirit can withstand the pressure, albeit with a slightly different squad that we saw turning up in Antwerp, do you think Furia have the heat to be bringing it to them today?
Definitely, like I agree with Alan to some extent, but you know, I don't think these kids have experienced this crowd right here.
I don't think anybody has, really.
I think this is wild, and I mean, like the thing with Spirit is that historically, like they have been a team that gave trouble to Brazilian teams before. You know, they usually play good, and I think that's partly because of the fact of their style of playing. You know, like they can be very methodical. At the same time, they have a lot of firepower in that team. And you know, if there is a team that could potentially, you know, upset or surprise the firepower Furia has and the aggressive style, that could be definitely Spirit.
What do you think is key then, if Spirit are going to be turning up, you know, withstanding the pressure and the noise of the crowd that's going to definitely be echoing in their ears? What are we looking at inside the server that could potentially be the difference maker today?
It's got to be wonderful. It's got to be wonderful. He's looked actually sensational since he's joined this team, of course. When they lost Dexter, you look at their lineup and you think, where on earth are you going to find a replacement for this sort of player? And wonderful. Not a lot of top-end experience. Mainly we're talking a puggy environment. And he comes in, mechanically, he is sensational, this kid. He is so good. Of course, I'm sure he has a lot to learn in terms of developing his overall game. But as a raw individual player, he can definitely take it to Furia.
Yeah, I agree, and I also think that, you know, not only him, I mean, he is very important, especially on the T sides as an AWPer. Like, I think, if I'm not mistaken, like, he's one of the most impactful players from them on the T side as an AWPer, and it pretty much doesn't matter on the map. Like, the kid has been going insane lately. But, you know, I think going up against Furia, like, Furia proved to be a team that they can be very dangerous on this stage. They have a lot of players who can step up their game. Caserato has been playing really well. Yuri has been playing really well. Art is also very aggressive. And, you know, we also have Safe as an AWPer. I personally think that Safe has the opportunity right now to prove to this crowd that not only he deserves to be in the spot, but that he deserves the support from this arena.
Yes, when we actually look at where Safe's been over this year, it's been reasonably inconsistent. And he was a player that came off his time in Pain, and we were saying this guy is a slam dunk to be brilliant at a top level of international play, and actually hasn't really worked. And that's because of Furia's style. They are aggressive, they call all in rounds. There's not a lot of defaults, there's not much opportunity to save because he's always adapting to the team. He's already filling in holes, he's already being a supportive element. So that's my #1 criticism of Furia, is that I think Safe should be given more space, more opportunities. You look at the top teams in the world, the Simples, the ZywOos of the world, they're given all the freedom in the world to make their own plays, and I haven't seen that with Safe. So I feel like if they want to kind of push forward, break into that elite level, truly compete for this tournament, Safe needs to be let off the leash.
Yeah, I think that's a very apt point, but maybe a difficult one to actually put into practice when you've got an in-game leader like Art, who really wants to be getting down and dirty and in the mud, but also a duo like Caserato and Yuri, who we've seen really popping off, particularly in the earlier stages of the tournament and their game this morning too.
Yeah, I think that especially, we can actually see the veto right now. And, you know, in terms of the veto, I just want to make sure we know where we're landing. Okay, Mirage. I mean, Mirage, historically, a good map for both of them. Yeah. We're talking about Yuri and Caserato, right? This is a map where both of these players have been performing really well, right? I think that, you know, for Caserato and Yuri, if they want to, I mean, if they want to make a difference, that would be really great for Furia because, like, you know, going against the likes of Spirit, very methodical, very good on the city side. I've personally watched Spirit Mirage before, and, you know, it could be very challenging.
Do you think Spirit have what it takes then to maybe, you know, pull an upset off in front of a crowd, take Furia down?
This is Furia's game. Mirage is a very good map for them. I love it for their style. They're so aggressive. He gets so many opportunities, and with this lot behind them, I don't see Furia losing this one.
Yeah, it's going to get 10 times louder when we do enter the server. Peacemaker, do you agree with that sentiment? Is this Furia to be taken home?
I agree. Furia all the way. I think they got it.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it does pan out. Mirage coming down in this best-of-1 series. One map between these two squads, and we can see the crowd absolutely rooting for the home team that is Furia in this one. I am getting pure goosebumps just listening to this squad, and I am sure that Chad and Alex are feeling that too. Take it away, gentlemen.
How could you not? I mean, Freya, this is unique. You've got the hometown heroes looking to complete an undefeated day. Standing in their way is Team Spirit. Not a dragon I would underestimate. And good God, we're off. An attacking start for the Panther.
Bit of standard by here, Alex. Couple smokes, couple flashes, couple HEs. This is looking likely to be an A execute. HEs can be deployed towards that ticket position, flush anybody out. 3 players to defend. Magic's wonderful, up close and personal. Chomper towards ticket, and the Julie's in hand.
He's a very sharp one. There's 17 years of age, and he's already found 2 on the Jewel Berettas. Chopper to supply some support, Safe alone, and eliminated. A very quick start from Team Spirit. They handle business on the exec. 2 smokes thrown, and only 1 frag to celebrate back. It was all Team Spirit. to start off proceedings here on the CT side.
As I said, pretty standard pistol right there from Fury. I've seen that one run over the years, but locked down by those Julies. And a fun fact with Wonderful, sure, we saw him earlier in the day winning that 1v3. Ancient looking good. They're talking about his mechanical ability. He is a young gun and actually the lowest rated player for Team Spirit on Mirage.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see if he gets the land buff. Chopper did get a couple of warning shots thrown his way because Yuri already out to play. Lurky smoke around Tetris. Magic's called upon. Wonderful as well, bringing that rifle through. There's two in play, both on A. Hoping to set safe up for a pick. And it's actually Yuri. What a find. Oh, and Yuri not done. Wonderful. Shut down. Magic's perhaps their last hope. Good pull of the crosshair. And it's Art that puts him on his arse. What a recovery. Can they close? Still grounds for disruption. It's Siren on that MP9. How does he get two there? Queserato needs this cleanly. Will find the FAMAS. Bomb under Siren's watch. Safe does not want to do this alone. This is very possible. Certainly a problem now. What a round Siren is having. 3 frags on the MP9. Safe tasked with the clutch around the smoke with only 13 HP. He does allow the plant. Where do you play the after plant from? Siren, last seen jungle, returns to it. A battle of wits between the two of them. A heroic start. Yuri opened up the account for Furia for a second round conversion. You lost the pistol, no problem. Can Siren really bail him out of trouble? Process of elimination, he's not sure. Could be ramp, could be palace, could be anywhere. He opts for the ramp peak. Does Safe want to check? He crawls, he confirms his suspicions. He's off the bomb. All Safe has to do now is chase him down. It's Furia's round. The Fangs take a chunk out of Team Spirit early, despite Siren's best efforts, and they love that.
One of the easiest clutches of Safe's life right there. Just has to stay alive. Poor Siren, right? You were bang on. He had to worry about so many different options here. This was fantastic with the MP9 on the cross to do so much damage, dropping the bomb, making this difficult here for Furia, forcing them to work for this, but time against him. Didn't want to give up that M4, playing this one a bit more by the book. He gets out of dodge. But that gets the crowd on their feet. It gets Furia into winning ways. Straight back into the thick of things here. It's going to be a force buy out for Team Spirit.
This is a very quick call. They want to test Siren. He's just dominated you once. Still lost the round. Can he control the pace of this one?
He didn't see anything. That's bad info. That is bad info indeed. Chopper's about to get a rude shot as he rounds the corner. Can't get away from a drop, and in they come.
Siren, long range, good spray. Finds one on the cross through. Drop is in. Or rather out. It's the rest that will shake it all about. Art into the sight. Siren needs more. Headshot angle. Still manages to spray. Takes down Queserato. He's doing everything in his power. Screaming for help. 3 frags. Furia humbled. Wonderful adds another to the tally, and it is all on Yuri. What a performance from Siren in these first couple of CT rounds. Get another one under your belt. 4 he feasts upon in 2 rounds of play. He's up to 7.
Yeah, if at first you don't succeed, try again, and saving that M4 and making it work, milking a lot out of that. So back and forth, a rally of rounds here.
Outstanding. And after all of that misinformation as well, you know, you thought you could have tripped up. Look at this, long range. This is an incredible frag. The fact that Queserato gets nothing done, never mind, over the flames, finding Art. So much done from this young man, farming early, and Furious celebrations cut short.
Yeah, definitely should have traded that one. There's no way Siren should be getting away with so many kills in that type of an environment. Good work nonetheless, and a timeout call for Spirit here. They want to try and right this ship early. Just keep it calm, understand what's available in the cash department. Did the bomb go down? Because this can move get away from you quite quickly, right? So you need to make sure that you're taking stock. It is going to be the AK in the hands of Art, the playmaker here for Furia. The pistols alongside for the ride, and very, very light on the util department here.
They got 1 flashbang.
Here's one of the keys. If they do maybe a top mid smoke, Art could try and linger in that. That's one way to try and enable him here with the chaos that Art likes to find.
Oh, he is definitely the conductor of chaos.
Here he is.
Create it around the smoke. Will you fully investigate? Patsy puts his name in the feed. Very influential player for Team Spirit. He was a big part of why they blew up in Antwerp. He's got a lot of aggression in him. Usually has it on Relatively well-managed leash as well, but already Furia limping. They lost hit Art early, but the AK is not lost. It's found its way into the palms of Safe.
Right now, I think they're a little bit concerned about aggression across the map here. The fact that fight was taken so early and Art doesn't get that space, they need to sit back and wait. Safe will be calling mid-clear, but he needs to be very careful on his jiggles. You can see he doesn't want to overstep the mark until he has the support of Yuri. Underpass and Quesarado not too far behind. There's no real options to look for fights here. They're not playing on short. They're not really investigating connector here on the Spirit side of things. So they're giving them the room now, playing their number advantage perfectly, allowing them to funnel into these choke points and mow them down as a unit. It's just this one smoke for Quesarado, so you can see if you drop that, it's the 20-second buffer and gone. So clearing out window here with the boost.
Spirit are so good at giving them nothing. I said that as we toggle X-ray. I wasn't sure if Wonderful really did want to answer questions, but yeah, they are really, really forcing Furia into a commitment at a disadvantage. The crossfire is strong. Wonderful first contact. Chopper to swing on through, gets one and done. Safe, still clicking. Down now. Chopper from the darkness. Does well with a double. It's all done. Quick three to secure the third.
Sigh of relief here. If you're on the Spirit side of the server, you know the Force by Wars are over. Sure, we had a pretty chaotic first few rounds, but now the consecutive with so many bodies staying alive. Furia do not have any other option but to take a save here. So the hard work has been done. Here's Uncle Chop Chop. Opening up Uncle Chop's shop. 3 quickies right there, and thank you very much, he says. And if Wonderful can keep his cool here and play the level of Counter-Strike, he's going to be a revelation like Patsy. Last time round, I could not believe the X Factor and the balls on this kid.
Yeah, there's just something very, very particular about the type of talent that comes out of the region. Wonderful. Same sense, same res, same naming convention. He's keeping it simple. Well, they'd love a plant. It's just Glocks.
Oh.
And damn, Daniel.
That was the marquee matchup of 2021. Hold up a second.
Yeah.
Siren being run down. He's low.
He is low, but it's Siren, and he is gone. Wow, with just the Glocks, they might actually have this plant. It's locked in. Patsy cannot knock him off.
They got the AK too.
An AK in play. This is just a Glock eco, chat. There should be nothing. Okay, Magic saves the day. That nearly spiraled, and now, yeah, Yuri on the site. Only a Glock to his name. 3 looking for him. Just a matter of time. Patsy will put him in his grave. Impressive all the same, though, from Furia, just showing that even with nothing, they can make something happen.
Important plant as well, as you mentioned, the fact that they get that down now, there's a little bit more cash available if Safe wants to buy into an AWP. Oh, I can tell you he doesn't, so a 5 rifle start here for Furia yet again. He could have had an armor with it at the very least, and this is Art tracking him down here. The Smoko vision, well, he doesn't need any of that, just catches Siren scampering away here, towel tucked between the legs. And after the good start that Siren's had, he's going to be feeling a little bit rough about that, knowing he was just up against the Glocks there. Does concede the plant, but his teammates make good on the promise. We do get into the first full gun round.
Look at that. Woo! Furia with some geeky smokes. 2 staggered on the catwalk. Pressure from Siren, relieved. He actually gets out, gets that flame on the floor.
It's hinted at a B split here, but it's not at all. It's forced the rotation right now. Spirit respected it. They started rotating over. Now they're going to boost into window. They've been able to manufacture the gap that they were looking for, and of course, it's Art.
Yeah, he's created this world that he now resides within. Deep into the mid-window.
All that investment of utility they had early, though, was just to get him here. So if Art cannot find a play, if he goes down to Chopper lingering, it's wasted. The team doesn't have any other space.
He's well aware that that's a possibility. I mean, his position is a clear indicator that he is not going to be caught off by Art as it currently stands. But he is up into the window. That's about all they have to celebrate. He makes it very clear. Wonderful. Deals with drop. That was through mid. And it is Chopper who does deal with Art. So now, yeah, Furia are going to have very few options before them. A couple of flashbangs, a couple of Molotov cocktails.
But that's it. If you don't give Furia what they're looking for in the openings, they're just going to have to stew in their own juices. Now, Safe, Yuri, and Quesarado have to bow them out towards B.
But yeah, you know, I think to summarize what we've seen from Spirit here, only the one. But yeah, the word I'd use is restraint. Really vigilant restraint. and not getting flustered by the environment. It's so easy to get ahead of yourself, take duels you wouldn't normally. But this is very clear. I think Chopper's got everybody on the same page. Furia need you to make a mistake. That whole play, as you beautifully highlighted, revolved around taking engagements with the Furia opening move.
They got what they wanted. They got what they wanted, right? The rotation came in. They definitely dropped back. They gave Art that window space, and that's wonderful. Doing his best simple impression with the shake.
He's doing it as well. He has that same, like, reverberation off the click. That's funny. Wow, he's clearly an inspired youth. Absolutely toe tagging and body bagging like his inspiration, Mr. Kosteliev.
One of these partial investments here, and you saw that the vent was not broken, so we'll remember that if window control is stolen. But Chopper, he's isolated.
He should have one, maybe more. Unloading his mag now. 3 on the floor. Chopper for 4. Problem solved. Mystery resolved.
That was just simple stuff right there. Channeling straight into the in-game leader of Team Spirit, mows them all down, and they want to let him have a look for the ace. Patsy currently the closest, top mid. Queserado looking for absolutely anything he could find right now. But this has been a quick start, and that's the type of Counter-Strike Furia like to play. So this is going as they would have hoped in terms of the pace, but not as they would have hoped in terms of the result.
Yeah, no one actually surpassing 2 frags just yet. Frag distribution dead even, but not enough. Insufficient. No one can deny that this Brazilian crowd has given us something rather unique. This is a group stage. They've sold it out. We're going to be quadrupling the attendance once we get to the champion stage. And already it does just sound like an army. You know, it's absolutely paranormal. But still, Team Spirit, in the face of that, are doing exactly what they set out to do today.
Looks like they're in their bedrooms right now, not having any qualms whatsoever.
Whoa.
And you're right, you mentioned a restraint. I think that was one of the keys here. The fact that you can come in here, and we talk about Spirit as a pretty flary team as well. They can come in, stay pretty cool, not overstep the mark. Timeout take in the first tier for Fury. You can see the conversation being had down the line. The AWP is out for safe now. I'm going to check in with his spawn to see if he wants to look for a fight. He is currently postured quite close towards middle. Take that over towards B, look for a jumping pick over towards middle if they want to try and facilitate him. In terms of the round call, are they going to do another sketchy opener where they drop a lot of U2 or hopefully grab this space, play with the rotations? Or are they going to slow it down a little bit? Drop the smoke top mid. Safe over towards B. So here you go. They're setting their AWP up for a pick, and he has teammates with him. If he gets the pick, they'll follow through. If he doesn't, they'll just chill.
Yeah, they're going quick. Look at this. Safe. Safe, the first man in. Eats. Led. Off the nade. And Wonderful takes off his head. Supportive. Quick boost through the window. A different avenue to get that early angle. Now 2 have slipped the net. Chopper to look for them. Wow, everything connects. And Safe next on the naughty list. Everyone's gone. Yuri added to it, just drop and Queserado wondering where it all went wrong.
This is the price of doing business. You want to play fast Counter-Strike like this, you want to push in like that, you are just going to be dealt a dud hand. Team Spirit like playing heads-up CS. You run at them, they'll take the fight. No dramas whatsoever, and you're seeing that within the early stages here.
It's like in, you know, those UFC, those guys that just want to stand and bang.
Precisely.
You want to stand and bang, I'll stand and bang. It's 7 already, and this is a perfect CT round.
You take a look, Chopper 10 kills, 9 for Wonderful, 8 for Siren, 5 for Patsy, 5 for Magix. Well, the 2 at the bottom, traditionally when I watch their Mirage games, the 2 at the top, so...
You said Wonderful is typically he has his lowest rating on Mirage?
Yeah, out of the team, right? He's the lowest rated member, and then the next is Chopper. So the fact that these 2 are towards the top of the scoreboard right now within the early stages, forcing Furia into a save, this is magnificent stuff here, and they're happy. They're happy just to sit back. They understand what's open. Magix is looking towards CT spawn in case there's been a bit of a gap. Wonderful tucked in towards the vent room. 2 players on B. Patsy under the balcony. And they're not searching. They're not hunting. They're not looking. They're happy to take the round. We'll notch that one on the scoreboard. Hold on to your guns. We don't care. You can't get through. You can't even get kills.
It really is a sad state of affairs for Fury on this D side.
They're still all on 2.
Yeah. Yeah. Distinct lack of frags.
Smells like number 2 right now.
Yeah. Team Spirit impressing us. I mean, they have been, actually, in major history recently. Anything to go by. Oh, they're feeding them chant through the signs. I see the system now. Off the phones, off the posters. Yeah, everyone's singing from the same hymn sheet here in Rio de Janeiro. Drummer boy, still in attendance, wonderful. Slow on the vent crawl. We have got a bit of pace here, or at least we did, as Walk Keys are hit.
Chopper's out mid, he's just called this clear.
It's so weird.
They know it's going to be A. They're going to be 4 players on A. They're reading them like a book.
Yuri having a go. Will he clear his corners? So many ready. Already Magic's one. Drop back. Patsy shuts down the AWP. Drop doing it all for Furia. He needs another. Cannot provide as Chopper posts his 11th. And K Serato held off by the AWP. Art only a scout and 3 to find. A Mac-10 is second best option. What is the man to do? What is he supposed to do? Wonderful. Makes it 11. Team Spirit just breathing down the backs of the Furia necks.
They're ahead of them here with that play. The fact that they had 2 players burrowed in towards the A site and also still had all the mid information off the flash over the top. Chopper playing ahead of the connector smoke, calling, hey, this is clear. Everybody get over towards that A site.
Are Furia's T sites always this all in? You know, we've seen 4 or 5 off spawn heading B, 4 or 5 off spawn heading A. It seems like it is just a letter at the start of every round.
Well, because they're hoping for the chaos, right? They're either going to trade out or find the space. Right now, they're getting absolutely nothing. Now it's Patsy's turn. He's given over an opener. The nade back takes Safe out. They haven't been able to get their hands on that rifle yet. And look at it. It's just duels. It's just fights. You are not creating gaps. We have everything covered.
It really does feel like, yeah, every member of Spirit has got the same visualization of where the gaps are.
And you have to give credit to Chopper. Every time you hear someone talking about him, he's slept on as an in-game leader. This individual, you go back to the Vegas Squadron days, running around with Mac-10s in hand, right? This guy's been doing it for some time, only 25 years young.
I mean, you've got a limit now. This is a best of 1. Winner of this, a best of 3 away from top 8.
Joining Cloud9 in that conversation would be Team Spirit after they just toppled Na'Vi.
Damn, that's a result I haven't processed fully yet.
16-14, and Chopper, well, he's sniffing this one out. Oh, there's a glance, and if Yuri doesn't stay quiet, actually, hold up a second. He's heard it now. Chopper aware.
Deals with it.
That should be it.
Yeah, there's nothing left. I mean, they'd love a plant. Wonderful's already rotating through, though, so unless Art can jump through a smoke and hit a 1 dig. Yeah, there's a nade, and it's not enough, so bomb down, and that is something to celebrate. Art trying to do more in the round and turn that frown upside down. Good on the first. Needs a quickie. Oh, it's into the center of mass. He needed the heady. So it's 9. Secure. It was an imposing presence from Furia. Good to see, even if on the light buy. In fact, the most threatening rounds they've had have been some of the lighter buys.
Yeah, and this is the question, right? If you're Team Spirit, you're like, well, what's going to happen now? You would expect in traditional Counter-Strike for a team to take things a lot slower. You bang on. If Art gets that cleanly, then he doesn't just have 1 bullet left over to take that shot against Siren, and maybe we're having a conversation about a different round. Second timeout called, and you can understand so. This half has already gotten away from them. 9 posted on the board. Very, very quick succession here.
Not impossible to recover, but if the T contributions look similar as they have, Spirit can close out this map in the first half.
I'm taking a look again at Safe Spawn. This time maybe he wants to try and slow things down, find a pick, not throw himself straight through the flames, the smokes, the fire, the nades, and just die for naught. You're an AWPer. At least you want a chance to use it. The crowd's like this, and they've done absolutely nothing.
I mean, the crowd's not giving up. Let's hope Furia don't as well. It's been a real rough start. Trying to return to something competitive. Certainly not out of the realms of possibility.
This is more of a normal round, a bit more of a default spread. 2 top mid, 1 towards the apartments.
Look at him, so confident, just strafing through.
He's got the backup too.
Yeah, now he is going to need the backup because they are run boosting Art across. And he'll have vision on window, hard spray, gives it up, not overcommitting. Wow, I can't believe it. I think we've got no first bloods in the first 10 seconds.
Oh, he might in a second here. Wonderful searching a save and looking the wrong way.
AWP on AWP action. Safe gives it up, gives up the ghost. And this is usually where Spirit do their best work. They get that opening, they will fill every necessary void.
And mid's being called cleared here. Chopper can come over, help out Magic's towards A. Wonderful, the same, and they're blocking. Patsy's taking fights.
That's a headshot. K Zerato caught through the corner, working with a scrap of health. Wonderful. Another chip damage, the nade for the finish. Full perfect dunk, not to be. Instead, it's Art having a go. Magic's on the jiggle, we'll have him. 3 remaining. Yuri, the one called upon. He does have to do serious damage. They're all coming in from jungle side. That's the first. It needs to be of many. On the edge of the smoke is Chopper. Double from him to repel the invaders. Sure, you've got one Queserato, but can you get anything more? Bomb is lost. AWP in play. 20 HP is all he has to play with. Wonderful, a nice restrained angle, just safe from the cross. Jumps across, and yeah, that's it. Chopper, a third. 16-3 from the IGL of Spirit right now. He's got ZywOo stats.
Now, this is the thing. We never thought this team was going to recover after Dexter lost. You had Alan touching on Desk. That is a star caliber player. Dexter is elite level. And the impact that he had in this team for them to get to the semi-final of the previous major, we didn't think they were going to be able to fill that at all. And Wonderful stepped in. He's contributing. But the key right now is this squad are playing like a team. Everybody is happy to put their body on the line to set their teammates up for success. And back towards A for Furia. You're all out of options now. I guess just execute and hope you can trade.
Yeah, Furia may have forgotten what victory feels like. Or rather, sorry, loss feels like. Bit of a win streak could be coming to an end here as well. Through the previous stage. A win on the stage earlier today, but now this one quite sour. A somber note hit as Team Spirit hit every shot they take. Patsy to clear through, drop staring at the wall, runs out of bullets. Legs on this one. Chopper investigating. He really has shown no fear, and it's drop that will punish that. Siren, he's done it once. Can he do it again? It's drop with all 5 in Rio. They have so little to work with, but drop gives them something to celebrate. An ace into the A site. We'll see that one again. Losing his in-game leader as the opening. Patsy massacres another, then drop with 40 HP, finds all 5. This is height. Second, bang on the money to close.
Yeah, you got to question that one right there. Look, it's not the flashiest of aces, but it's still going to mean an awful lot in that round department.
Oh my God, they're fast. Flooding middle. Preemptive smoke from Chopper. Well placed, needs the frag, can't find it. Drop again, puts his name in the feed. Furia need a 10-5. They can work with a 10-5. Siren meets drops AK again. The dude is farming.
He's got the last 7 kills.
Yeah. It should be someone else's turn now.
Safe spotted this towards the vent room, I think. He's communicating an awful lot right here. How are they going to be able to flush him out? The molly, not one available for drop here, but he's aware and sees the barrel drop and not connect.
Oh God, somebody stop him. The nade will. Puts him on his ass finally. Queserato's walked through the entirety of B.
And that's one of the keys right now. Safe can pick up the bomb, take it back around the world. They know that Wonderful is stuck towards the vent room. They know that Siren, the B defender, is already dead. Magic's pushing A, and Patsy, the X Factor, where is he lurking? Well, back towards CT spawn, as we can see. There are 3 separate jewels available for both sides right now.
Wonderful's got a decision to make as well. How calculated will his next move be? Now, Yuri's got him on lock. I'm sure he'll check it. But look at this jiggle. He's checking every vulnerability. Didn't account for Yuri on con. Should be it. Patsy going looking through window. Yuri looking the wrong way. It's a one back. Patsy
give this a go. They
will
can.
investigate. They have kits. 2 different avenues of assault. One through market, one through apps. Safe posted for the angle.
2 Galils here.
Yeah, not the perfect weapon for the job. This is a must-win round for Furia. Spirit, plenty of cash to splash. Will investigate. Running out of time. Queserato safe from the first peak. They got to go now. If ever, it would be now. Need the second frag. One of them has to defuse. They take the fight. Hold your breath. It's just enough. God, that's bang on.
I had no idea which way that was going. I could not tell whatsoever, and nor could the crowd. They thought they had won that one right there in the favor of Furia.
Even
all they had to do was hang on. All they had to do was hang on for a millisecond longer. That's all it would have taken in that environment right there.
Yuri's going to be kicking himself.
This is where you doubt yourself about fighting, about swinging, about taking that jewel. Look how close that is.
Oh, that is really going to hurt. A kick in the teeth when you're already down on the floor. Siren, whoa, he wanted a bit too much more. Safe. Takes him down. Nice opener. Furia could convert this. Not out just yet, though. Chopper's still a threat. Nice nade to soften up Safe further. 11 to the good. Come on. Chopper may not be accounting for Yuri so far forward.
I think they're going to respect this here because Yuri can't be traded. They don't want to give this over. A nade on the Chopper now, doing even more damage. Magic's close towards the ramp. They're going to have to allow Fury to make the next move.
Okay, Serato should and does have that forward position dealt with. You just got to wrap it up now. Put the bow on it. Chopper unawares. Caught unawares. Yuri profits. Into the B site. Wide open for business. Take the safe route to get that bomb down. Just navigating through the B apartments for the plant. And it's Patsy and Wonderful likely just preserving what they have.
Yeah, the thing is they have cash, so if I'm Chopper right now, I would say just look for damage, boys. Let's see if we can set up on the extremities of the map here as they try and exit. The problem is that Safe's still middle and K-Serato's still over towards A ramp. It only took 3 players to get into that B bomb site and get that bomb down, and now that Art has spotted out Patsy, well, they know exactly where to avoid.
I mean, teams have been having trouble on T side. You know, we've been seeing an awful lot of teams really having an issue posting more than 3 or 4 on the attacking side here in Rio. So 3 is going to be accrued. 4 still attainable as well. Wonderful, trying to hold on to his orb and no scope. Looks to have done the necessary dirty work. He will preserve.
Interesting round there. Probably would have had you scratching your head if you're that of Furia. The fact that Siren is the individual jumping out the window and landing, that's the B defender. So that's why you're happy to sit back on your haunches and wait and see what's coming your way. And it has gotten a little bit more unbridled in terms of the fights that Spirit are looking for in the last few, right? That round that they lost to Drop, they all just kept surging and surging for those fights. And you can see that they're definitely feeling things. They have been dominating until this point. So they continue with the aggression, or do now they take a step back and allow Fury to play into the rounds like we saw earlier, right? They were taking the space, they were taking the room, and then once they got the opening pick, they were like, all right, well, you can have the rest of the map. We're ready for you. So that's the question for Fury going into this final round of play. And poor Art, well, he's got a Mac 10 in hand again. I'm sure they could have dropped him an AK along the lines here. So he's opted to use this SMG by choice, and has a really good B or mid spawn.
See what he does with it. I'm interested now.
Looks like the B bulldozer right now.
Yeah, but it didn't work before. What is the difference? Can Art be the difference maker? Even sending Wonderful early towards the B apartments. He jumps the first util. They are ahead of it. Art's so quick now. Ahead of the pace.
Bombs in.
Ahead of the pack. K-Serato first in the feed. Barrel spotted. Wonderful should be dead. Run down by the Mac 10. Heavy pressure now on B. Spirit not discombobulated, lost in the sauce, as the 4th round is an easy one. That is why you take the Mac 10. He just sprints into the B-bomb site.
Yeah, look, it didn't work early, this type of play, but late, and even with the stack again, that read from Spirit, it felt like they had all the right players in all the right places. But maybe just the sheer pace of it, catching them off guard. Wonderful letting them slip.
There was just that re-peek out of Wonderful. Art had already crossed the line, and that is sometimes all it takes. That extra second, advantage from the spawn, advantage from the strafe.
Look, Magic's is going to give it a go. It's the final round here in this first half, but what is he meant to do on 17 points of health? The bomb already almost at that halfway gone mark. He's going to get through so many individuals here. And first off the mark is Drop. He's low, but he's not clearing this corner.
It's all locked in. First half. Furia with only 4 to work with. They will swap sides. Spirit, an 11-round haul. Will this home crowd will Furia into a strong defense? You'll find out with us after the break.
Tausch diesen Winter Stiefel gegen Badeschlappen, Schaufel gegen Shuffleboard und Eiszeiten gegen Auszeiten. Erlebt beim AIDA Sommerwinter auch in der kalten Jahreszeit entspannte Reisen in den Süden. Auf nach AIDA.
I hope you can see this crowd. I hope you can hear this crowd, because this is absolutely amazing. So many people are supporting their team, and even though Pure is behind right now, the support keeps on going and going. There's still a second half. They still can make a comeback, so let's get there.
Yeah, the crowd hasn't given up. Let's see if Furia can at least demonstrate some resilience here. 4 you can work with. Pistol sounds great. Spirit, however, definitely in the driving seat of this second half. A best of 1 to remain undefeated in the Legends stage. Need those individuals to come online. K Serato, Yuri, some of the very best of Brazil. Known to be turrets at times. We're off.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
We've seen this before. Nice from Yuri. Quick headshot. Unpunished. Safe as a turret. They're crossing though. Good smokes timed in unison with the aggress. Bomb to arrive late, but the site is taken. Safe CT and vulnerable. And okay, safe. Needs another. Patsy dueling with him. And safe will take another. 2 already from the sniper on the pistol. They're trying though. Bomb is down. Wonderful and Chopper trying to go 2v5. This couldn't go wrong. Hold on. Wonderful. Quick tap out of the P250. Could do it again. He's flicky. Chopper contributing. It's only a Glock. 2 to find. He's under scrutiny, and drop closes house. The first step to a comeback's the pistol, Chad, and they've got it.
Can't understate the impact of Safe right there. Right, this AWP comes under question. What impact is he bringing to this team? Well, on the pistol round, that nice little 2-piece stopping them from flooding in towards CT Swarm means an awful lot. Sure, the bomb goes down, but you get the round secured, and here it is again. The first extremely tidy. The second, a necessity there on the Patsy, and then drop. He's had some impact. The ace in the game, loving this, comes back through and secures the round here.
That is reinvigorated Rio.
Look at the buy right now for Spirit, though. You wouldn't think they lost the round. 4 Galils come out, a MAC-10 in play, Util as well. Rifles heavy on the other side. A bit of parity being shown in the server for round number 2.
Look at this lineup. Our observers are interested too. All the way to mid from B. Should it be requested or required? Art hasn't heard or asked for anything though.
You're happy to wait this one out if you're Spirit. Take it a little bit slow, see if there's any aggression. You've got the rifles to take the fights that you're looking for. Also got enough utility for a late execute when required. So Patsy towards the other pass will be left to his own devices. Wonderful now, looking to smoke window late within the round. Yuri on the balcony, safe towards connector, Art towards jungle.
This has a lot of potency here from Spirit. If they can just kick down that door. Siren the one to try so. It's Art though that deals with it. Good, and he's stubborn about it. He sticks around for the jump back. Chopper has gotten away. Patsy takes down Yuri as well through that connector position. Safe, knows he's got a lot to deal with. What? Magix pulls the crosshair. Wonderful puts his on the head, and now it's Furia. Potential for a tailspin. Can drop Balaam out of trouble again. Goes wide, does do damage. Need Caserato to find the follow-up. They stabilize now. They equalize now.
They can't plant. There's no way to get the bomb down right now.
That hurts. Caserato damage from a distance.
Well, they're letting him plant.
Yeah, uncontested. Art reveals himself on that CT position.
A lot of respect there.
And look what it's led to. Oh, damn! Chopper on the drive-by. Art not sure. He's rattled after that one. 19 bullets in the mag.
The smoke.
Everything he needs. The full diffuse package finds itself in Caserato's pocket. He has to get this right. They're playing very, very tight, and he's missed the smoke. An absolute oopsie, maybe not. Patsy panicking on connector, swings through. It's beautiful from Caserato. Absolutely beautiful. And euphoria rife in Rio.
Sticks the landing there, does Caserato. The absolute monster from the challenger stage. Steps up when they need him. 6 on the board now. That was only the second round to play, and it looked like a bloody gun round.
Crazy, crazy. I want to see this one again from Chopper. And still Caserato catches him. Tries to play it safe. Patsy, he's none the wiser. He heard the defuse, he saw the smoke, couldn't see his adversary, and a beautiful clutch from Caser. Wow, how have they got guns?
Yeah, this is the thing, the plant and all the damage, or the plant with all the damage, all the kills coming through, they can do it again. Rifles one more time. You will be tested round after round here, Furia.
It's relentless from Team Spirit. Panther on the prowl now, though. A slow one this time. You can see bomb left loose, an investigative spread. Information denied in mid. They're crawling as a unit. Now this is early regroup from Team Spirit. Just parking Patsy in the connector and drop, trying to get info in any way he can. He's got an incendiary to react. He might want to get that out of his hands now. Oh, where's it gone?
It's on the ledge.
Awkward, very awkward. You can see it sitting there as Siren just walks on in. As a matter of Caserato starts to become a turret. Nade won't stop him. Nothing will. Art in support as well. Furia handling it clean. Spotless. That'll do nicely.
There's the difference maker. That's what you're looking for. Connecting the dots and part of this comeback. All 5 stand alive to Humble Spirit. You see the difference of the back-to-back rounds? 1v1, bomb down. This time, all 5 staying alive, and you didn't even get close to punching in the digits.
God, where did they find this guy? Drop 17. Next highest 11. When no one else was doing anything, Drop was pulling home rounds for Furia, and now we are starting to see them get the sleep out of their eye. And it looks like finally Spirit have got the potency out of their bye.
This is where the shoes on the other foot right now. Yeah, the crowd, I think, is going to be playing a factor, especially when you're in the dumps. The fact that you still have this lead is there, but how long can you retain it? And if they catch up, 11-11, it's wonderful. Does joust over towards the B site with Drop. Doesn't want to give up his life this early. He's going to back off, but Patsy's just found a big one.
Yeah. And should be not too much more out of Patsy's D. Yuri makes it so.
Okay, well, slight bit of threat there, but final 3 members somewhat separated, segregated. Magix and Wonderful up in towards Palace. Siren behind the mid-box, hoping for an overzealous Furia member to give up their life. To get in here, this is a difficult crossfire to break, and yeah, Archer's going to spot you out, so damage done into the safe hands of Yuri. And the final 2 kills should be coming their way very, very soon. K-Sorado finished off Siren, then over Wonderful was, and it is. It's going to be just a 3-round gap now. And you blink and you miss it. Back in it now with Furia. 4 on the trot here in their second half. But if you include the final 2 in the first half of play, that's 6 consecutive rounds and 7 out of the last 8.
Sheesh.
So is that the tide shift? All right, well, this will be the first official full gun round. AWPs available on both sides. Aggressive mid stance coming in. Furia going to jump Art out the window. Straight down towards that underpass position. Patsy selling a little something over towards B to keep drop planted during all of this. So this one doesn't have the pace on it, not the same source that we saw from Furia in the first half. Spirit are doing something a little bit more traditional here with their default spread. Patsy towards B to bait out their utility. Staunch in middle, hoping for a push with Chopper and Patsy combined now. Wonderful back to spawn to limp out some util to assist and facilitate this mid-crawl. And Siren and Magix have just been biding their time over towards A. Window smoke plumes, and now Chopper starts to get a move on here.
Yeah, and smokes will fly through the sky. 3 to receive them. And a mid-pincer as well to be deployed. Safe. He will be their warning system. Vision still there and catches Magix. Trying his luck on the ramp side. Art responsible for this, and he will take a cursory glance. It's what Patsy's waiting for. Safe. Good onto Wonderful. Snappy out of Patsy, and Chopper does find another. Look at the impact. A double from Patsy on the way into the site. The bomb can surely go through. Drop deleted. How does this fall apart so quickly? Team Spirit got the individuals. Maybe K-Sorado could show. Furia had more to offer. It's Chopper. 22. He's not stopping.
Yeah, he's had so many impactful rounds here, Chopper. And after they lose those 2 kills coming out A ramp, you think there's no way. They have to be considering this mid-play. How are they not ready for it? But on the fade, Patsy gets the first. Chopper combined as Safe swings out for the trade. And then this is Patsy cleaning house over towards A. If K-Sorado gets his boots on the ground a moment sooner, an opportunity to convert that 1-on-3 situation. But it's really heating up in the server now.
Yeah, Spirit have just proven to themselves this T-side is on, and taking the time out right after for a coach to give them the same reminder.
I think they understand that this is their opportunity now to close the game quickly. Because if you convert now against Furia again in consecutive rounds, you're able to break the economy. You're at 13-8. They have to take that economical 14-8. One more gun round and she's done. Left, right, good night. See you later. 2-0, all Spirits. Just operate here with a very similar approach to what they did. That default spread, bait out utility across the map, regroup, finish together. Nothing too tricky, but Patsy!
BS through the smoke, and he's not done, Patsy! Killing spree out of the gates!
He sprung to life now, 15 kills, sure, towards the tail end of the scoreboard at the end of that first half, but the X factor, putting X's in the eyes of Furia right now.
I mean, yeah, the 3 in the previous 2 right out of the gates, and the next launches his team into an advantage. Can Furia right the ship? I'm not so sure.
They're going to execute straight into safe here.
Maybe he gets the chance to go full back Orpin, but where do you fall back to?
Yeah, 1 shot at a time here. Might have to be a couple of no-scopes in the mix if he wants to stop them.
God, they're screwed if they come Palace as well. He's on a timer and he knows it. Yeah, concerned about it too. The smokes are in. Safe has to find his choice. Final choice. Up on the box. Chopper Palace. Safe begging for an assistance. Art can't see it. Smoked off. Missed shot. Needs to reposition. Could call down on the spray. Chopper another impactful frag to secure the round. It looks like 13 is set. And drop. I'm not sure the save is. Patsy's on B. Does get him. Maintains his M4. And Art will do the same.
Yeah, they're not on the side. They're not planted just yet. They're being extremely hesitant. Worried about Art, of course. Always worried about the in-game leader of Furia. Where is he? Most likely behind us with a knife in hand, but this time over towards B, trying to retain whatever little weapons they have remaining. And this is one way to avoid having to be eco in the next. Hold on to some goodies to try and put up a fight.
But we were so hyped when we saw Patsy burst onto the scene. Because of plays like this, he's got some flair, he has some pizzazz, and he's got some cojones.
And this is the thing, on the stage as well, he didn't shy away from any of these moments. It's where he started to really shine. And now they are going to allow them to retain these 2 rifles. This is almost similar scenes as what we had in the first half. They're like, yeah, that's fine, you can save. We're happy to take any type of round you're going to throw our way. A couple of booby traps going into round 22, sure.
My favorite kind of trap.
What a team effort this has been. I was just reflecting at half-time in terms of the ADR across the team of Spirit, and I think the lowest was like 83. Right? That was the lowest. It's definitely chopped and changed a little bit since we've gotten into the second half, but that CT onslaught was fantastic effort from the unit here. Still looks like a massive party down there, but I'm not sure how much longer they're going to be cheering for. I think the realization of what will be setting in, it could be happening very quickly here. 3rd timeout now called for Furia. Both teams exhausting 3 timeouts thus far. Serato up to 13 kills. The biggest question mark is going to be over to Yuri. This is the fact of the matter. Drop is meant to be one of the most supportive elements in this team. He's not meant to be the one at the top of the scoreboard. It doesn't matter in the best of 1 who is there, but it's definitely going to matter if the big names aren't here to help them get into a competitive affair. And how is this going to change? Because the shove all in chips towards the center of the table. Furia will force fight behind the saved rifles. Slightly more of a threat than forecast, but yeah, Fast B
this
with
looks
the
like
Mac 10.
a Furia call. Mac 10 ahead of the nades, charging in, Siren blind and squinting, hoping his vision's restored before he's taken out of the equation. Jumps across. Problems for the defense now. Safe doesn't seem to have got the memo, because in partnership with Yuri, he has held them at bay. Magic's losing the bomb on the B site. Safe does so much to give Fury a life. And a bit... The last in the AK to win the round. Surely Wonderful's out of this one. Or is he going to flip the script? 1v3. Poised to do more. He has to commit. The bomb is on the floor of B. But absolutely no rush. Art, short side. K Serato on site. Wonderful working this one out. Some scraps of intelligence. Losing their validity as every passing second he's trying to work out exactly where that fight's going to come from. 40 seconds. Still no rush. Hoping for a slip-up. One mistake is all it takes for a 1v3 to become reality. Just ask his first opponent. Here he goes. Making his move. Spotted from behind. Goes for a flicky. Doesn't connect. And that's the end. K Serato secures it. Furia up to 9, but it's Safe that should be getting an extra firm pat on the back for weathering that very interesting storm. Spirit throw caution to the wind and pace into the mix.
Well, they knew there were saved guns, but I don't think they realized there was so much cash to make that buy look as potent as it was, and they went in towards the stack. So here it is again. Safe just tucked in the corner, being exactly that.
Let me see
making
this
sure
one.
they will not cross that line. It was 2 bullets left, mind you. Thought it was last bullet.
Oh, that came out of nowhere. Okay, Furia given a lifeline by Safe. Far from safe, though. Gap closing. Spirit return to a slightly less pacey approach. I say that as I see Chopper strafing out mid early. You can see they have not anyone attending towards A. Same could be said for Furia, just safe passive. Excuse me. Oh, straight through the smoke on Patsy there. It's a gift. And it will humble one of the more aggressive members.
They want to try B again, but they're hoping to gravitate a few more individuals of Furia towards mid. And with K Serato up in towards vent room, that is mission accomplished. However, they aren't to know exactly that. If they keep him pinned here, that's through the prowess of Chopper. Actually, B's just been opened up. Drop's coming to surge towards the mid corridor as well.
So many, yet no contact. Not clear in his corners. Punished for it, 10. Could be on the card. Still lots of problems. Drop Safe in the smoke. K Serato overseeing the cross. Oh, and a chance. Successful for Art. Just need to put the cherry on top. It's a double on a drop. And up to 10.
Up to 20 here for Drop. I can't believe what we're seeing. This kid is stepping up where no one else is. Case trying to chuck along. Safe with some impact of his zone. They're buying a buffer for Fury to get back into this. And that was a buy round out of Spirit here that just gets sat down. Do they really want to go towards B again? If the game plan was, let's exploit the kid.
It was an interview that Pioshik did with Ashley Kang where he talked about the mentality shift where coming to the World Championship with sprints going the way that they were going, like the whole atmosphere, it was getting negative. It was not healthy for the team and they were struggling to know what to do, but then the coach comes in and he says, listen, we need to stop thinking about what is possible and we need to just start living in the moment and start focusing on like what is ahead of us. And if we lose, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that we do our best and we have a good time doing it. And Pioshik talked about how that was a big mental shift for him where he no longer thought about what he was doing wrong and instead he only thought about doing his best and making.
As this gap closes. Žele da napadnu sejfa i možda ukradu njegov snajper i možda dobiju neku šansu za celu rundu. Ovako, bit će teško. Sejf! Posle sjajne runde sa Kalašem rukama na B-sajtu tu je i da pogodi 3 puta AVP-o. Drop će skočiti na glavu da posljednji igraču. Niko može jeste pletao, ali to je sve. Furija se vratila u igru. Kakav tape setup ovdje za Mazofinu da na kraju ostane. Ali da, sjajan posao Sejfa i treba uzimati ovakve fragove ako snajper čisto malo da se podigne samopoznanje, testa sasvim sigurno. Ima nekog smisla ta glupost koju izgovorimo, ali u ovom slučaju...
Siren captures the aggression now, that cost him a lot of help.
Drveni stup i preživljava. Serato i Drop moraju još jednom da izbače Furiju, a i jedan i drugi su to uradili u više navrata. Serato plačao 1-2, Drop plačao 1-1, nije do duše. Prišao je Magicu sandvič, ali koliko to donosi igračima Spirita nisam baš siguran. Imaju taj jedan smog za top pointer bi mogao Magna da izoluje Xerata. Oni kaže naravno ne znaju gdje se 7 nalazi. Drop rotira ka sajtu, pritom ako se Drop javi kao prvi igrač to može da bude iznenađenje, ipak će poletiti svog. Pušta i Drop svoj svog, Sarije sa snajperom očekuje ovako nešto, ali će ipak pasti. Drop pustio ovdje Vanderpool Blend, nije verovao svoj zaigrač, Xerato ima priliku da klači, na kraju će klačovati, nije stigla prijeva, odakle pao taj prvi igrač, tako da su ipak na kraju još jednom na krilima najbolje klasičnog igrača, igrači Furije uspjeli da dođu do ruka. I savršeno odigrao, tako da Drop odlači pažnju i ne očekuju da su dva igrača koliko blizu Arsajna odda, ne dogirao. Drop na Arsajn, Xerato vidimo koliko je vremena imao. Možda je Magix mogao da ga vidi na prvu. Sledilo je kao da izpikovali od smoka.
They took the timeout and taken the buy. No alt for Wonderful this time. Rifles are plenty and the A bomb site of their affections. This time it's more direct.
Yeah, Yuri deleted, need one back, safe. In and out in a flash. Suddenly, K-Serata puts 2 in the feed, and already Team Spirit struggling to find anything. Patsy will have a go.
It's 2 CT.
Flash.
Could be it. Through. K-Serata has vision. Does once again post another frag. He is just catapulting up to join Drop. And it is Drop that closes the round. 13 apiece. A defensive comeback. 11-4. Met with resistance.
They're running out of ideas here on the Spirit side. You saw that one quick, maybe trying to use this atmosphere. Right, you know in-game leaders in the past have used loud environments like this to run quick strats, and Chopper cracks it open, but it's safe again to stop them before they can get too out of control on the site.
This is a barn burner.
They can take the lead. They can take the lead for the first time in this game.
Never to be written out. Then again, Patsy's story cut short, down to 18. Nade onto the nose of Chopper, safe enough.
There's info to be found in a round like this with Spirit, even if they don't win. It's double AWPs employed. One for Art, one for Safe. Chopper can use that into the next round of play, but we are at the absolute business end of this map. If there was going to be an opportunity to break through and break the mental of Furia, they can make it work with a couple of Tech-9's Deagles, a smoke and a flash. That could define the game in itself.
I like the angle from Art. He does catch a glimpse. It was Patsy. Could be bad info. You can see Drop has maneuvered to help. Realizes it may not be the right information.
Chopper has this smoke. There's a bunch of different variations he can deploy from here. I'm curious to see if he even lobs it out. Okay, towards connector. This is telling of maybe a window boost, maybe a connector burst, maybe a short play. There's a lot of question marks.
Yuri looks, gets onto his palace. I mean, Safe, readies himself. An important frag to post to start them to topple. It's only Deagles, and there's only 2 remaining. Make it 1. It's only Siren, and he's gone. Furia sees the lead. Shrugging off and charging forward. What was a demoralizing first half. They got 3 rounds of the last 4 at the end of that first half. Imagine the scenes if they hadn't.
And remember, Drop had an ace. He had an ace. It wasn't the most spectacular ace, but it might be one of the most memorable aces. It gave them the buffer required. It gave them the opportunity to get back into this game. And they're back in a big way.
Spirit lost. Absent without leave. Wonderful to try and find a way in for Spirit. No slouch on the big green.
Caserato's got a gap to work with here. They need to be very, very careful.
Oh, they're going. Chopper thought about it. And that's the end.
He forced that. He blocked the smoke himself, then played over the top of it.
What a gangster.
That's all Caserato.
And now he's up to 25, dude. This second half, he's just awoken. Realized his team needed him.
There's no good option right now for Spirit. Down a man, what side are you meant to finish? You go towards B, you have to walk past Art's AWP. You go towards A. Well, there's going to be so many bodies on the site. Yuri towards connector. Caserato rotating in now. Safe is already here. Drop not too far away from window.
It looked hopeless at times in that first half. Furia to secure a couple of match points. Magic to try as hard as he might. He's met by Drop. Warning shot. Yuri not letting that smoke fade go unchecked. He's staring at it. Patsy cautious on the fade.
Time. It might have to be a safe call unless they get this kill. Patsy, is that the answer?
It could be. It really could be. Art has his cross on connector.
The bomb's still down.
Still CT. It'll be wonderful to retrieve it. Siren to forge the path. Very light on time and still unchecked on default. Caserato, he's done a lot with a opening on Chopper. Maybe he can finish. What a snap and a drop. Floors Siren and disrupting the plan. Caserato, he started and he'll finish with fire and brimstone. It's 15. Furia, untouchable. Unbelievable. Rio elated. Furia ignited. Can they really finish this run?
Look at this understanding from Drop.
Shoot.
The thing is, it gets spotted from Safe on the jiggle. And that info comes through and Drop goes, I can't help you, but I'm going to do everything I can.
Well, he ended up doing everything. Really? Is this it? Team Spirit. The flying start. And they might very well have their wings clipped here by that furious Panther. Double orb still in play. Mid setup established. Siren to at least do some housekeeping on towards the B side. Smoke to the window. Caserato not blocking it this time. A response in kind towards connector.
Don't have a lot to work with here to Spirit at all. This is going to have to be the bullets to get this one done. Gravitating down towards connector. Chopper and Patsy have broken through before, and this time they have Siren along for the ride. Wonderful magics. The second prong of this towards the A side of the map. And this is do or die right now for Spirit. It feels so long since the last time they found anything successful here.
Chopper burning. Sounds given. Furia edging closer. Need a frag. Damage inflicted back. It's solid, but that is better. 2 frags already. Hunting, fragging. Furia, 1 frag away. Team Spirit crumble thinks he's good, but Yuri's better. Outstanding. Furia undefeated. In the first day of play of the Legends stage, and now 3 opportunities to see the crowd, the home crowd, in the champion stage. They got 3 chances, Chad, 1 best of 3 away from the champion stage.
There's a new pride of Brazil in town, and these boys worked hard to bring that one back. They never gave up. The crowd willed them forward here. Spirit, they're no slouch. No slouch at all. They're going to have to stomach this one.
That's going to hurt, Chad. Honestly, I think they believed as much as we did that was Spirit. Furia, they win that pistol drop. Outstanding. Coming of age story for him to perform like that. And yeah, emotions are high to witness that firsthand. And the 6th man of Furia gets a round of applause as well.
Oh, the unlikely suspect stepping up here. And then that bought enough time. Take a bow. Quesarado, he came online.
Wow.
Punching, stepping up, multi-kills, everything the doctor ordered.
An incredible performance from the individuals, and unlikely candidates as well are thanking his lucky stars, and his stars shining bright. Quesarado and Drop, the whole squad, lock it down. And they're going to try now and lock down one of these Furia players for an interview. I think it may take some time considering.
Hey, let him take all this in. Once in a lifetime opportunity right here. Home soil, a major.
It's beautiful.
Look at this view. Art, this is absolutely amazing. These people are standing, they're applauding because of the things that we saw. The comeback, 11-4. What happened on round 21? Because you guys took a pause, you talked about something, and since then, you didn't lose a single round. What did you say to each other?
We believed all the way from the T side. It was bad, turn 1, we believed every single round. This makes us believe. The crowd, we don't want to let them down. We believe every round.
You're making the dreams come true. Like, I had an update, I was standing there, I was looking at the scores, like, oh, the first half. You know, I mean, I'm absolutely speechless because, like, the support that you're getting here. What are you, like, actually feeling right now at this moment?
Amazement. It's beautiful to see this. The Brazilian crowd is amazing. It's just too much passion. It's just too much love. It's amazing.
I mean, I think they're proving that there can never be too much passion. Is there maybe something that right now, at this moment, you would want to tell the crowd?
I just want to thank everybody for the support. Believe we are giving our best. We can win this major. Believe to the end, guys.
Vamos, caralho. É Brasil, vamos, pô. Acredita, caralho.
Thank you very much, Art. Congratulations. Well deserved win.
the roof as a full force Furia get ferociously fired up into this one. A huge momentum shift at the tail end of that game as the Brazilians managed to string 8 rounds in a row off the back of the timeout. You can see just how much it means to all of the Furia representatives to pull off that result in front of a huge, hungry home crowd. And man, what a position we find ourselves in now. Furia in that 2-0 category heading into the best of 3s.
Oh, they're feeling good, and Na'Vi and FaZe not in that category, so route to playoffs maybe a little bit easier than expected, but this game was a tough brawl. That first half, it was shaky. They made a lot of mistakes. They had a huge error round number 3 where they lost economic control just because they didn't throw one smoke. And that made it so difficult on that T side to regain control. Cleaned it up a little bit towards the end, but that CT half was inspired. It felt like destiny they were going to win this game. And the number of clutches, all of it together, just an unbelievable storyline.
You literally called it in the Green Room, Peacemaker. You said, off the back of round 21, they need to take a timeout right now. Lo and behold, they did. Your coach brain, obviously, are still working wonders there. Where did you see the shift then for Furia coming into the later stages of that half?
I think that, you know, for Furia, I think it all started pretty much on the first half as well, you know. Even though the result was pretty bad for them, but I do feel like they were calling pretty well, you know, like at some point they found themselves in the game in a very tough situation, trying to hit the A-bomb site over and over again. And then at some point they succeeded. After that, they switched the pace, they take mid control fast, win around, move again, go towards B. You know, I think Art was calling really well towards the end of the half, and then the city side was just brutal. I mean, Cacerado, he finished the first half with 6 kills. The man has 26 kills on the, I mean, what else can we say?
Just staggering. Of course, we do see him in our Air Force aim high head-to-head. It was also the clutch factor for Cacerado coming through as well.
Yeah, we had 2 or 3 of them, which were just simply unbelievable. This one's really funny because I think he missed the smoke, and it actually worked. It gave him more space to play with. Yeah. But this man is ice cold, and that's what we're seeing in these scenarios. We spoke about it before the game. Maybe, just maybe, if you put Spirit under massive pressure, crowd is screaming, hard to hear what's going on in these afterplans, that's when Fury are at their best. And as I said, there were 2 or 3 coming out from Cacerado. If he doesn't win one of those, we're definitely in overtime, let alone Fury winning the game. So as I said earlier on, inspired performance, and Cacerado embodied that. Some of these clutches were phenomenal.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, as Alan said, the clutches were super important. I also think that there was a little bit of mind games going on in this game. You know, the tactical timeouts from both teams were on point, especially the Furia one. As you said, Freya, like, I think they were really smart with that tactical timeout towards the end of the half. Like, I think that switched the momentum of the game again, you know, because, like, the Spirit was winning a couple rounds, and then as soon as Furia took the timeout, I think they overthought it a little bit, you know, because Furia previously, I think we're gonna show this round, but like at some point Furia took a timeout, the Spirit took a timeout, and Furia rushed B, right? And they succeeded. So Spirit tried to give them the treatment on the other side as well, and that was right after, that was the round that you mentioned, and that didn't go well for them. And ever since that happened, they kind of lost the control of the game.
I do want to give some props to Spirit, though, obviously not managing to close this one out, but the fact that they are one of the youngest teams here at the Major, they're having to go up against a Furia and a home crowd that literally broke the glass ceiling in terms of the noise levels in here. I cannot understate how loud it is getting in here as well. The fact that they were able to put up a valiant effort despite, you know, tailing off towards the end, I don't know where that leaves kind of Spirit going forward.
They still played a brilliant game. I mean, we set it up going into this one that Furia were, I'd say, reasonably heavy favourites. We expected a close affair, but that first half was brilliant. They called a lot of good rounds, the Anchors, Magics and Siren. We're doing a lot of work to hold on to those bomb sites and holding off an absolute onslaught coming out from Furia. So I don't think Spirit should be you know, massively despondent. They'll watch back some of those clutches and say, guys, let's peak together next time. But apart from that, I think Spirit played just fine, and it was just a better Furia today.
Yeah, I agreed, and I think that, yeah, I agree with you completely, Alan. I think that Spirit played a good game. At the end of the day, as I said, I think that the timeout from Furia and the way they approached the end of the half and the second half as well, the clutches from Cacerado, was just, you know, too much to handle for Spirit. Also, the pressure from the crowd, you know, they're extremely loud towards the end. I'm still getting goosebumps, guys, from this game. It was insane. And honestly, like, one of the best games I've seen this Major so far. Obviously, we had the Na'Vi game today, which was crazy as well, but this was just very special.
Well, if you guys want to become the next case rider at home, make sure you head on over to Faceit.com. It's just relaunched in the South American region with tons of new features and rollouts going on the platform. So make sure you join it over there. Make sure to follow the links at the bottom of your screen. But one more matchup must ensue tonight, and this one is a banger to close things out. It's going to be Fnatic taking on Heroic to see who will find themselves in that 2-0 category. It's coming up after this.
Mit dem neuen Google Pixel 7 und Pixel 7 Pro kannst du bis zu 72 Stunden unterwegs sein, ohne eine Steckdose zu suchen. Bei Verwendung des Extrem-Energiesparmodus direkt nach dem Aufladen. Durch den Tag, die Nacht und noch länger mit dem Google Pixel 7 und Pixel 7 Pro.
Lieben Mitbürgerinnen und lieben Mitbürger. Der Winter kommt.
Energie ist knapp und teuer.
Es hilft zu sparen, wo es geht. Wir können alle unseren Beitrag leisten.
Lasst uns alle zusammenhalten.
Damit wir gut durch den Winter kommen. Jeder Beitrag zählt.
McCain Street Fries. Knusprige Pommes mit Soßen, die du lieben wirst. Street Fries von McCain. Jetzt noch mehr drin für noch mehr.
You've always had my back when I needed you. I know you'll keep Gotham safe.
Let's finish what Bruce started.
Ob bei Entzündungen, Bläschen oder wenn die Zahnspange drückt. Mit der Kraft der Kamille hilft Camistat-Gel schnell, jung und alt bei Schmerzen im Mund. Camistat, kamillenstark für jeden Mund. Jetzt neu, Camistat Mundspray und Camistat Mundspülung. Zu Risiken und Nebenwirkungen lesen Sie die Packungsbeilage und fragen Sie Ihren Arzt oder Apotheker.
3, 2, 1.
Scandinavian skirmish with a little Brit sprinkled on top. Our final game of the night, and both Fnatic and Heroic to be closing this show out. Also, both one up in terms of our Legends record so far. So with those similarities in line, gentlemen, how are you weighing up both of these squads coming into this final game?
Intriguing, I guess, is the word we're going to go for this one. Fnatic scraping through in the end, actually, in the Challenger stage, despite looking very good at time, particularly in that victory over Cloud9 earlier on. Heroic, of course, we haven't seen them so much just yet, but for many, they're almost a lock, I guess, for playoffs. So this would be a great litmus test of, are Heroic potentially beyond playoffs? Could they actually compete for this title? Can they push further in this tournament?
I think I've seen almost everybody having Heroic in their pick'ems, at least on that bottom row, which does make sense. But when we're looking at Fnatic, Peacemaker, and looking at some of their previous results, particularly from that Challenger stage as well, how are you kind of weighing them up in terms of what they have showed us thus far?
Wow, undeniable, like one of the hardest roads to the Legend stage I've ever seen. Like they played all the top teams they could have possibly asked for. Today, earlier, they play NIP, right? Kind of like a Swedish derby kind of thing. Now, they're up against Heroic. Like, what else? I mean, I think they proved us why they deserve to be here. And they are, you know, improving match by match. And nobody believes on them. And then suddenly, who knows? Suddenly, who knows what happens?
I do like that. The star power, you know, potentially shining through for Fnatic. But it hasn't come without the bumps in the roads at some point. Because we had a really hot start for them back in that Challenger stage. And then, you know, struggling to make it over the line. When you're looking at, you know, another team like Mouse, who actually kind of exceeded all of our expectations.
I mean, if you look back at this Fnatic lineup in totality since they played since the player break, it has been pretty inconsistent. They come into Pro League groups, they look sensational, and then kind of go off a cliff when they go into playoffs, and equally it's the same sort of story as we actually get into the Rio results here. So, yeah, Fnatic, inconsistency just comes from their development as a team. They've got more to learn, more things to iron out. Their map pool needs more depth. Mezzi needs to get used to calling on this sort of stage. It's just that point in their life cycle. And the question we need to answer here and now is, are we still too early in the life cycle of Fnatic for them to make a major players, for them to take down a team of Heroic's caliber?
Yeah, this is an opportunity for them to prove just that coming into this specific matchup. But I do want to bring up our Colex players to watch as well. This time we've got Astan and Roy being put under the microscope for each respective sides. Roy, when we're talking about this kind of inconsistent form, I feel like we saw a really hot start for him in that Challenger stage. Sometimes kind of petering off, though. Is he somebody that you're looking at to be a more consistent kind of star for Fnatic?
Oh, he should be. I mean, Roy, he has had probably his most inconsistent tournament, I think, for a while, actually. On Copenhagen Flames, he was rock solid. Every single tournament he delivered. He's unbelievably good at calling around himself, getting aggressive, finding gaps, and going into that CT side and just causing absolute havoc. So, Roy, I'm so confident in this guy. I expect him to get back to a good level of form, and that's why he's definitely one of our players to watch in this game.
Which is pretty weird, right? Because, like, it's not like he completely switched his roles or anything like that. He's still playing, like, very impactful roles. He should be getting a lot more impact than he is right now. But, you know, I mean, the thing with Roy is, like, even, I mean, especially in this matchup, right, there's some kind of a Danish rivalry going on, you know, like with the Heroic lineup. And I think that should be the thing that fires him up and makes him perform and makes him, you know, go for the aggressive things. Like, he is a very aggressive player by nature. Like, he likes to go for picks. He likes to do all the, like, be very proactive.
We have solo laners hitting their level 11, second level ultimate power spikes here.
Well,
that means that the dive, the burst potential is really starting to get high. So I'm expecting to see more of these plays. I'm expecting to see more of these roams.
Kadian, I already saw that you are setting up. You're pretty much ready. And you were doing it in front of the crowd because, like, right now they're cheering for Furia. Like, do you feel in any way, like, nervous to play on the big stage?
They probably want to put it towards mid or top. I mean, every single tower
I mean, obviously there's some extra pressure and a little bit of extra nerves, but that's also how it's supposed to be, you know. If it wasn't like that, you wouldn't be at the right place, you would be doing something else.
Well, you had a little break between the first best of one and the second best of one. What did you focus on? Did you watch your board to make sure that you took a... Did you watch your opponent's board?
Yeah, we studied the opponent.
Over the dragon before it spawns.
We also knew that the map that we played the last game was not going to be relevant in this one, so it didn't make much sense to use time and effort there now. So yeah, we prepared for Fnatic and used the time as wisely as we could.
And how is Yabi looking at this series, considering that he kind of has like his ex-teammates in the other side? What does he feel?
I think he's excited to try and play on the stage with us for the first time. Like he said, Nikodas and Roy are basically as inexperienced as me on the big stage. So you guys just have way more experience. And then he also reminded himself, oh wait, Crims is there, and he has more experience than everyone combined, so yeah.
All right, then good luck.
Thank you.
Really quick.
Yeah, a Danish derby in more ways than one coming into this. Do want to throw it back. We got a little bit of a spoiler there from KD, and Overpass definitely not going to be seen in this series, as he just alluded to. We did see Overpass going down earlier, though, versus Outsiders. It was actually Shush to put up a crazy performance, and I think this is what is a kind of characteristic side of Heroic. The fact that any one of these players can be stepping up. We always talk about them as being a really well-drilled machine.
Shush is an incredibly good anchor player. He's actually had let's say a bit of a mediocre year compared with how good he looked back on Mad Lions, actually, especially when you were coaching him. He looked absolutely phenomenal. But Mirage is going to come out, middle groundish for both teams. Mirage has been a problem child for Fnatic, actually. They haven't liked it a great deal. So I'm a little bit surprised to see it go that way. It's sort of a handshake from both teams saying, I don't really like Mirage, you don't like Mirage, let's just both play it.
Let's see who's worse on Mirage.
I guess so, yeah.
Sort of thing, yeah.
I don't know, Peacemaker. Where do you stand on this equation, then?
I think Alan said it pretty well. Like, they just found a middle ground. Like, I was surprised that they didn't end up playing Nuke. You know, both teams, Danish kind of thing, loves Nuke. But, you know, Mirage, I think is going to be a great matchup. I think both teams have good qualities, like very aggressive players, especially Heroic. Heroic on Mirage, they're super proactive, and I hope we get to see some of that tonight.
I'm sure we will. Once Heroic enter the server, of course, they're going to be bringing that aggression, but will Fnatic have enough to be quelling that coming onto Mirage? We're going to find out with Chad and Alex. Let's get into it.
I'll tell you now, I am a fanatic for Heroic and Fnatic. I love both of these teams. They are heading into a best of one. Of course, winner stays on and, of course, stays undefeated in our first day of play of the Legends stage. It's been an adventure. Now we head over in to Fnatic's first T round. Mezzi, in-game leader, thrusts a smoke into the skies. And that's to disguise a full commit.
3 CTs here to defend this.
Oh, the nades there on the toes as well. Roy, testing the waters. Tessa's got a lot of equipment there. He doesn't want to lose it just yet. Stown remains a bit passive as he taps 2, 3 heads out of quick succession. Apartments locked down. Fnatic sent down around. It's the first for Heroic straight away.
If that's the type of Counter-Strike we can expect from Stown in this game, it might be a quick one, right? This individual here, you talk about him, but he always sees the start. It tends to be a bit more like a sleeper, right? He'll get you 25, but we want to see 35 from Stown for him to cement himself. And I think this is going to be a curious affair here, because we always talk about how proactive, reactive, radioactive, active, whatever Maui wants to call them as far as active goes, maybe some active wear. They're all over the shop and they don't stop moving. So it's going to be difficult for Fnatic to be able to keep up with that type of play, but they've definitely got some heavy hitters of their own in the server. Interesting, the little overlap with Yabi, Nikodos, and Roy being on opposite sides of the server. One major removed, and there is the farm. This is industrial farming in middle right here.
Problem solved. Yeah, they've really upgraded it. Taking a leaf out of the Netherlands book, doing it vertically. We will get AKs immediately out though. Fnatic, of course, by virtue of that full eco. Feels like we've just got this game started and Heroic already got 2 rounds to the good.
Yeah, nice and quick. So not messing about here. We can settle into this one a little bit more. Well, MP9s at the ready for Tassus and Shush. His AK-47's equipped, and window smoke deployed here. That one won't be blocked. Cadian looking for a gap, but nothing manufactured. As these MP9s in tandem are going to clear out the A ramp. Now, do they just want to park Tassus here, or is he going to get a little bit more inquisitive? Maybe now, so that Stown has taken some action.
You know Yabi's going to have his nose a little closer to the monitor for this game. Up against Nikodos, Roy, former Flames. Now, ooh, Tassus flirting with aggression. Now, Fasha's been dispatched to keep the house clean here.
Yeah, it's all come down to timing with a situation like this. So you can see Fasha having to check both. Cadian does take down Crims, 2 of the more experienced names in the servers.
And that's the timing we were talking about. Fasha's looking the right way, but Tassus far too quick. He's not faffing around with retrieval, though. He's not going for that AK. He'd rather hold on to his life. They've got a 2-man advantage now. Heroic are in firm driving seat position. Can anyone tip the scales? I mean, Nikodos is already bleeding out at 23 HP. Mezzi and Roy are going to have to do the lion's share here.
Oh, nice block smoke of about 40 seconds on the clock as well. That means that they can channel their focus elsewhere. Tassus is more of a caretaker here, and that means in connector Roy, he's in a lot of strife.
Okay, Shush is on the jiggle. He should have an advantage. Oh, Roy, quick to react. Good find. Smoke jungle. Yabi hunting. Nikodos ready as well. He should go down. Yabi's not in a position to catch him if he does tuck in. Oh, it's the tip of the head. Still in ladder rune. Mezzi's got a frag as well. These two are doing it. Roy makes space. Turning the tide now. Nikodos cleared out. Stown posts another frag. 7-0 as Mezzi looks to be the hero on the 1v2. Good read, knows where Yavi is. Dancing around the default for the third. Can he clutch up? A couple of misses. Yavi prevails. And a ton of the tongue, he knows he could have had that one.
Well, big sigh of release from both of them there, whiffing the initial exchanges on that shot, and the FAMAS will come out on top, upgraded into an AK, sure. But considering how that one started, if Heroic lost it, it would have hurt a whole lot more. Now, I think Fasha, as he jumped off the ledge, Tessa's probably heard that and knew to snap into action. So that gave him a step in the right direction early. But yeah, considering they got that kill and then Cadian found one early as well, if they didn't convert that, they would have been a little bit worrisome. But Cadian, he is going to be getting fired up exactly like that. The plant does facilitate another Fnatic buy, so not done just yet as far as the early stages go. Might have to be a bit more of a pack roll mentality here, but again, Roy towards the top and middle. Stout or Pepper. The seasoning not required. Boost missed, and I think one of the keys with Heroic in recent times has been Cadian into some very good form. Almost feels like a necessity. I know he is an in-game leader, but as an AWPer, you have to be finding some impact.
Best gun in the game. Can't be missing shots like that. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Cadian puts Mezzi in the ground. Fnatic look to turn around the round.
With how close that previous was, and if this one ends up being somewhat close again with a plan, hold up, Roy.
Yeah.
You're going to have to take this fight. Controls it. I think the molly missed, right? You saw it under the boxes, not at the back of the wall, so a bit of a misthrow there.
And Roy, the fact that he's alive is bothering Heroic. You can see 3 players dispatched. Line up from Tessus to try and geek the info. Drops a smoke, calls for Cadian, and the shot is hit. A second from this defensive B-side AWP. Completely detaches Fnatic from their intentions.
But they're good at maneuvering around. Now they can fight towards Connector as a unit.
Yeah, you got this set up. Shush on Connector, Stown to swing, and Shush good for the first. He can back away now. Will do so. Distracted, hopefully. A freebie. 2 from Stown. Catapults himself up to 9 frags. And certainly, I mean, you considered the desk was talking about Shush having a standout performance in their opening game against the Outsiders, but in terms of candidates, you've talked about Cadian delivering. I think Stown, obviously, you've highlighted as we arrived. The dude's a mechanical beast. If he's on form, Fnatic are going to have their troubles. This was lovely.
Here it is,
Roy.
the molly I was talking about. So you can see it. He's stepping to the side of it. He's not flushed out. So you kind of want that to spread a little bit deeper right there. But I think if Fnatic can find an opening kill, we're 4 rounds in and they're yet to find an opening frag. And obviously, we know that's a difference maker, especially on the T side. So Cadian again, same position.
Well, he said he was watching the Fnatic demos in preparation. The fact that he's been here at B every time they've considered it might be an indication it's paying dividends. Okay, that's back. Crims puts the AWPer on his arse. Good damage into Tessus off Roy. Need the finish, can't find it as Tessus. 2 into the smoke. Leaves Nikodos and Crims in the hurt locker as Stown wants to finish it now with a couple of his own design up. And absolutely roaring to life are Heroic.
Okay, well, only 1 plant in the first 5 rounds as well, so I think everyone's still settling in from the excitement of the previous game. Maybe need a moment just to take a breath with that Furia comeback.
Maybe get the cameraman some water. He is clearly thirsty. Timeout called by Fnatic, and I think I would too. You want to just kind of shake it off.
We've got Keita on one side of the server. That's the coach of Fnatic. And behind Heroic here, maybe you're just tuning back in. That is Exist, of course. But Keita's had his time with a few international rosters.
I just had this kind of dialogue in my head where Keita's going, boys, I think they watched the demo. I don't know what to say.
You think that's what Keita's saying 5 rounds in?
Lads, I don't know. It feels like they know what we're doing.
Oh, dear. Okay.
What do we do now?
That's not what you want your coach to be saying.
No, okay. I'll do a little trolling.
I think he just said, boys, if we shoot him in the head...
yeah.
First, before they shoot us, then it's easier.
If you do what they've done to us for the last 5 rounds and kill them first,
simple game, Counter-Strike,
we can win.
Yeah, it's a very simple game. Yeah. But again, this same default spread. So Fasha anchoring A, Roy top mid, Crims over towards the B apartments here, and he's going to have a tail of Mezzi and Nikodos not too far behind. But look at the confidence of Stown here.
Yeah, interesting switch up from Heroic's setup. They've actually just left Cadian on an island of A, a 3-man, quick to respond to B, and also hold mid.
This is a bit more standard. I know it looks gambly, but for Heroic standards, this is pretty default.
Oh, lovely. Roy is completely cooked. Where's that underpass for tension? Stown staring. And so, Crims, yeah, you can see he's hesitant. Doesn't want to condemn his team to a 3v5.
I'm going to try and walk into B again.
Yeah, no warp this time, but a nade on the nose, Tesses. Good awareness, and timing on Crims is perfect.
He's going to get away here.
What a dream. That is when patience prevails. A well-executed arrival. And speaking of, Fasha, he's timed it to perfection. Cadian completely caught unawares. Crims and Fasha recovering the round for Fnatic off the back of the timeout. They just need to put the cherry on top now. Into the site. Yabi is there on the stairs. 3 coming his way. Can he find the multi-kill? 1 already. Good. Problems now. Crims is under a lot of scrutiny. Oh, the damage from Yabi. It is recoverable. Not maybe if Shush is as snappy as that. Crims to clutch. Gave them legs to the round, but has his ripped from underneath him for a 6 from Heroic. Business face.
You look at the little details there and you're questioning, okay, that smoking connector from Fnatic, what are they trying to achieve here? Well, they want to give themselves a buffer so they can't die from shore as they pivot in. This was a gift here. You can see Cadian, he's using the lip of that box and you can tuck yourself in, but just shown. And I think here, this is the smoke I'm talking about. They're running through the gray screen looking for that space. That was meant to buy them a buffer from B and actually put them straight into the hands of Yabi there, who shut them down. And without the plant, we are back down to the pistols. But I think the fact is, and the way the meta seems at the moment in a lot of these games, we need to be looking for the CCs to be converting 10 rounds, right?
Yeah.
And then at that point, it's about the comeback on the other side, which we know is possible. But here's the pop. Tessus is on his own completely.
Yeah, but he's done well. You know, you can see he's conditioned himself to know when the right time. Ooh, quick one out of Fasha's dig.
They still have a smoke that's just been deployed right now.
This is getting scary now for Heroic. They did abandon Tessus, and now they have to claw their way back in. Recovered AK in play. Crims close to the market. Let's see if he can pop and sharp a couple of heads. Good chip damage as well from Nikodos' dig. Crossfire established. Will that spread? Crims could be in a hot water situation here. It looks like he's found safe haven.
There's no time, man. I think
they're just trying to do as much damage as they can. You say that the frags all come through at once. They could if they run it down. I think there's time. Just like that.
I don't know.
It's really close. That's cruel. That is cruel. I don't even know if they knew.
That's another one.
If they were going for that.
That's the thing. If the kills didn't start coming their way when they did, there was just absolutely no way. I didn't feel that there was enough time there. They just.
So Shush.
We're already over halfway
gone. Look at the bomb now. Stown catches one, and then it's just this. Crims was the hero to finish. Oh, and he's on the bomb. God, Fnatic, daylight robbery. They lose the round. After all the hard work was done, Heroic just kick him and spit on him.
Yeah, that one is going to sting a lot, right? Because you think you've boiled it right down to the wire there. Tessus here praying and then getting fired up.
He wasn't
you can
sure.
see all the emotions on Tessus right here. Another timeout to be called. 7-0, so you know that you can break through. That was a close round. You kept Heroic on their haunches at least.
Yeah, I mean, that shot onto Tessus really did open up opportunities.
I think that's why I was also praying. It's like, oh, boys, I hope I haven't let this one slip.
Yeah, well, turns out all good in the proverbial hood for Heroic.
Cadian has a gap to work with here. Just flashed himself back into it. And now will assume the position, but they do not know if anybody got across the top mid, indicated by that pot shot. Now, Fnatic have had quite the prevalence towards this B bomb site, and maybe that's why Heroic are leaning a little bit more towards A, expecting there to be a shift in the tide. Well, in the previous, that wasn't the case. This time round, again, Cadian window, down connector, Shush over towards Ticket with the bait. He's jump spotting here to hopefully lure them into the line of Yabi. Redeploying the window smoke, and Crims and Roy in combination will garner this mid control. But Tessus is abandoned B, called Cadian over to hold the line and taking the power position of vent room. So really good understanding of the rotations right now from Heroic.
Yeah, really interesting adjustment. Crims forced to reposition, a lick of the flame heard, which leads to a nade on the nose. Or not, just evaded. Looks like Mezzi's calling for an A-take. Down actively holding window here. Crims just flirting with, oh, that advanced position. He goes to clear short. Stown prevails. And 5 versus 4. That's about to get a lot more bloody. Here's the commit. Oh, headshot exchange. Gap in the smoke, perfect for the frag, and a second as well. Shush just farming in towards the sandwich position. Tessus will close, and Heroic speed running this defense. As you said, yeah, we've definitely seen a prevalence of CT side runs, but if you can keep it perfect, keep it spotless as long as you can, it starts getting rather intimidating for Fnatic.
This smoke, we've seen so much of it in recent times. Remember we were covering off that 9Z game, and they were just consistently using that and abusing that little gap in the smoke, jumping up on the box, using it as a buffer to get in towards the site here. If you can retain that late and there's just that walkout, what are you meant to do? Because it's no longer just one angle. And Fnatic, in 8 rounds, well, let's call it 9, just this one's about to get underway, have already used 3 timeouts.
Exist is like, these are free, boys. I mean, I've got nothing to say. Yeah, you guys have a chat.
Problem is they've allowed this buffer to be built with how some of these rounds have fallen by the wayside. So there is enough cash for a future purchase. Lots of Liquid jerseys in the crowd, might be inspired by Fallen's short stint. Everybody thought they would get the goodies, but we didn't really get to see a whole lot, did we? How fast this time.
Yeah, Crim down, down. No problem in this round, and just on the fade, it looks like Roy will go unchecked for now. Fasher tries his luck. Fnatic, they tried some individual plays. It doesn't necessarily rendered a reward. This is a freebie. Yabi down quick on the turn. Roy finds the double. Nikodos and Mezzi for the final flourish. Not well received. Cadian posted second in the feed.
Look at this little search towards mid. So Cadian likes to keep his individuals active. We'll look for him. We won't let him set the tempo, but they have given him a little bit of room to work with. Shush is about to call mid clear, even checking underpass. So in combination with Tessus, they can almost confirm it won't be B. And the line drawn in the sand by this AWP cannot be smoked off right here, right now. Cadian a little bit worried that in that timing, Mezzi may have taken an awful lot of space, but as we can see, still stuck over towards Tetris, hoping the move comes his way, and now that information is more than secured.
Yeah, now they come hunting. Cadian will no longer be alone. The double Molotov gets nothing done. No frags, only information back. He's still blind. No info on where these 3 reside. You can run, but you cannot hide. Mezzi down 9-0.
All right, well, have to bring up a little bit of a fun fact or a bad stat if you're a Fnatic fan. They've only been able to manufacture 1 opening kill thus far in the first 9 rounds of play, and that was Fasher's deagle shot onto Tessus on that light round where they exploded in towards the B bomb site. As far as the gun rounds are concerned, absolutely nothing. And that is a problem. That needs to shift right here because Heroic are the ones consistently finding these opening picks and then just playing out these 5-on-4 number advantage situations. And again, it's down to the pistol, so watch them get a deagle zinger here and continue to keep that streak alive.
This is ballsy to be going underpass AWPing when you know you're up against a slightly more hindered by. Cadian makes that AWP all the more retrievable. I say that maybe his faith in the setup. He's got Stown behind him. Maybe I'd be confident too if I had that support.
Yeah, Yabi in connector and Tessus on short. So there can be a lot of support here quite quickly. And one of the other positives available, if Stown continues the crawl that he's currently on right now, get a lot of information that it isn't B.
Oh, perfect.
An opening again, and Crims is aware of this. You can see him investigating, and the bullets just don't land. Stereo kills come in across, and they just keep coming. Everybody falling now for Fnatic, and it's about to be 10-0 in the favor of Heroic here. I think they want to get to bed.
Yeah, they do definitely seem intent on finishing this one ASAP. FASHR with a deagle. Bit belated at this point.
Yeah, not going to really account for a whole lot, but the plant would be nice. I think you'd be very content if he's able to make his way out this window. There's multiple bodies ready and raring, and it's down. Okay, well, there you have it.
Gets it done.
Do you think Cadian, you know, you saw him, I don't know if you actually caught it. It was on Reddit. There was like a little video of it. He's giving out a jersey to a fan. There were tears.
Yeah, it got me a bit welled up as well, just to see how much it meant to the fan. It was very heartwarming. Probably meant a lot to Cadian as well.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, right? Cadian, by a lot of people at home, gets sprayed into this villa. We know Cadian. We talk to Cadian all the time. We always have a chit-chat with him. He's a lovely guy.
He's a sweetheart.
He's a competitor, that's for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Missed Molly again, or at least is far from ideal.
They can execute A here. This might be a little bit more of a retake setup. So Roy, I think, will be activated to lurk unless down comes his way.
Feels like Heroica already, kind of ready. Cursory glance, nothing to report.
We'll be smoked off, right? Nobody will be playing ahead of these smokes. But remember what we said about the smoke that Shush can drop. He can still stifle one a little bit even further forward, but they're actually trying to contact out the ramp, but Cadian just steps into it.
Brings the fight to them. They're the ones on the attack, but it doesn't feel like it. Stack nades into Palace. Don't see that every day either. Cadian wants more. Flash off. Crims fires off the AWP shot. That's heard.
And there's the smoke, just scuttled out. This will stall them. Less than a minute on the clock now.
And they're clearing mid. This is smart. They know there's a late crawl coming. They've got two disposable players here. God, they're so active at Heroic, just constantly pivoting between the options. Cadian, look at it! Charges to find the trade. Tech9 works out well. Gap could be exploited. Cadian has gone down here. Fasha has brought him an opportunity to close. Fnatic for their first. Every round worth its weight in gold on the T side here in Rio. They cannot give this up. This has to be a Fnatic round. Get him off the goose. He didn't plant. He fumbled it, and it's all good. If Crims has anything to say about it, I got nervous there. Cancelled the plant as he rounds the corner. Good grief.
Understandably so, because that just took him out of the equation, having to replant at the worst possible timing. But look, still no opening kills as far as these gun rounds are concerned, but a round nonetheless. So Roy did a great job on this lurk. I don't know what made him hesitate the initial fight. If he did go quick as you like, he would have gone down as well. But Fasher with that double, that's the difference maker. And Crims, not known to be an AWP.
I believe that's his career 7th AWP frag.
It's like you look at his and Reigns and you go, oh, they've been banned from this, have they?
Can someone have a look for me and tweet it at me? How many AWP kills has he got in his career? Crims, have your guesses in the chat. Let me know what you think, because we are going to dig for that number now. Probably not too many. Nikodos, a few more on his chart for sure. Maybe not in this game. Sitting on a meager 2 as a deep flash into the ramp, swallowed. Cadian, a nade for good measure. Chunks him lower, and that's a dead AWP for sure. Crims, he closed the previous. He's opened this next round of play. And Shush, aggressive to finish the job. He actually just charged through the ramp smoke in order to find that, so leaves us in a 4-on-4. Crims is hard work. Equalized now, and you can see Fnatic looking to retool. They know they've got Crims parked in connector.
Being so quiet about this crawl back through T-spawn as well. The shift key all the way, and they have so much room, but it's a gamble stack from Heroic over towards B. They're hedging their bets that might be the finish, and even Shush looked like he was going to be called over to the party, but standing and ready to deliver. Tessus has cleared out behind that smoke now, and that should free up the rotation of Yabi and Stown back, but they need to be careful because Mezzi was close towards the window room. He's just relinquished control, and Shush has info. It has to be A at this juncture. Tassus is on a massive flank.
Yeah, that is going to be big if
Stown didn't clear.
They're taking their sweet time.
He didn't clear Mezzi.
Back to Mezzi. Should be a freebie. Mezzi's going to surely get this frag for free. Can't mess this one up, doesn't. The round falling into place for Fnatic, consecutive fashion. Another tap to the head. Shush now dead. 4-on-2. Tessus flanked though. It is big for the first. Roy silences another. 1 versus 2. Time sensitive, but he's got time to at least have a glance at Palace from behind. Mezzi will secure it. And this is all they need. You know, if they can keep this up, finish strong. We just saw Furia finish in a similar fashion. They were 11-1, 10-1 down. They finished it with 4, and it was enough. Fnatic 2. Couple more.
Yeah, it's never too late here, especially with how strong these CT sides have been. Great work from Mezzi. You know, Stown overlooking this position. Thought he was going to investigate a little bit closer. That was not the case whatsoever, and Yabi is looking the complete wrong direction here. Did just have a look at Crim's career AWP. Maybe we've been sleeping on the Crim's AWP. In 2022 alone, he's got 45 kills with the AWP in all time, considering how long this gentleman's career has been.
He's played a lot.
An awful lot of Counter-Strike. 579. I think today I saw that after that first game, he had played his 100th match at Majors. 100th match at Majors.
I saw Simple got like 2,000 kills or something crazy, but Let's get into it.
Okay, well, one more, and they might even break the bank here of Heroic.
yeah.
So Fnatic, this has been a late resurgence, but it doesn't matter when these rounds come, just as long as they do.
All to play for Heroic. Different approach this time. You can see just early. Oh, tickling the toes. How is he live? Just spamming his jump. He's hoping to live. He's going to hunt him down. And oh, Fasher does so much. Considering the situation, he's done more than enough with a frag. On to Shush.
And there's opening kills in consecutive rounds here for Fnatic, so the tides are shifting.
And things will settle.
But look how separated it is on the map. Fnatic have so much faith in one another here to be able to make the right decisions, look for the correct fights.
Stark contrast to the Brazilians we were watching at pack rolling. Fnatic tend to split and pick.
Yeah, the fact they're able to isolate these fights, or maybe the fights are being isolated for them. Check this next one out. This is such a hard clear for Nikodos against Stown.
But yeah, and yet I feel like he's got it. Oh, he's so well hidden. Stown, perfectly managed angle, even with an AWP. Nikodos couldn't clear it. Oh, light. He just walked in front of it. Yabi knows he's got company. It's just a matter of the fade.
I think he's doubting it here.
Second guessing it. Did he thought he must have blinked at the same time, or he did obscure the light for a moment through that smoke, and now Mezzi stampeding towards the B site. Tessus might go for a jump for early info. Oh, it's dreamy. It's creamy. Crims, King of Kings, has got them on a hot flank. Tessus still catches one on the apps. Crims, this has to be a free frag onto Cadian. Rune walking with his knife out. Still a 2-on-2. Hectic round. Coming in from both sides of the site. What are you supposed to do? It's 1v1 now. Tessus head exposed, and he topples Fnatic with a 3. What a round. That could have been anyone's game. It really did just constantly change hands, that one. And you know, for Heroic's finances were up for debate there. It comes down to a 1v1, so it's not going to be pretty.
How crazy is all these different fights across the map here? And I think Heroic were even doubting that it was going to be the B finish after they had that first kill, and Crims made it through the window. It's some strange scenes right here, but 11-2, and both teams with broken buys into round 14. Pass towards mid. This time there's actually intent behind it. It's not just Roy. He's got to pack a unit here, and they are going to stretch their legs and take this room. And oh, look what Cadian's calling out here. This is 3 players close towards the A ramp, hunkering down. On the fade through connector. There's nobody to worry about towards short here, so there's a real opportunity. Fnatic can take some liberties, and spotted towards the site is Stown, jousting with Roy.
Nabi. Company cleared and fragged. 1 HP in it. Nikodos has provided Fnatic an opening. One of the 3 AKs in play, utilized well. They are starting to pincer into this B site, or at least considering it through short. They'll use Nikodos as a scout. And 1 HP probe. Oh, just a slither. All it takes. Tess is still a problem. The turret of B, a thorn in Fnatic's side. Mezzi spotted on the cross with that bomb on his back. Tessus goes looking, straight to the dome. Mezzi handing out headshots. A flash for the finish. They need to find Stown before they can get that bomb down. 6 HP.
Rotation's coming.
Beautiful from Mezzi. Flank is great. Bomb is loose. Problems with Fasho. What is that long range MP9? Crims can do something. 28 seconds. He's got a good idea of where his opponents are and where they will be. Cadian, though, wants to perhaps punish as the smoke does pop. Both market for this. 15 seconds. Oh, he's actually disrespected the smoke. Cadian, he should have outplayed Crims here. He's aware? He's aware. Still Cadian's round. Oh, he's bothered by that one. Just felt like he knew. He knew what was up.
Had a very good read of the situation, did Crims there. There's just not enough time for him to be able to work that type of round out. And this here from Shush, that was the difference maker, right? Saying the rotation is coming, it was taking Mezzi way too long to clean house towards the back of site, at no fault of his own. Right, this is when they're so spread out, the rotation coming in, they're hoping the jewels get taken, and it's 12-2. Now a 13-2 scoreline, that might be too difficult to come back from.
Yeah, that pistol almost puts the nail in the coffin. Cadian. Aggressive up mid, and Heroic's posturing very dynamic. constantly just moving around. These blue dots are just endlessly roaming.
But that's the definition of this team. It's having faith in Cadian to make these calls and not doubting when he says you do. And that belief has gotten Heroic deep within plenty of tournaments. It is what is their signature style here.
Placing the smoke, not allowing a moment. Oh, that's a weird one, yeah. A bit too deep. Makes the swing a bit more difficult. You can see Yabi in a position to at least throw bundle of utility towards an Ikados. He's trapped for a second. Crims is in that window, and I think Cadian's investigating. At least considering it as an option. They know they haven't had access. This feels like a compulsory one for Fnatic if they want to come back. It's down. What? Straight through the smoke to Roy's face.
Crims are still overlooked here.
Yeah, timing is everything. Cadian reveals himself. Yabi, does he really consider the clear? He does! Incredible presence of mind from the Dane, and that is pain for Fnatic. 13, and look how good that feels. Heroic know they're within touching distance of ending day one of the Legend stage undefeated. Red carpet rolled out. We'll see if Fnatic got anything to say when we return from our break.
Cadian is one of the most recognizable faces, not only when it comes to...
Tausch diesen Winter Stiefel gegen Badeschlappen, Schaufel gegen Shuffleboard und Eiszeiten gegen Auszeiten. Erlebt beim AIDA Sommerwinter, auch in der kalten Jahreszeit, entspannte Reisen in den Süden. Auf nach AIDA.
Liebe Mitbürgerinnen und liebe Mitbürger.
Der Winter kommt.
Energie ist knapp und teuer.
Es hilft zu sparen, wo es geht.
Wir können alle unseren Beitrag leisten.
Lasst uns alle zusammenhalten.
Damit wir gut durch den Winter kommen. Jeder Beitrag zählt.
An incredibly strong start from Heroic. 13 rounds in their defensive hall puts Fnatic against a wall. If they really wanted to dig themselves out of trouble, it would have to start now, and maybe Heroic's monitors would have to start black. I don't really know if there's a way back in for Fnatic. 2, a meager haul on your T side. Heroic, they're going to be within spitting distance of the win after a pistol win, so let's see what they've got in the T side game plan.
There's been some gnarly comebacks throughout, but this one here seems difficult to fathom as a 3-1-1 split. Pretty standard for a CT side pistol. Crim's going to investigate swiftly towards short. Fasha's not playing ticket. And right now, Heroic, they're not going anywhere. They're just in a spread across the map here, hoping there is a little bit of aggression. Crawl towards the top and middle now. And Stown, who has just been an absolute monster. 19 kills for him. Actually, everybody's been a monster. Cadian with 18, 12 a pair for Shuja and Tessus. And, okay, shots exchanged. The P250 could have had an opportunity to joust with the P2K. We can see which PP comes out on top. I'll tell you, it's not the Bison.
No comment. Well, this is all part of Cadian's game plan. Things going to start whirring into action about 60 seconds. They crawl through mid. He's ready to punish Nikodos if he does take a cursory glance. Crims and Nikodos are both overseeing that mid perimeter. That's the first frag. It is from Fnatic. One back. Stown. That glass cannon P250 goes far. Swung through. Tessus trying to flash through. What? Stown gets a second. He may not be done. Crims is there, and that P250 from Stown is stunning. Astounding. Yeah, this one is done. Someone get me a fork, stick it in this game. It's done.
Yeah, pack your bags, boys. I think we might be making our way on the shuttle home pretty quickly here. NIP versus Outsiders on that secondary stream. You know, when the action's over here, you can turn your attention over there. But Stown, in back-to-back pistols, and correct me if I'm wrong, has just locked things down. I think he managed 4 kills in the first pistol round. I can even flick back and check for everybody. Can that guy see the screen? I don't think, I'm not sure he can actually see any of the action that's going on there, but I do respect the specs.
Yeah, I think you could.
What, through the
modern,
bottom of his
modern technology.
Peripheries? What are they, Google glasses?
Yeah, basically. Bing glasses.
Yeah, Stown managed 4 kills in the first pistol and 3 in the second. So
yeah,
you do the maths. That's 7 kills over both pistol rounds. That's impact.
Oh, that is exactly what you want from your star player at the major.
Yeah, this is a bit deflating if you are Fnatic just getting blown out, right? Heroic are one of these teams who didn't play in the Challenger stage, and they're not having any issues with it whatsoever.
Yeah, we talked about that Challenger stage buff. Some teams come in hot. Doesn't seem like Fnatic got the memo. Whoa, this is cruelty. Live in action as the 15th round is just secured by brute force alone. Fnatic ready to have another go tomorrow.
Yeah, 1-1 column. It's not too bad to find yourself there. And I know we're counting our chickens before they hatch, but only 1 egg left.
Yeah.
I gotta have faith.
What's your stance on the chicken and the egg? Which did come first?
The chicken, because it evolved from something else.
Yeah, from an amoeba.
Yeah.
All right, glad we got to the bottom of that.
Yeah, and look, I don't know if I'm right or if I'm wrong, and nobody will.
No one will. I mean, that's the beauty of the discussion, you know? You could just have an opinion.
Now, look, I'm playing a little bit ahead of myself here, Alex. I'm having a look at tomorrow's potential matchups.
Go on.
We might get Furia versus Cloud9 as a 2-0 game.
Oh, not an easy one for Furia.
Heroic versus Big as a 2-0 game. Now, Big have surprised to be in this category, so a good opportunity for them going up against the Danes. Na'Vi Liquid.
Yo.
Now, look, this might actually, this may, yeah, never mind. There's a little bit of change. Hold up a second.
What's the NIP Outsiders?
Ooh, a lot could change if Outsiders win. Yeah, look, if everybody at home wants to check it out, majors.im, head over there. It's a nice little simulator for the Swiss.
Yeah.
But we'll give this the attention it deserves because Fnatic, 15-2 down, have Forceport in again. This time a little bit spicier. You can see Mezzi here looking at the sky in case it's going to be a fast B play. Now, just in case you wondered, he hasn't lost where his mouse is. He's preparing for a faster maneuver. That's a missed smoke. But I'm not sure it's going to cost them too much here.
No, that's the reason this comeback becomes a reality. The missed window.
Smoke on round number 18.
Yeah, we'll all remember that one.
We'll never forget it.
Never, never.
Oh, the timing on the dismount there is painful for poor Crims.
Oh, it's the same from Cadian ratting through. Yavi catches Crims on that bench. And oh, yikes. He's not done. Roy sees he does. Watch the rest of this one from the sidelines. Cadian with his bouncy Mac 10 and 3 fires straight into the dome. Roy, ouch. Condemned. Nikidos the same fate, and Heroic showing absolutely no signs of a slow start here. Day one, legend stage, and it's a 16-2. Heroic are powering through this stage of the competition. Day one, 2-0, and 3 opportunities to secure that legend stage, or rather champion stage. God, we are running through it.
Well, the playoffs, mate, they're just around the corner. Going to be here before you know it. And I think a little bit astonished with how quick that one went down. The celebration, sure, but that was an absolute clinic. Fnatic, they started the day with a 16-13 win over rivals, at least as far as the orgs go, NIP, and now they've just been blown out of the server. Probably wish they didn't hang around for this one.
I'm sure Fnatic's ears are ringing. It's over already. I think they must feel like they just sat down.
That's a 9-series win streak now for Heroic. They're looking hot to trot.
Wow. Roster changed. Heroic stomping through group stages. Nothing's changed in that regard. Take Fnatic down a peg. A comprehensive victory. Going to be feeling extra special for Yavi, of course, beating out ex-teammates. Nikidos and Roy, quite the contrary. But a great first day in the office for Heroic here in Rio. We're trying to grab an interview as soon as we can, I'm sure. That's it for us here.
Here, joined by OG, we're going to review some of the player stickers for the IEM Rio Major.
I've got Mezzy hanging out with me and Roy, and that is a sticker. We're going to be doing 2 scores out of 10 for it, so it's the signature itself and then just general aesthetics.
So the Z going through it, and then the circle is the O, like Gonzaiwu. So it's basically, I think, shows his name in that. So he could just have that on its own, I think. So it's like the Z,
that's
the
true.
O, the W.
Yeah, I think the sticker is cool. I think it's actually my agent is the same agent that Zaiwu has, and we were sitting and it was autographing it, and I think it looks insane. I think the Z looks good, and I think like the circle. I like it a lot.
I think this one fits well. And
yeah,
it's got a bit of a meme in there. Looks good.
I actually really like the idea. I would give it like a 10 out of 10 on the signature, and the background is like 5 out of 10. I'm not sure how. Do you like the exclamation mark? You think it's nice?
What's the question mark? You know,
it's a question mark.
Yeah, Zai who? Zai who?
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 Oh, okay. I couldn't see it. I actually didn't know. Like, if you didn't tell me, I would have 100% thought it was a
10, wasn't it? Now it's a 5 or something.
Yeah, now it's gonna be a 7 for me.
It's a 7.
Yeah, I guess it's so much potential.
Just like the question mark looks like a 7. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah.
So, I mean, I'm giving it a 10.
10 for Mezzy. He's not upset about the punctuation.
Nah.
It's gotta be perfect, man. That is not perfect, I'm telling you. It's a rabbit, right?
Like that. My read is it's a rabbit, and he's got good movement. Rabbits have good movement. They're bouncy. They bunny hop.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe. Yeah.
Oh.
I think that's probably what he's going with.
He likes to bunny hop.
He has like
so he's done a bunny.
He has insane movement, so
he does.
The only thing is where is he done like where the S and the TO is like a heart.
Yeah, I think so.
It looks like it.
The only problem with that is where
and it's also a 3.
Where the
it's a 3 from the top. Like if you, I think so at least.
Yes.
It's like a 3 that's turned around a little bit.
The only thing where the T is and the heart is, it makes it like a P, so it looks like
Esapag.
Esapag.
Yeah, that's true.
Or Pog even. Yeah.
Or Pog, yeah.
Esapog.
That's Pog.
Yeah, that's cool. I like the little bunny jumping. So the sticker is.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, it looks like a little bunny, right?
jumping from Astralis to Complexity to Nib.
I think if it had like the letters bigger and the rabbit a bit smaller, then it would have been a little bit better, I think.
It's like he had like 4 ideas and did all of them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I think a 7,
Yeah.
6 or a 7.
Yeah. I think 6. Like I really had to like think when I'm reading this, and it's annoying me a little bit.
9 out of 10, and the background is like 6 out of 10.
A supposed middle ground of Mirage, but absolutely no meddling in this one for Fnatic. Flawless from the Danes through and through, and lightning fast to be closing that one out. No less than 2 rounds dropped over the entire course of the map. Alan, Heroic looking stellar coming into the first day of the 7th stage.
Where do we even start with that one? That was absolutely savage. Fnatic, nothing was working for them. Everything was working for Heroic. That has to be probably the most dominant map of the tournament. Fnatic had no window into a lot of those rounds, let alone the game. That was an incredibly good showing by Heroic.
Yeah, we've had some dominant affairs going down today. I think you are correct in saying, Alan, that was probably the most. Would you agree, Peacemaker?
Yes, agreed. And I mean, I think that this is kind of like Fnatic's, you know, it has been going like this in the Challenger stage as well, right? They suffer with their T side. It's like, right? I mean, today they had a pretty decent performance earlier on the T side in the first matchup, which gave me a little bit of hope, you know, like maybe they figured stuff out, and then this match comes, and yeah, they just couldn't get anything going, unfortunately. But you know, this is the thing about when you go up against Heroic, you know, you have to first focus more on punishing all their aggressions, all the stuff that they're gonna do on the map, over thinking about what you're gonna do. Honestly, like, this was just a Heroic show, basically.
Yeah, I think you're very apt in saying, you know, 10 rounds earlier on today on that T side versus the likes of NIP. Pretty good stuff from Fnatic. Let me come into this. Alan, are you putting it mostly down to Fnatic's mistakes, or is it purely just Heroic's dominance? It didn't really allow Fnatic to get anything rolling.
A little bit of both. I guess, though, for Fnatic, this is kind of what we have seen in other tournaments where they're pretty violently inconsistent. They somehow, there's some games where they really do steamroll. The individuals look good. Players like Roy are just opening up the map and they can call around that. It does feel like, and I don't want to bag on him too much, but Mezzy does need to develop as an in-game leader. We've seen too many of these T-sides where there's a lack of adaptation. We're not really playing the right way for the sort of defense that's being put up. And that's what we saw in this game where, for whatever reasons, they did try some different calls, but nothing was working. They could never get an advantage. They could never get into a post plant in a 3-on-3.
Yeah.
And that's normally an indictment that we're just running the wrong strategies. It's just the wrong game plan, fundamentally.
Yeah, definitely spelt disaster for Fnatic in that one. That does leave them in that 1-1 category. Let's check in with Fasha, who's down with Heku on the floor.
So Fasher, unfortunately right now you have a win but also a loss. You got to play on the big stage and you kind of already probably got used to it, but it kind of felt that maybe the audience was kind of supporting Heroic. Did you have that feeling?
To be honest, I couldn't really feel it because there was way less people than with the game against Furia. You know, we were watching the game with Furia and like they went crazy, so it didn't really affect us. I think we had a good understanding of the game, but the mid rounds for us were not doing that great, so we need to work on that for the next stage.
Well, your first half was, I guess, like not really optimal because on the T side, you barely could like plant a bomb. What do you think caused that?
Yeah, I think just poor communication during the mid round because the ideas were good in the end, but just like the team play just wasn't there. We were struggling this event on the T side for some reason, which was our stronger side in the past. So I think we need to have a good talk for tomorrow and come up with solutions for this.
Do you think that one of the reasons might be like the sound cues because when you're actually playing on stage, it's like so loud, or maybe like there are some things you can't really actually hear?
I don't really know actually. I don't think it affects us that much. It's just like we become a bit quiet, like including myself as well, and then it's like kind of awkward or something mid-round because no one really has an idea what to do and no one's really picking up the communication like, oh, let's do this. So we need to work on that.
Yeah, it even felt like at some point Crims was like even like feeling. I don't want to say like he doesn't have emotions, but like he was kind of tilted because usually he's pretty calm, like he's like doesn't react that much. So it's like the miscommunication like that caused this.
Yeah, I think so in general because, like I said, the mid round was the problem for us. The start of the rounds were pretty good. We got the entries, and then yeah, we knew they're gonna push when we get entries, but we were not ready for them, and we got picked off. So they got the advantage back, and I think that was poorly played by us. And yeah, we should evaluate this game and then continue from there.
Do you already have a plan what you're gonna do? Like maybe like have lunch and go into the prac room, or maybe like it's done for today and like maybe just focus on tomorrow?
No, I think we will go instantly, like have an after meeting. We always have an after meeting, and I think then we talk it out and we start fresh tomorrow.
All right then. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Props to Fasha for giving us some words, but we up on the desk also have a very special guest indeed. Stan joins us. First of all, huge congratulations on what dominant first day in Legends.
Thank you very much.
How is it for you then, you know, coming into this new stage? Obviously, we didn't see you in the Challenger stage. First of all, what do you make of the crowd here? It's absolutely mental, isn't it?
Yeah, it's insane. When we were setting up for the game, we saw the Furia Spirit game, and that was so sick to watch. Like, it gave us like goosebumps, and we were so ready for the game against Fnatic, and yeah, it's insane. We love it.
Yeah, I think it is fair to say you guys were hella ready for Fnatic. Can you tell me exactly, you know, the preparations, the strategy coming into this, considering this was the second game of the day for you? You did have a little bit of time to prepare and know your opponent. Was there a specific game plan for them, or was it just you guys focusing on yourselves?
Yeah, I mean, we prepped what we could. We have a good record for these kind of systems where you like play 1v1 and then you play the game later. And we just do our thing. Everyone prepares individually. We talked a bit like about what match we want to, like we're probably gonna play, and yeah, we can't really do like the same. You know, for example, like if we have like an extra day, you know, to prepare for the game. But yeah, we just like do our own things, and yeah, it was good today.
Yeah, it definitely paid off for you. Guys, any other questions for
Yeah,
Stan?
congrats on the win. I just wanted to ask, so obviously Heroic has been, let's say, bottom end top 10 for most of this year, pretty much, and then obviously made the Abby change, maybe looking to push forward. So just from your guys' perspective, what is between you and the elite tier teams, and what have you really been working on to kind of close that gap coming into this tournament?
I mean, I feel like when we play our A game, we can beat anyone. The problem is just like that we can't always do that. But I think, like in general, it comes down to like communication, like in high pressure games where we just like in the past have crumbled a lot, and it's hard to say exactly what the solution is. We are trying to solve it, obviously. I think it's all about experience, you know, and yeah, I think we're getting there. We feel really good as a team now, and Yabi is a really good player. He has really good communication, so yeah, it feels great.
Do you think it's good to play on stage here earlier in a tournament and get more used to that environment, more used to the pressure, more used to, you know, communicating when there's a lot of background noise and it's a bit crazy, and you know you're in this sort of environment versus, you know, more of a studio setup like it is for the other stream?
Yeah, for sure. It's good experience, like playing already here, and yeah, it's really good experience.
Stan, my brother, huge congratulations. Your performance was insane today. Kind of want to ask you, like, you know, knowing you as a player, always being like, at least when I coached you, like very selfless as a player, you know, did basically anything the team asked for. I kind of want to ask you, like, in this team, in this new iteration, or so far in your experience with this heroic lineup, like, is it all Cadian? Like, how much Exist has impact as a coach? You know, I think he's kind of like under the radar. People don't talk about him that much. Kind of want to ask about this, and also for you, like, I know you always been like very vocal. You know, when it comes to like in-game stuff, you always voice your opinions. So I kind of want to ask you, like, how much impact like do you have on the team in that sense? Are you also helping Cadian to call? Is it you? Is it Shoes? Like, so talk me a little bit through what's the team atmosphere right now.
So first of all, I think I agree. Like Exist is a bit under the radar, but I mean he's doing a really good job. I think he's improved a lot lately. Our timeouts has been getting better and better. And like in game, like me and Cadian, like we have a really good relationship. Like we want to play CS the same way. So if I have something, I always try to like help him and stuff like that. So yeah, we have a good connection on the server.
Cool.
Stan, I just want to kind of pick your brains on a topic that we've been talking about a lot today, because when we look at the 2-0 teams, we've got obviously yourself in there, Big, Furia and Cloud9. The other three competed in the Challenger stage, and we've been discussing how much of an advantage that can potentially give teams, you know, having that warm-up time, having time to get used to playing on stage as well. Do you see that as an advantage, or do you prefer coming in the later stages?
Yeah, I mean, we always say, like, when we play the RMR and stuff like that, I mean, there's an advantage, like, going directly to the Legend stage, obviously, because you're already there. Or, as you say, like, Challenger stage can be nice as well, because, yeah, like, these teams have more days playing, getting warmed up, getting used to playing in front of the count. I would say, like, for the more experienced team, it doesn't take more than, like, a few rounds to get into it. So, No, not really. I think if you are there as a team and you're performing good, it shouldn't like be that big of a deal.
Stalin, one more question for you. Are you ready to play Furia on this stage?
I think it's a hard question to answer. I mean, it would be insane.
Yeah. You guys have a lot of energy as well, you know. Cadian always tries to, you know, fire up the crowd and stuff. So I think it will be a hell of a matchup and very entertaining for the fans, for sure.
I just want to bring up those standings once again, because obviously we're seeing the B-Stream matchups are concluding as we speak, which will obviously cement the matches going into tomorrow as well. But I want to get your take, Stan, on the surprises that we've had today, because I feel like, I mean, maybe FaZe being in the O2 category, I think that's my biggest surprise. Do you share that?
Yeah, I mean, it's been hard matchups as well for FaZe, for sure. I mean, Cloud9, they have been looking like kind of weak, but also kind of strong, you know, with all the comebacks they've been making. So really tough opponent for them. Just, yeah, BO1s can also be like kind of messy. I'm pretty sure they're gonna move forward anyway, pretty sure. But yeah, that's a big surprise.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. Obviously, they've got the best of threes on the cards as well. I think the biggest surprise to me, no pun intended in that 2-0 category, is actually big, because they're coming in with Sin, obviously, as a stand-in as well. Have you had any time to sort of practice against them? Have you played against them recently?
No, we haven't practiced against them. Last time we played them was actually at the Arma, where we won. I mean, they surprised as well today, for sure.
Anything else from you guys? Any surprises? Any, you know, hot takes from today?
I think outsiders, you know, even though they played these guys and they were completely dominated, I think, you know, they were a team that, for me, they did pretty well at the Challenger stage. I expected them to do a bit better in this one. So I think they're actually playing right now. But, you know, just in general, I think they were a bit underwhelming in my eyes. And yeah, obviously, like NIP as well, you know. I think those. What do you think, Alan?
Yeah, I actually will just throw in like a zinger question. Are you the best Danish player, in your opinion? I think you are, to be honest.
Stan's a humble guy.
I think you are. A lot of people would say probably blame F, but I think Astralis, particularly right now, aren't really in a position to show a player of his quality. I think you're the most complete player. I think you can play a lot of different positions. You can AWP really well. I mean, you can play aggressively and passive. So for me, you're the best. You're the most well-rounded Danish player at the moment. So what's your view on that one?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much. I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, I've been feeling really good in visual this year.
Yeah.
And it's always just driving to become better and better. And I'm not really like trying. I don't want to talk like, way too good about myself, but yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to like become better every day. And now Device is also back. Maybe he can get back to his level. But thank you very much for the kind words.
I love how humble you are, Stan. Always coming in like that. Obviously, Peacemaker, you mentioned Outsiders and NIP. They are playing on the B stream at the moment, and I believe we have an update. What is going on down there, Banks?
A little update coming in from me over on the B stream. We look at Ents taking on Bad News Eagles, but it was incredibly easy for Ents as they do manage to get a win on the board today, while B&E will be fighting for survival in the best of threes. Right behind me, we've got Outsiders going up against NIP. Now, it started off really good for Outsiders, 6-2. They've been playing that slow, steady style. It is Mirage that came into play, but Nib started to bounce back. They got a bunch of rounds on their CT side. We've swapped over to the second half. We have to see if they can get it done now and how this is going to play out. Let's wait and see.
Yeah, that one going down on the B stream is a much closer affair than what we had on that A stream to be closing things out. Obviously, you guys can head on over to the B stream, because once that match concludes, they will be announcing the matchups going into tomorrow. That's going to be the 1-1 matches and some winners and elimination matchups already, Alan. Tomorrow's going to get savage.
Oh, well, we're out of the way of the best of ones. Yeah, every game now.
Almost.
Is it every game? Yeah, probably the early ones tomorrow. But
you're not there.
I'm not there. I'll be in bed. By the time we get to the best of threes, at least, elimination or progression for every single one. And, of course, getting from challenges to legend stage is one thing. But for a lot of teams, getting into a major playoffs, that is like a career achievement. That is the bar a lot of these teams set for themselves. And when we're qualifying into those, that's where history is really written.
Yeah, Furia are tantalizingly close to making it as well, Peacemaker. We don't know their opponent just yet, but I believe as long as Outsiders don't win, then they'll be playing up against Big, and if Outsiders do win, then it's Cloud9. So, I don't know.
Pretty good matchup.
That's going to be a spicy one. Yeah, well, we will see exactly how it does pan out. Make sure you guys head on over to that B stream as well to see the matchups that are going to be ensuing tomorrow. Once that has concluded, we're going to conclude with our monster moments. We'll see you back tomorrow for more CSGO action. Date.
Liquid just got their ass handed to them.
Yeah.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
one. But S-Tag is starting to get up there as well.
Yeah, well, Fame is 23. He's doing him two better. Fame has had a great game with the M4. Flit and Jamin window. Flit's going to jump out into underpass and be aggressive. Brolin's going to be moving down mid quick. There's a chance for Flit to have impact in this round. Late flashbang. Perfectly timed late flashbang from Kicker. Activates him. Surely he gets taken down through the smoke. It was only a matter of time, and it's chaos on the map into a 4-on-4.
He did manage to throw that nade, even though he died for trying. So a lot of, or a little bit of damage at least, onto S-Tag back there. Rez also at top mid, feeling pretty beat up, down to 31 health.
That early engagement, though, chewed into a lot of the utility Outsiders brought into the game. They've got one flashbang left, 2 smokes, and an HE grenade for, what, a minute and 20 seconds when all of that was said and done.
Yeah. And NIP, 4 versus 4. Generally, we trade even like this, it's going to be favoring the T side. Picking up the bomb, and looks like they're going to be gravitating towards maybe just rotating around Rez, because he's so low on health that maybe he can pick up rotations through middle, but it's going to be hard for him to be the main focus of attack, right? He maybe could catch Fame coming through over on the catwalk, but everyone else from Outsiders is already kind of in the right position. I see Fame just slowly moving in there, maneuvering for it.
It's all down to this Palace play.
Yeah, it's got to be 25 seconds. Let's see if NIP can thread the needle one more time. If they can't, it's going to come to a halt really quickly here. 17 seconds, and they're going to be walking out again. No grenades thrown. They want to try and beat the timing, and they do get the refract on Jamin. It's not bad at all, but Kick it is down in shadow, and he'll pick up S-Tag, and Hampus, he can't do anything about it. Time has run out, and his teammates are dead. 14 to 12. Outsiders 2 rounds away from taking a step forward here.
Yeah, and putting in NIP in that dark hole of 0-2.
Yes, along with FaZe.
Along with FaZe.
Oh dear.
Yeah, you don't like that. 14-12. Off still in the hands of James. That's passed over. AK-47 on Hampus is the only rifle. They're going to half buy around it. No timeout taken from NIP. They're going to try and do this one on the fly. Round 27.
I mean, this time it's not a question about not using these. They almost have none on the NIP side. They're going to go straight for it. See if they can just battle it out in the middle, although they've already lost Rez, and Alexei's not that far from following him. One deep nade up there. I'm sure someone eventually will find a way to do it. It's kind of the wrong position, but I guess the M4 will do the job anyway.
Man, this half just spiraled completely out of control for NIP. Hampus has to create something right now. He's entirely shut down. Good shot from Norbert. The bomb, as on S-Tag, is trying to follow it up. 2 on 5.
Yeah, the back suffocating and being crushed by Outsiders. S-Tag and Brolin left. They've got an AK that they've recovered, and they're kind of walking around as a little team across the map.
That round 24, man, that was the one.
That's going to haunt them.
That was the round after a single victory. They had Outsiders the breaking point, that re-rotation back to the B bomb site. That's the one that allowed Outsiders to just move forward with supreme confidence and so much money beneath them. What a strong CT side this has turned out to be from Outsiders. And once again, it's Brolin and S-Tag to move up connector. Hoping for a miracle.
Probably more than one in this round, to be perfectly honest. Norbert's going to take all of that away from them. James on the follow-up, taking down S-Tag. It is 15 on the side of Outsiders. They're 1 round away. And you know what, just to bring it back a little bit to that 24th round, just so now we're talking about it, I feel like in another game, maybe you can try and leverage an accusation against NIP and say maybe they're overthinking the round, maybe they're thinking too much about things. But honestly, you're playing Outsiders, you kind of have to be. Like, I can't even really blame them for trying to say, well,
there is like some weird Outsiders effect. I feel like this way when I watch like Vitality as well, where I feel like everyone like Jane plays very differently against Outsiders than they do against like any other team. Whenever I watch Vitality play Outsiders as well, I'm just like, you guys are like, this is not the Vitality I'm used to watching. I feel like I'm seeing that out of NIP, although to be fair, we have far less information about what this NIP team is going to look like.
I feel like that is what's so sick about them, is that they actually force their opponents into this really uncomfortable space where you're almost forced to play by their rules, right? And because they've practiced all of those rules, like that's where they want to play.
Yeah.
They have such an advantage.
It's like fighting Freddy in the Nightmare Realm.
That's exactly right.
3-round lead. 3 chances for Outsiders to win this game.
Oh, boost up. Flick not connecting, unfortunately. It's a good idea. And they nearly got what they wanted.
Yeah, but now it's Outsiders with mid-control. Flit has moved all the way up to the ramp. Fame is on catwalk, Jame in window room. They have complete information of the middle of the map, and that allows them to be very mobile and very fast to rotate to both A and B.
NIP need 3 in a row, and I have no idea at the moment how they're going to try and get them. Alexi setting up a smoke towards that mid window, and I guess we'll see if that's just going to be a little bit of a fake. They're still leaning quite hard towards the B side. No real palace or ramp control, and with about a minute left on the clock, do you really want to try and retake that much space? There's the smoke. S-tag? Alright, they could maybe try and go middle and leave S-tag on the ramp. Although that is not the brisk start they could have had. Brolan out of the round. 4 versus 5. And we're down to 40 seconds, and this is time for NIP to do something in this round or simply lose the map to Outsiders. 4 versus 5.
S-tag's got the best chance.
Yeah.
S-tag's got the best chance. He's moved all the way up towards Cubby at the A bomb site. He's got to do something to alleviate the pressure on his teammates in middle. They've got way too many bodies focusing on them. Flit with one more. There's the pounce, but is it too late?
He's going to find a second one. It's a good opening. It might be possible, but James has shown up, holding that crossfire. He's trying to peek it out, but Rez is ready for it. I thought he was just going to jiggle it, but he actually committed to it. 9 seconds on the clock, and Fame started the run in, but it's on the other side of the box. Otherwise, it would have been a nightmare. Nice little peek coming out from Rez, finding his second kill of the round. And Norbert, they know where he is, but the wall bang to take him down. Oh no! S-tag in the back of the site, very low on health. And Norbert, he has got the kit, he's got the time. He's not stressed at all at the moment, and he's eliminating a lot of angles, and now he feels quite sure where it is, and S-tag, he can't stand up to it. He didn't have the help. 16 to 12. Outsiders, they find a way to choke NIP out of this game.
And it's a 5-round run from Outsiders. I mean, they just gained complete control of this second half. NIP's offense looked good to start, looked good a little bit in the middle by iTest, but they could not close out any rounds. That is a difficult loss to take, disheartening, as NIP dropped to 0-2, and there's some dangerous teams in that part of the group. And for Outsiders, 1-1, a nice recovery after loss earlier in the day. I'm excited for the draws. We're gonna go to a break. We're gonna get the desk. The draws for tomorrow's matchups are gonna come, and then we'll see you guys in the morning.
And there we have it, ladies, gentlemen, everyone at home. We cap off the inaugural day of the Legends stage here at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio Major 2022 with an outsiders victory over Ninjas in Pajamas. Ninjas now 0-2 in our Swiss format, outsiders 1-1. And we have a special guest joining us on the desk for a winner's interview with myself, Kassad, and Janko. You're going to see him shortly. Yes, the score was 16-12 on Mirage. And here is the man himself. Give it up for Fame. Congrats, mate, on the win. Pop. Yeah, crowd was going wild. Fame, how are you doing, mate? You feeling good after that victory?
Yeah, feeling good, but it was a lot of mistakes. We need to fix it, but we are happy that we won.
Okay, in which case, what kind of mistakes, if you can tell us about any of them?
It's hard to explain. We're just gonna watch our game and fix some little mistakes, you know, it's nothing big.
Nothing big, okay.
Yeah.
Of course, Janko, over to you in the studio.
I can think of one off the top of my head. The 5v3 against Pistols when they were sitting in the smoke. That was a tough one to lose, but luckily you guys were able to bounce back right after and win the round. Fame, it's your first major, man. How's it, and what a major it is to make your debut. How has it been for you, the whole experience? From start to finish.
Feeling great, but I really want to play in front of the crowd.
Of course.
We played already 5 matches, I guess, and always stream B. I hope next game gonna be in front of the crowd.
Did you hear that, ESL? Hear the wishes?
Yeah, because when we are sitting before the game, we hear every... Like,
can you hear it all from where you're
it's
sitting,
so,
Fame?
so
It's
loud.
crazy, right?
Yes, it's crazy. And looking forward to play in front of them.
Yeah, well, I hope that you get the opportunity to do that. Kassad, do you have any questions
yeah.
you'd like to go over with young Fame?
Can you tell us about like how happy or satisfied are you with the development of the team ever since you came in? Obviously, whatever happens on this event, even if you win it or not, I guess, how happy are you with this year and like the development of the whole project that you were brought into?
Oh, yeah, it's very nice, like progress by us. 5 or 6 months of work. We work really hard, and we can see that result is good, and we are trying to do everything that we can.
How is it for you personally as a player? Because, you know, it felt like after the change, Flit sort of stepped up into Yakinder's shoes in terms of the star player, but it seems like you filled up that void of what Flit used to do, right? In terms of being the second star, you seem to be playing better and better as time is going by. Are you starting to feel more comfortable within the team and also playing some of these, you know, tier 1 teams?
Yeah, I can say that, like, tournament by tournament, I'm getting more confidence and getting more comfortable in our game and everything. And it's really crazy year for me. First LANs, first everything, and we're gonna work as much as we can.
You've been smashing, man.
Yeah, Fame, so this year was your first year of playing on LAN as well?
Yes.
And it's your first year that you get to go to a major too. That must be...
Not many players can say that.
Not many players can say that. That's a really big achievement. Of course, eyes on the prize here, but are you proud of what you've been able to achieve this year as Fame and what you've done?
Little bit proud, but still, like, a lot of things to do.
Yes,
yeah.
of course, of course.
Of course, I'm proud, but yeah, I need to work more.
Well, you're doing
He's
fantastically.
aiming high, Pollard.
Yeah,
he's
but
ambitious,
he's already
as he
reached
should
big
be.
highs. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Kassad, Janko, anything else you'd like to ask Fame before we let him go and join Outsiders?
I think he's had a long day. I think we should
he
let
wants
him
to go home.
Yeah,
Get
that's
get
absolutely
some
fine.
rest.
Fame, once again, congratulations. 1-1 now in the Swiss format of the Legend stage here at the IEM Rio Major. Would you like to say anything to yours and Outsiders fans, the CS people watching at home?
Yeah, thank you guys for your support.
You've got the teammates behind you as well.
For
Fame.
everything, thank you, and I hope we can bring more like positive vibes for you because of our game.
Pala, change of plans. I do have something more to say now with Fleet and Kickers here as well. From what I can tell, early information, Outsiders are playing Spirit tomorrow in the 1-1 game. And from what I can see, It looks like it's on the A stream. So
Hey!
finally a stage game for the boys, and I'm hoping ESL doesn't throw me under the bus and then just switch something around. So I just gave
How have you got the inside?
So now I put them on the spot.
Did you get WhatsApp or did you see it online?
I just went to the
Okay, well,
page.
then whilst we've all got you here and I can pass you my headset, Fame, you should be on the A stream unless things change. You excited now to hear that? And Kicker, I'm going to pass this to you after I ask the question. And of course, Flip maybe can speak too. But what about Spirit as opponents? That's a big one. Make sure you get that one properly, mate. So Spirit as opponents.
As opponents?
Yeah. First match on stage as well.
It's our friends. It's a good CS team, so we are looking for a good fight. But I hope Brazilian crowd will cheer for us, not for Spirit.
All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I'll take those. Congratulations, Fame.
Thank you.
Fame, you can head off now, and I guess we'll do the rest of our segment. That was some nice ad-lib stuff there. Nice one on making it happen, Yanko. I'm just going to move my wire. Give me a sec, guys. Got some highlights up on screen. Yeah, big shout out to Outsiders. Thank you to Fame and the rest of them for joining us on the desk. Always nice to revel in the victories. On the other side of this equation, of course, I'm sure NIP right now, Casada, are not feeling very good. That's a tough loss. They're 0-2 right now.
Definitely. I didn't think they should be happy after this one. They had a decent opponent in the first and the second round. They managed to lose both games a long road in front of them. And I can say it again, the playoff starts tomorrow.
Yes, they are tomorrow. Now, Kasad Yanko has disappeared. What's going on with Yanko? I'll tell you what's happening, everybody. We've got a Yanko breakdown for all of you at home. Yanko, over to you for a particular round between NIP and Outsiders.
It's not the breakdown, Pala, that my haters are hoping for. This is actually a round breakdown. It's round 6, and I think this is very important, right? We need to keep eye on the score. So 2-3, it's a reset round. It's going to start not great for Outsiders, really. You know, Jamie is going to get pinned down behind the middle boxes. Molotovs, he smokes it off. He eats the nades. Great play there from NIP, right? 5v4 situation. But pay attention to this now. They're 5v4. Pay attention to the nades on these players. They're going to make the call to crunch mid. They lack information, so they have almost 5 players there. Aztec is the furthest one away. He's going to turn towards the B bomb site. And at this moment, you'll see where the rest of the players are for both T and CT. You can see Fame gets a great kill there. Now I'm going to just pause it right back here so you can see also the rest of the nades on the CT. So Brolin has a smoke and a Molotov. Alexi has a flash. There was a Molotov, I think, on Hampus. And that's Flit and Fame 2v4 in that area of the map. You can see further back, Kickers, he already jumped out of A-Apps. Norbert is out of Slope with the C4. And that's just now a 3v1. As you can see from all those trades, it was a little bit chaotic, but it ends up being a 3v1. Aztec is all alone towards the B bombs, and he's going to have to save. So the problem here was the timing of the push. They were 4v2 in that middle area of the map, but it was very uncoordinated from NIP. Also, with 40 seconds left, you know, I understand you want to go for information. I don't mind the call as much, but maybe use some of that extra utility. Throw the molly under window. Try to use the flash from some of the players on CAD to make it easier to go for the push instead of just sitting in the smoke. Flit and Fame, unlucky for NIP, 2 of Outsiders' best players. They just punish that push, and Outsiders avoid being reset. Instead, go on a couple of round win streak for themselves, and that really enabled them to have a strong first half.
Thank you, Yanko, for that breakdown. Yanko breakdowns. We need to get that trademarked, Yanko. And yeah, I think
Yanko
unlucky for Yanko Unchained. I think for NIP, as you said, unlucky for in this instance, but just overall, you know, they did not have the tools to do the work. Kassad and Yanko.
You know, when Outsiders, they play default T side, the usual response to that is a double op or a pushing middle. NIP has basically barely one op right now, so I don't think they can afford to. But, you know, and playing aggressive, it can be a little bit risky. So overall, I think Outsiders kind of strangled them with that default, and then the other side, on the other half,
I did have something cheeky when they picked up like the op on Aztec as well, and I was like, NIP putting the fear of God into Outsiders with the Res Aztec double op setup. But, you know, that wasn't the problem in this game for them. It was the economy, right? Losing a round like this where they couldn't get it going. and just some of those crucial rounds. Even, you know, they won that 3v5 in the second half and couldn't build on that in gun rounds, so fell a little bit flat. Outsiders got the best of them today.
Up next, our Air Force aim high, head to head. Let's see, who is it going to be? Hampus 21-18, and Fame, the young man who we had joining us on the desk, for Outsiders 24-16. Let me take a look at the scoreboard for a second. Check out the kill spread. Hampus, yeah, and Esatag 21-21. Brolan was a bit missing. We need that young gun firing if the NIP boys are to perform optimally. And then just quickly, Yank, on Outsiders, it was only Kicker that was
For Outsiders, you don't need to look. That's what I was going to say. They're always all close up there. You know, sometimes Flit is ahead of the rest. Kicker, yes, this actually, the whole major, he's been a little bit quiet, like, you know, on below average, you feel like, but still managing to find impact in certain rounds. And that's how Outsiders are set up, right? There's no hard roles. It's like depends a little bit on the rounds, but everyone needs to be able to do everything because they adapt on the fly. They adjust to their opponent, even within every round, not just the match as a whole. And that's what makes them annoying to play against, right? It makes it difficult to play against them because they will always try to go for the optimal play.
Now, if we have winners, it means we have losers as well. In this instance, it was NIP. Banks is down on the floor with one of the players from that team. It's Brolan.
After day one, NIP will find themselves in the 0-2 position. Brian, thank you for joining me to start off with here. I'm going to look at this in the positives, right? But it obviously turns into negative in the end. You win both pistols, you even get a conversion on your T side. You feel like you should have a good footing in this Mirage. But Outsiders, obviously, notoriously difficult team to play against. I look at the score, it was 12-11. You call the timeout. I think you guys knew you could break their economy at that point. Then you couldn't make it work. You couldn't fight back against them. What was missing for you in this game?
I think it was kind of stress in some key situations. I mean, I think like especially today we have been playing not the best CS, I would say. Like I think everyone can see it. But yeah, overall I think especially on that end of that T side we kind of. I mean, we had plans, but they are as well they are a really good team, and the shut was done on the plans we had. And yeah, I mean it's some CS sometimes the opponents are better than you, so it's just I think we did the right calls, but they just choose them, I guess.
And is it hard for you guys to judge kind of where you are as a team at the moment? Because obviously you've played Mirage with this full limelight since Alexi's come in only once. You had a great win versus Cloud9, which is something you can be positive in. But obviously, other than that, you've just got practice games to go off. So is it hard for you guys to understand where your strengths are?
Yeah, I think overall, like, we have only been playing RMR, as you said, and it's really, I think we played the Svenska Cupen in Swedish League. We had after RMR, and I think it's just kind of hard to read where we were, like with the wrestles and stuff on all maps. So yeah, that's kind of disappointing to go up in this day, especially because I think I will not say we're not ready, but I mean, it's just kind of, you don't know where you are, kind of like that. So yeah.
Would it be fair to say that you feel like a bit of rust, coming back into it?
Nah, not really. I mean, it's just I think we did it we always can do it better. I mean, as I said, we did not play the best CS today. It's a new day tomorrow. I mean, I'm really looking forward to it. So it's just gonna be really nice.
And best of three is obviously always better for sure. But in terms of that, with the practice you've had, the 2 events you've played, right, and then I know you had a boot camp, then you took a bit of time off before coming into this. So how ready are you across all your maps, and how comfortable are you as a team with everything with Alexi now?
I think overall, like Alexi is such a good in-game leader. Our staff around is really nice. We have everything we could have in this event. Yeah, we just need to show the results, I would say. So yeah, I mean, we were really ready to go into this tournament. I will say we had a boot camp, as I said, and it went very well. But yeah, I mean, I think the mental is coming a little bit too much with the environment, I would say, because it's just so much new things. Not only Brazil, it's the fans are crazy, and it's really nice, but I mean, it's just a new thing for people, I would say, especially for me as well. I've never been here, so yeah.
Well, hopefully you can bounce back tomorrow, Brian. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Banks and Brolan. I would like to talk about that NT4 a bit for everybody at home. As you can see on screen, our standings will be flashing by so you can take in what has happened so far. But yeah, in that interview, I don't want to put words in Brolin's mouth or tell you what he's feeling, but he looked very defeated, very low energy. I guess I'm not surprised, but
understandable.
Completely understand. It's just, I guess it's sort of tough to see him sort of trying to process exactly. It's amazing that he gave such coherent answers, actually, because he did really, he looked struggling to sort of figure out what's just transpired.
The thing is, like, that's understanding. After a good boot camp that he said, like, they were doing the right things, the right calls were in the game, and like you're down 0-2 on after the first day on the major that you have been waiting for so long, must be super disappointing and draining. And like I said, it's a long day for them, two like long games against the teams that are playing different style of Counter-Strike, and they managed to lose both of them. So I'm not surprised that he's disappointed, but that's how it works sometimes. You know, you can win them all, and you're in a tough situation a bunch of times. It's just you need to look forward. Tomorrow is another game. It's a best of 3, and
it's their first day at the major, right? I mean, they might be much better tomorrow. They're playing Sprout tomorrow, and it's a wild one here. Like, after these results at day one, there's a universe in which you could have all these teams in the 1-2 bracket. FaZe, NIP, Outsiders, Vitality, Navi, and ENCE. Like, this could they could all be in the 1-2 bracket. So you just have to kind of take it game by game, try to play your best CS. He was talking about, you know, distractions in terms of the environment. It's pretty wild.
First time in Brazil.
I tweeted out, it's like, there's nothing. Fury ENCE were the first game in the 0-0 bracket, right? There's nothing ENCE or their staff could have done to prepare the players for that environment. Like, there's no way. Like, you just have to come and experience it, right? And you might be able to, you know, rise to the occasion or whatever and handle it, or you may not be. It seemed like Spirit was able to handle it. They were up 10-1. How did the game end? They lost 16-13. So once, like, Furia started coming back in the second half, probably affected them a little bit.
It must be so overwhelming to be in that sort of situation.
It's mostly seen when you play against a Brazilian team, but it applies for whoever the crowd is favoring, which is usually the big names, your Simples, your Zywus, Crims. They recognize him. They cheered for Fnatic in the OG game or whatever the other day. So yeah, it's just something that you have to kind of figure out as you go.
It's funny you mentioned Crims, because if we're talking ends of the spectrum in Swedish Counter-Strike, Crims is one end in terms of pure veterancy and experience, and then Brolin, who at this point has been competing for a while, but we have to not forget, he's just 20 years old. As he mentioned, first time in Brazil, sort of traveling to a huge international event like this. If he was one of your players, Kassad, how would you try and swing him and his teammates' heads back into the right space for their match?
I would say open palm.
Well, it's not that extreme, but, you know, not far off. The thing is, like, you just keep players occupied with the goal that's in front of you. You just focus on the game, so your preparation, you just stick together all the time as much as you can. Just try to shut the noise off as much as you possibly can. Obviously, like Janko said, it's very hard to prepare for something like this that we experienced today and the previous days in the arena, because that's very unusual for esports. You know, it's not a football game, it's not a basketball game. Even though it's an arena, it's different vibe completely. We had different arenas in Cologne, in Katowice, in Sydney as well.
But every tournament, every other tournament, you ramp up. Like, you start in the gym or just right here, like in this sort of a setup, without even background noise. Like, yes, they're here, they're not at the stage, but they can hear, you know, they can feel the vibration. So that's also different, like, for every single player of this tournament.
Yeah, we can't stress that enough for everybody at home. I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record, but I keep bringing it up because where we are on this desk and the other desk, and where the players behind us that aren't playing on the stage are playing, we're just a few meters away from where that main stage action is happening, where the crowd is situated, and it's so loud. The tension, the drama, and the passion from the fans, you feel it in some way. I'm sure that is affecting some of the players. With that being said, everybody, we're almost done here. Let's take a look at our tournament update. No, sorry, not our tournament update. Our plans for tomorrow here on the B stream. So we've got a plethora of epic Counter-Strike. We're continuing the trend of amazing gameplay and action. You can see all the matches on screen. Some big ones there, everybody.
I breathe a sigh of relief, Paula, because Outsiders are not there on the first graphic. They're on the second graphic. That's the A stream. I didn't
got it right.
Single-handedly, I made this.
You made it happen.
I made this happen.
Janko,
But you're
yes.
opening the stream A with the Navi Liquid game on 1-1. That's going to be a spicy one. Just
Who do you think the crowd... Oh, okay, never mind. It's fine. We can leave that graphic. You guys have seen it at home.
And Furia big?
Yeah, Furia big.
That's a really good chance for Furia to book a spot in the playoffs.
And Furia...
As the first seed, as the highest seed.
What a message it would be to the international Counter-Strike community if Furia got through the Legend Stage 3-0.
And also a statement for my pick'ems.
Are they your 3-0 team?
Yes, sir.
Amazing. Yeah, we could potentially bring up the standings once again just to make sure all of you have seen them. We'll get them up on screen. Yeah, we had them before.
Big number one.
Interview, but if you guys on the desk want to say anything about them, any details stand out to you? The big fans, the big fan
listen,
of
man,
the Maui Snakes out there going crazy right now.
If you want to flip it that way and not talk only about Furia, I mean, look at Big. They could be in the playoffs tomorrow after beating Furia, who they already beat in the Challenger stage, albeit in a best-of-1 game.
You want to make a bold prediction that Big doesn't make it the top 8?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Pala?
I don't think
I'm never don't turn to me and say Pala.
No,
I'm a fence sitter.
If they don't beat Furia tomorrow, they're not making it.
Yeah.
Moving on to our second page. You can see the rest of our team.
Look at
Who
the number
would
16.
have thought?
But
look at us.
Look at the 1-1 bracket.
Exactly.
It's absolutely crazy. And also you're thinking FaZe and NIP are clear favorites in their 0-2 games. They should probably win, so they'll be in that 1-2 bracket. So that puts even more pressure on you in the 1-1 bracket to not lose that game because you have really good teams below you. And also, I think we're going to see at the end of this stage how much it will matter the fact that Cloud9, FaZe, Navi, and Vitality played each other so early on because that means they can't meet in these other phases, which means, you know, someone's going to get
eliminated.
You guys finish each other's sentences and everything. It's so cute. Any other final thoughts from you, Kassad? Yanko as well, but quick ones, guys. We've got to end the show.
Well, actually, Pala, have you heard about this new wave of...
Kassad, would you like to add anything at all?
I think Yanko said it pretty nicely.
Yes, Yanko had a brilliant summary there. Thank you once again, gentlemen. It's always a pleasure to be united with you guys on the desk. And everybody at home, thank you so much for tuning in. This is the Intel Extreme Masters Rio Major Legends Stage 2022. Tomorrow we've got even more epic Counter-Strike action. And we will see you all then. Thank you for joining us. Much love and peace.
They say it's bad news for the Eagles, but it's the Spirit side that are struggling so far. CT half, 7 rounds. You would be happy on a lot of maps, not on Ancient. A beautiful beginning to the game for Spirit with some great reads on those A attacks, but eventually some clutches come through, some ecos get won, some deeks land, and B&E are back in business.
Hell yeah, they are. So let's see, will we be crossing over to the Spirit realm or soaring high with the Eagles in this second half? 3 in the donut. That's 3 Eagles in the donut. 5 Spirits over towards main.
Ghoulish.
Main's going out. Smokes land. They try to block the one in donut, but it didn't really go too well for Juan Flatro. He blocked it just right where they wanted it to go.
Here, let me help your lineup. Yeah, okay. This is an interesting round. Smoke kit on Scenari. Can't die in spawn. Might die in
it
spawn.
would suck to lose it here.
Yeah. Oh. Getting awkward. Magic's close. They know he's here. They got him trapped, and Scenario will isolate the fight and even get out. Forget Temple. You're going in from CT spawn. You need that kit on the site. Smoke will come through. Patsy gonna have to spam. He is gone. Re-gone. Spammed. They're already sticking it. They're already sticking it. And this shot's missed, but just saved by the bell. Siren picks up the kill. He's sticking again. Now he's off it. No kit. No chance. Spirit win it. Only just. There was a second left on that defuse when the smoke spam comes through from Siren. My goodness. That's how close the rounds were in the first half, though, Harry. They're going to continue.
Yeah. Bloody good thing that they just kept spamming the smoke, right? Like, I think once you put that many bullets in from that many different angles, it's quite tempting to assume it's a fake. But thankfully, Siren did just keep going with that. Really, really wanted to turn whoever was in that smoke into Swiss cheese. And now Team Spirit fast up through the lane. They want to try and take Cave away. Juan Flatro is here with the 5-7. Good position for it. GXX even throwing up in this boost with the scout over at long.
Oh, smokes come down just in time, and the spam as well. These 5-7s raw to life. Going through? That's crazy. Juan Fletcher will choose not to instead. 5-on-4. Keep that advantage. The gun's not been taken. It can't be with the smoke down. But Spirit are just being forced to execute into B. They have nothing else. They have to go looking elsewhere now if they wanted to leave. But it doesn't seem like they will. Checking their flank, ensuring that B&E aren't full stack to B, and they are correct. Only 3 CTs here. But with that 5-on-4 presents an opportunity for B&E. As the smokes come down.
That's a big tag. Magic's that much weaker now. Him and Patsy still good for the openers, though. Synopsy, what is going on there? Smoke was in the way, but you wouldn't know. Wouldn't have known it. Finds one with the Deagle, and a 3v3 now presents itself. The response from Bad News Eagles might be able to come through here and now. They win this force by Chopper. Set up this cross tag, but it goes both ways. Patsy's going to spam Regon out, and Magix, who was tagged down, the 10 points of health earlier on by this scout, has still been putting up numbers. Patsy joins in right at the closer, and it's all 5 kills from just 2 players on Team Spirit.
Yeah. Great slowdown as well, right? The re-execute into B, they don't doubt themselves at all. And B&E, it's the paranoia on both teams. While Spirit are checking flanks, B&E, who were at 1.45 stacked towards B, they go, well, they've gone cold now. We don't know that it's still B. And they even pull out the bomb site, lose 2 picks. Suddenly you're smoked off, the round's done.
Yeah, I always think it's very impressive how in those sorts of rounds, Spirit can seemingly go a player down and still recover. I think, you know, whenever you kind of see force by rounds get really weird, it's when you don't get that trade if you lose the first man. You know, when you're kind of forced to play out a 4v5, that's normally where all the problems occur. And yet Spirit, it feels like a real strength for them. It's like they don't really want to attempt the trade. They don't really want to take that risk. And instead, Chopper's more about taking those calculated risks a little bit later on, right? And stalling it out. A real staple of this Team Spirit squad. And it just makes them a very, very safe bet, being able to recover in moments like that.
Yeah, this round should be a wipe for Spirit. They should have no problem brushing it under the rug. Deal with it later. Pistols getting prodded. And 10 rounds locked in off of the plant. Synopsy on a late flank. Could try and save his armor or get a gun if they exit his way. And so a bit of patience as he hopes for a mistake. But Spirit, if they are going to save, they should save together. They should be able to trade this kill. And no one dares delve into the T-spawn. So that's it. 10 rounds. BNE coming in with their first full buy on the CT side. They got a little robbed, did BNE, of both pistol rounds, both in very good positions, and neither of them won. Both of them converted by Spirit with 2 rounds at the start of the half. This time it's 3. And now BNE have the big guns. Oh, Chopper giving the Mac 10. Wonderful, we'll throw that over, so some things never change, huh? Great time for a timeout as well, coming into what is an extremely important round for the momentum alone. If Spirit win it, they just start streaking. They start running away with this map, Harry.
Yeah, Bad News Eagles are fully aware of how important this one is. They know it could all start to turn sour very, very quickly if it goes against them here and now.
And as I said earlier, even though BNE came in with an 8-round T-side, phenomenal. Spirit, if you actually look at their numbers on this map, that's one of the most shocking parts. They don't play it a huge amount, but 52% of the rounds they win are on T-side. That's rare.
And I think, you know, Chopper is and always has been like a real kind of mastermind on this side of things. You know, it's pretty scary. Even the fact that we're on Ancient, right? That was like the big discussion. It's like clearly Spirit are prepped, clearly they're prepared, they're feeling confident that they can face BNE on BNE's best map. So I think we're going to get to see a real breadth of ideas on this T side. This one, though, pretty simple. They've lobbed all this util over towards A, and they're trying to use Bad News Eagle's strength against them. These A plays. Synopsy with 1. Oh, the openers go back the other way in an instant. Chopper and Siren able to break apart this side of the map. They leave Siren here. That bomb turns around. Siren continues to sell the A play and finding. Oh my goodness, they're coming through middle.
He's going to hear them.
He hears them now. That's 1. The bomb was almost second in. Siren is super low. Chopper's looking worse for wear. Chopper's actually committed to crossing mid, which is just mind-blowing because he has the bomb.
That's crazy.
That's one hell of a read to have made to just call the bluff on Scenari.
Yeah.
But it has opened up a route to the B plot at least.
That is so damn risky, Harry, to swing that, to climb up, right? You're so convinced. I mean, you heard him run Donut, but even then, you could have taken the guaranteed path through spawn. No, he wanted the timings, and Siren is set up in CT as well. Chopper tucked in the corner, will get cleared, and that's the round for Team Spirit. Would have loved the knife, but we'll take the kill anyway. 11-8. That is a stolen round by Spirit. Wow. This has been the best BO1 of the tournament, and we're not done.
That's actually crazy. Like, that's the equivalent of being on like 20 in blackjack and then just doubling down and pulling an ace. Like, how have you done that? That's not meant to happen.
Oh, I love that rotate out. Forgetting, you know, even the play that he makes in middle, like the call to leave Siren in the site and to rotate out is so nice for Spirit. The last thing BNE were ready for. And if that bomb went first, it's the round over. And Spirit, they know they've cracked that A site open. They can do it again. Using BNE's book against them. Ooh, caught. Here's Rigon. Smoked down, but he should just be dead through it. Chopper will find that spray. And these pistols really have no way of getting involved once the smokes are in place for Spirit. They stick the safest plant possible in the open. Oh, I say that through the smoke. That will work. Fatro's going to go through as well on the tag. He misses his spray. That was a great opportunity presented, but instead it will all get pulled apart. Unstitched. Where did Chopper's gun go? He's got it.
Found it.
This is where Spirit run away, honestly. We need something out of BNE, and I don't see a reason for Spirit to stray away from this A site. You know, they might even like do some B default and go back into a late A play or something, because
it's
free.
It's kind of insane. It feels like I don't know. I've never really known anything like it when it comes to this Spirit squad. How they're able to take what is the strengths of teams and suddenly, you know, they're almost able to like mimic it and do it better than you ever could. The fact that we saw Bad News Eagles go for so many of these tried and tested A plays on their T side, and you know, to a pretty like mixed bag of results. In spite of winning out that first half towards the end, it was like a slow start in these attempted A plays, and now we have Spirit, you know, running them back, but really off to the races from their first attempt at it. And you know, we kind of talked about them at last major. We talked about some of the matchups there, and I think that was like one of the biggest takeaways from the Furia one. It's like, mate, you're kind of playing Furia style almost better than Furia could at all at that major. Now, taking Bad News Eagles on a Bad News Eagles best map and mimicking some of their ideas, they're up in the lead at 12-8.
Oh, this is a nice take of lane. But Magix has been spammed, actually, yeah. Scenario gets him from the ramp side. Mid lost in the process, but the nades will land and put two players on half, and they'll get finished off with ease. Rigon dead to the orb. 2 on 4. A chance to break back into this B bomb site, in all fairness, but the more time that goes on, the more B&E get adjusted and rotate back in. Scenario's even sneaking through CT just in case someone has the site. They do not, and Flatro has now confirmed that. Oh, Scenario just in time gets pitched into the corner.
But oh my god, it doesn't save him, does it? Chopper with the opener. Second man not known about, unaccounted for. One Flatro might be in the position to win the whole damn thing, and yeah, Chopper looking the wrong way. One Flatro out of ammo. This has gotten a little closer than maybe it ever needed to be. Oh man! 1 versus 3 down to the 1v1, and wonderful. Oh, he doesn't know. Hang on a moment, hang on a moment. Now he knows, and that's a quick turn. Stylish as ever, and 4 in the round for Wonderful. What a clutch.
This kid is the real deal. That is a freakish clutch, Harry. I do think he doesn't know. His team are probably screaming in his ear, ramp, no cave, no ramp, cave. And he just turns. Couple of guns swapped out and shot.
Mit dem neuen Google Pixel 7 und Pixel 7 Pro kannst du deine Fotos ganz einfach bearbeiten. Mit dem magischen Radierer. Einkreisen, antippen, fertig. Lass störende Elemente verschwinden mit dem Google Pixel 7 und Pixel 7 Pro.
Tausch diesen Winter Stiefel gegen Badeschlappen, Schaufel gegen Shuffleboard und Eiszeiten gegen Auszeiten. Erleb beim AIDA Sommerwinter, auch in der kalten Jahreszeit, entspannte Reisen in den Süden. Auf nach AIDA.
Liebe Mitbürgerinnen und liebe Mitbürger.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
Der Winter kommt.
Energie ist knapp und teuer.
Es hilft zu sparen, wo es geht.
Wir können alle unseren Beitrag leisten.
Und erneuerbare Energien im eigenen Land ausbauen.
Damit wir Freiheit bewahren und unser Klima schützen.
Lasst uns alle zusammenhalten. Damit wir gut durch den Winter kommen.
Jeder Beitrag zählt.
Ob bei Entzündungen, Bläschen oder wenn die Zahnspange drückt. Mit der Kraft der Kamille hilft Camistat-Gel schnell, jung und alt bei Schmerzen im Mund. Camistat, kamillenstark für jeden Mund. Jetzt neu, Camistat Mundspray und Camistat Mundspülung. Zu Risiken und Nebenwirkungen lesen Sie die Packungsbeilage und fragen Sie Ihren Arzt oder Apotheker.
Gute Neuigkeiten.
Die Zeit ist gekommen.
Bist du bereit?
Die neue Staffel der Simpsons ist da.
Ay, caramba.
Ziemlich verhaubert. Liebling, was ist los? Du siehst aus wie das, was ich jeden Morgen im Spiegel sehe. Die brandneue Staffel und alle anderen Folgen. Jetzt nur auf Disney Plus streamen.
McCain Street Fries. Knusprige Pommes mit Soßen, die du lieben wirst. Street Fries von McCain. Jetzt noch mehr drin für noch mehr.
Out the last, you could see that coming together as soon as the ammo ran dry for Flatro. Wonderful, unbelievable clutch to, I think that wins the game. I think that kills you. That kills any belief, any chance of coming back. Chopper is mind blown. And I think B&E are as well. That kills it.
Yeah, dude, considering, like, you know, the round was right there.
Yeah.
He was planting the bomb.
Yeah.
One Flatro had him. That should have been the moment. The second that Wonderful lands that quick shot and, you know, his blood gets pumping, the adrenaline's coursing through him. It's really hard to put a stop to it. And Bad News Eagles, you can't even begin to imagine what this is like. There's nothing but successes back in the Challenger stage, but to open up Legends might be a pretty sour one to start on.
17 years of age, man. How much young talent has come through Spirit in these last 2 majors?
It's so insane, isn't it? Like, Chopper is just the, you know, the master splinter of Counter-Strike.
The grandfather of CIS-CS. Unbelievable. And I think a lot of people were expecting a lot of pressure on Wonderful and had questions on whether he would perform with everything going on outside of the server. Well, he's put a lot of them to bed already. Here to make a name for himself. Spirit 3 rounds away from an opener in the Legends stage. Already 0 util, 1 flash and a spam. That flash is now gone, picked up by Sceneri, but forget it. Reaggro is nice. It's going to catch B&E some information. Backstab. Whiffed.
Oh.
And now Spirit had that A site. Only 1 man in the way.
That's super awkward as well, because seeing that is only going to make you pick up the pace. It's only going to make you go faster. So Regon and Synopsy really needed to work some magic here. And with Regon knocked out, Synopsy smoked off. That plant will come through. Siren, bit of a whiff there. And maybe that gives Bad News Eagles a way back in.
Yeah, they're low health, but that pick with the orb changes things, changes the tune, turns this one on its head, 2-on-2, no kit, big flank, and this orb can end it right now. Wonderful, he's already pulled off more. And they haven't even tapped it, they haven't forced a fight, he's not moving a muscle, this flank is just coming in. They've already lost a round of time alone, and Chopper is here to guarantee that fact. Fast on the flank, GXX has to save, and Spirit find 14.
Poor mate. I mean, you know, with Bad News Eagles there, I think you can really, really tell the kind of pressure of this getting to them. The realization that this one is really starting to fall away from you. And maybe it's already too far gone, right? So flustered in the 2v2 that, as you say, they never even tap the bomb. They never even force that fight from Wonderful. They hope that he's feeling the pressure in the same way they are and that he's going to make a mistake. But if he's showing us anything today, it's that mistakes aren't really in his wheelhouse right now.
And the question I brought coming into this game, right, like, would Spirit fare as favorites? Would they be fine coming in cold, having not played any matches? Even Magic showed some worries with the interview with Heku in the pregame, right? B&E just rolled their way through challenges. Oh my God, to make matters worse, the Magic's put to 5. But despite those questions, for individuals and for teams as a whole, it's not been a problem today. No defensive rounds yet for B&E.
And for the Bad News Eagles, you know, the big question now I'm going to have is you've been riding the high of momentum throughout the Challenger stage, right? And I think you know, you really wanted that to continue coming into Legends. The question for me is like, if you take a fall early on here, if you go a loss down to open up, can you bounce back from that? Do you have that ability? Do you have that resilience? That's going to be the big test. Regon doesn't even want to have to think about that question. He's opened up in this round and sent him away from A-Main for now. But Patsy on this little mid lurk brings us back into a 4v4. Now Wonderful tips the scales in favor of Team Spirit. What was once a good start for Bad News Eagles suddenly is a really nice looking round for Team Spirit. They're wrapping this A site. The net is closing. Bad News Eagles are starting to think, well, hang on a moment, where's this mid lurk gone? And Patsy's all the way through, for crying out loud. He's joined back up with the main players. He's not even flanking anymore. He's coming from where everyone else was. And then left scratching their heads. How did he get there? It doesn't matter. No time to think about it, because Team Spirit are on to 15.
Match point, best of one opener. We took momentum, Harry. You took B&E. Well, now it's in the pocket of Spirit. If they can close this game quickly, they can just run on into the next round.
And I tell you what, man, if they're the Bad News Eagles, the Chopper is the cuckoo of Counter-Strike.
Yeah?
Yeah, he really is. Like, you know, kind of blending in, mimicking their style, and then devouring the young. One round away, Hugo.
Feels inevitable. I mean, since that wonderful clutch, how the hell do you lift your head back off and still survive in this series? Again, a weak buy, a lack of kit, util already out of the round, 2 smokes left. You can throw whatever you want at them. Can you stop Spirit? Ghostly presence into middle, silent as they sneak out, no util. Bomb rotating back to B. 3 CTs here, and even a 4th starting to move over to consider this red flank that has come through in multiple rounds already. Oh, I think he saw him. Magic might know. Flatcher can't escape surely. He's trying to throw nades, fiddling around. They run him down, and that might be the first domino to finish this game.
And I mean, once again, like Spirit, they don't even move. They barely even react after getting that. They line up all this util, they wait till they want to go. They've lobbed it in. That's a nice resmoke over here towards ramp, and actually you don't have the utility to like go at this again for Spirit. You know, if you wait for this smoke to fade, your smokes are also faded by the time you're pushing. So you might have to try and go through. Wonderful, they're actually coming to him, and that's the last thing you wanted. Bad News Eagles try to bring the fight to Spirit, and Spirit wait with the reply. One hell of an opener from the Spirit squad. They steamroll the Bad News Eagles to open up on Bad News Eagles' best map.
Liebe Mitbürgerinnen und liebe Mitbürger.
Der Winter kommt.
Energie ist knapp und teuer.
Es hilft zu sparen, wo es geht.
Wir können alle unseren Beitrag leisten.
Lasst uns alle zusammenhalten, damit wir gut durch den Winter kommen. Jeder Beitrag zählt.
You've always had my back when I needed you. I know you'll keep Gotham safe.
Let's finish what Bruce started.
away. Exertion with numbers that we've never seen. It's all coming together here in Rio, and we've all come back with a day's rest. It's time to pop off on the Legends stage. Yeah. So here we go, Mo. Team Liquid and Maus duking it out on Inferno.
Yeah, I really love this part of the day, adjusting my monitor to how loud the crowd is to make sure all the levels are correct for the energy, and I always undershoot. It is loud in here already.
OC's up first. He's going to find himself the kill towards Boiler. Nap comes in, throws himself at the gunfight. We've got the recovery, though, from Maus. It was that deep apartment push. JDC attacking it from the other side. You know, Nap, he came out to help OC on Boiler, but that actually just opened up the flank inside apartments. This looked like it was all Team Liquid for a moment, and there's little bits of health left for Maus to finish off, but we're going to need a retake in the very first round. And Yikinder, who has been absolutely world-class as of late, is not able to get that first clean one. So it's going to fall onto the NA-IGL. Such little HP left to deal with here. And Frozen's pinned into the backside. Nitro loses the duel. And we've got Maus with what I'll call a recovery in the pistol.
Yeah, they bounce back and make it happen. So, of course, the tone is set here by the crowd. There's a lot of Liquid fans out there. Elige, of course, very proficient in Portuguese himself. And I think he'll be a fan favorite moving forward. Team Liquid, the story of this is, you know, the team that's had a very low resistance run into Legends versus a team who we know are ranked higher, probably favorites, but don't have experience right now on the stage setup in front of the crowd. Not to say this is a roster that would get nervous or anything, but this is a sizable crowd for someone even like Yikinder, who we know is going to be comfortable, but still, there are questions to be asked.
OC's hitting shots. Gets an opener as Yikinder gets aggressive down middle, done a ton of damage, so you can't tell me Maus will be comfortable with no matter how this one goes or where they head. They're going to go scout out the top of Banana first and foremost. And over here, we've got Elige boosted up. We've got Nitro holding contact.
Already a position where you'd rather be Team Liquid. I mean, these Deagles will one-shot the two low players. MP9, everything is a real threat. So it's kind of hard to scare the CTs when you're in this position. You know that you've already given them 2 clear tags. But they've caused the rotations, actually. The overstack towards the B site with the smoke going down. It's a risk here for Team Liquid. I don't think they're going to get off of this. So it comes in the direction of Nafly, who is hunting, but he actually might... Okay, he's going to hear some of the nades, and he takes one down. And now you can kind of beat them to the end of halls, which is scary for Maus. But Liquid are very far away with their pack.
So Naf doesn't have to rush this. Again, calming the entire way. The big picture here, very clear for Team Liquid. The little bits of health left on Dexter will be enough to plant as his 2 rifles give good cover. JDC wins that duel, but it does cost him health. So again, just shaving off the chances of Maus's conversion. Another smoke, that could bode well. Elige immediately has to turn attention back towards the side of Boiler, and we're gonna have a 3-player retake up from short, or never mind, Elige waits. He's going to wait that smoke out, try to squeeze through, but JDC up on the apartments. He's going to fall to the scout, no real opening in. Already OC starts to peel back, and Elige is just going to go for exit. So Maus do manage to get by Naf as he was left on his own for so long. They'll find that second despite the damage and the frags.
It's a very hard round to win right there when they're low, so they do a good job of selling the smallest fake over towards the B site, and that is one thing. It is easier to influence rotations when the other team has pistols, but that was almost a situation where Liquid would be comfortable splitting up 2-2 and waiting after especially hearing and seeing these things. So Nafly nearly makes this possible again by keeping on to like the most important post-plant position, but JDC, once he finds this trade, actually takes that spot as well. And maybe a little bit more patience there out of Naf would have been welcome. But for Maus Sports, they'll be, I think, quite pleased with themselves. You do have to hold your nerve in those spots.
Now a chance at something easier. Exertion gonna run that MAC-10 into the B site. OC's scout, which has found its target a couple of times already, will be dropped by JDC. Gives cover as, of course, Exertion goes on that tear forward. Nice double entry here on the B site. It's the Hail Mary for Team Liquid. No flash, just the smoke on Elige if they wanted to try to block off Banana, but Exertion, again, just on skates. Fast as can be with that MAC-10. They're going to chase down these frags, make a little money, and continue to grow what is a strong start here from Maus's T side. Fired up from the first stage of the Major, and already, you know, striking down rounds from Team Liquid.
And also, Mouse. Of course, they've got the Brazilian-themed jerseys on. They never actually played against a Brazilian team on stage, one of the few teams that kind of narrowly avoided it. And you play only 3 games, then, of course, you have the best chance to do so. But this will be the first time they've got the crowd kind of going for the other team as well. And we know that doesn't necessarily matter. I mean, we've seen like most of the South American teams have already fallen. I think most of the natural results have already come through. There are not too many weird things. You know, it might have been hard to see like a BNE 3-0, but it wouldn't have been hard to see BNE getting through. And the same thing can be said about Mouse Sports. So overall, the system usually ends up working out, kind of despite who's a fan of yours out in the audience.
Oof, man, solo Nitro B-site. Team Liquid reading into something here. And Mouse, if they just follow through with this slow crawl, they are going to find an incredibly compromised B-site.
Yeah, and they're leaving JDC here, who he could smoke off Arch or try to lurk up really late quietly as the attack comes in, but this is going to be a low telegraph play for Mouse Sports. Smoke comes in very quickly. Nitro holding his utility as long as possible, but he's let him through.
Yeah, they're past it. Frozen gets cut off, but we've got that Mac 10 on Dexter. And then he throws the smoke in. Nitro gonna spam expectant of Dexter, and oh man, loses to the Mac 10 point blank.
Yeah.
Took too many shots on the spray. Gun was half empty by the time Dexter presses through, and now with the flashbang, he's going to go in for second servings. Yakinder's in the smoke. We've lost OC in the meanwhile. Yakinder will find that point-blank frag, but Exertion's going deep on tree, and we've got Mouse just chopping down that B site with not even a sweat on their brow.
Yeah, seriously.
Way too easy.
Way too easy. So that was a huge gamble, right, to play to 4 on A and no banana control whatsoever.
And JDC's not going to give them space. Comes up through the arch side. They think they're transitioning into the 2-man save. We've got Yakinder on OC's op, just trying to move it to the next one. And there is no sanctuary for him. JDC, sharp couple of kills to give Mouse a clean sweep and a 4th.
It's a little bit worrisome on that pistol round. It was it didn't look too good from Nitro aim-wise on this kill as well. He runs out of bullets, but he has, you know, Nitro usually is going to be able to get the punish there. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's playing his best CS at the moment, but it's still early on in the day. But yeah, that is something that the team that we're watching here cleared the last stage, got lots of experience overall, played a ton of rounds, got the nerves off if there were any. And in that sense, it's not home field advantage because, again, the crowd's going for Liquid, but they've getting accustomed to your environment is definitely important. So no questions about them. And Exertion shooting over a 1.40 rating in the Challenger stage is just absolutely absurd numbers. The last addition to this team to come on, and it seemed like come on a little bit late just because of some role overlap, but they made it work. And I talked to him yesterday, and he said that there was not that much role trouble, and he's playing almost similar positions to how it was on Mouse NXT, and clearly it's working really well.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shame, right? When the original swap started to happen with Mouse, I was quite surprised to see JDC get that call up when Exertion was really kind of touted as that hard hitter from the NXT team. Rolls, again, as you mentioned, just kind of slowed down his approach, but it really was an inevitability, and it's really cool to see him just slot in at the major, instantly in the first stage, making a name for himself. We'll see if he can continue with it. Tries to take a peek towards mid, no contact. Team Liquid, pistols stacked up. Going to use those smokes to maybe just burn down time. It's the same 4 stack as the last, but now it's no rifles, Liquid.
Yeah, you have to wonder what the idea was last time if they're just playing very gambly. It's not actually like Liquid to do that, to play on low information all the time. On this pistol round, of course, it won't matter as much. And in fact, it might encourage the T's to come over towards the A site, but they have a full split. So if Mouse plays this well, it should be okay.
Nap goes through. Ooh, gets a shot to the shoulder. OC from the back site. Connects with the Desert Eagle, but they know there's more bodies in here, and so Mouse will be very cautious as they come through, clearing everything, and Elige still continues to put up a fight, but not for much longer. Frozen alleviates the pressure. Beauty of a tap from downrange. Yakinder keeps this one alive, albeit desperate, but alive. Op crosses towards pit. Torji takes a dink.
Don't look at Yakinder.
Yeah. That'll make you wobbly in the knees, but that nade, well, puts Yakinder in the exact same boat. Presses through smoke, dies out to Frozen. 5-0 start for Mouse.
Yeah, quality of rounds is fine right here for Mouse. Basically, they're playing well enough. On this anti-eco, the spacing is absolutely perfect, and all danger is avoided with this first kill, which is the third leg to the split. Mouse Sports, there's something to be said about stacking a sight on a pistol round, but if you have absolutely no aggressive positions whatsoever, and they make full use of whatever free map is there, then of course the advantage is going to go to the T side to keep those long distances and make sure to pick off those pistols without giving them too many openings.
OC thinking about the mid pick. Got to be careful with Torzy around. Oh, got to be careful. Yakinder doesn't even show skin through the smoke, through the wall, through the eyes. The Latvian star has been dropped pretty quickly. And that's with adding a piece into this B setup. We've still got Nitro at the front of it. Elige trying to set him up to succeed. That op keeps hunting. Where's the flash? Elige still holding.
Yeah, and Elige, he actually has two flashes. They're not letting one go early.
Up and over. Nitro just the first. Flashbangs never come through to help him. It's just a matter of timing. Ooh, gap on the smoke. Elige, if he peeks into that, yeah, he's gonna get caught by exertion. I don't missed smoke.
Yeah, I don't know if he tried to line up and missed, or if he free-handed it and it got caught on a wall. But that is the round right there. So that is an error that gets amplified, of course, by somebody waiting for any kind of mistake to come through. An opportunity for Mouse Sports and a clean close. And I feel like there are a little bit of there's some sticky hands going on right now when it comes to getting rid of utility. Nitro, when he was up on coffins, didn't want to shoot his Molotov off too early, and then when it was too late, he let people through. If you did throw it in a little bit earlier, you could have had a better rotation into the site, could have had supporting flashes from CT spawn. And sometimes when you're not feeling super loose, then you're not going to be in tune with when you should just get rid of your grenades. And right now, Mauser are doing a good job of punishing them when they're holding too long. And in this spot, when they're just straight up missing. And now more CTs die in the post.
Both players. JDC gets them again, just like he did that one time in CT spawn. He just cleared out the op as well. Yo, Liquid just took a drop kick to the chest at the end of that, as they're going to just go spiraling back into the pistols.
Yeah, it was a nice lineup from Torzy, just waiting for that spam to come through.
Superb.
And we looked at Mouse playing against Outsiders on Inferno, and it was a really, really one-sided game. But it was also a map that, with Outsiders, we don't know exactly where the map pool is right now. They're barely playing anything.
Yeah.
And it's their one loss on Inferno, so we don't know if they're going to, in the future, try to avoid it, work on it, or whatever. It's kind of a weird way to measure how good or how bad the map was for Mouse. When I think it was like a 16-6 game. But we do know they're comfortable still. But this should not be a pain point for Team Liquid. They, of course, are quite happy here.
Not only getting these exit kills, but 11 and 2. Right from the pistol, when he's able to get himself up through the apartments, we get his impact.
Last Inferno, he's top of the board as well.
He was also the Colex player to watch. Dinko just kind of alluding to his impact and whether or not it could continue here into the Legend stage. Well, the first 7 rounds have his name written all across them. Singular M4 here for Yakinder. Never even got a chance to shoot back. Last round won't here either. Frozen, insta headshot. As he comes around the corner, Elige is up next. And that Desert Eagle damage still not enough. Frozen with the 2K can walk away from what is this half-buy from Liquid. Maybe they let Naf go unchecked, but not even. JDC Cerebral turns and gets him. And now as Nitro just tries to peel back with that A1S, Mouse will find an open A site for the 7 rounds straight.
Yeah, John is frying right now with the cleanliness of the kills. Open sites getting picked, and Mouse out of Challengers had one of the best T sides to talk about, which was really cool because almost everybody else in the game is struggling on their T sides. What's interesting on Inferno, they have 58% win rate on T side and just under 50 in the last 2 maps on CT. So they're getting way more of their rounds on the attack. Team Liquid must be feeling pretty shattered right now. When Elige did his interview with James just now, I heard a lot of conviction in his voice, a lot of confidence, feeling very good about the boot camp. So They said their map pool is feeling solid. They respect Mouse, but they already have a 2-0 win over them.
Recent as well.
So there's no reason why Liquid would come into this match thinking, oh, this is going to be a one-sided game or that we'll even lose. They probably feel very good, especially getting Inferno in the first place. But they are waking up to a very fresh-faced Mouse. And I'm not going to say Liquid are playing their best right now. We've seen some crucial errors, I think, in the setups. Overly passive, a little bit too gambly, bit of weird decision making on an individual level in those couple of Nitro rounds. The missed smoke from Elige. That might be a few too many mistakes to be able to stomach versus Mouse, who feel good and look good at the same time.
Yeah, it's double whammy of, you know, some of Liquid's individual moments not looking too hot, and then just, you know, strategic placements.
Yeah, even that demo kill from Torzi, I mean, he holds on to that car peek from Yukinder punish. That straight off, and whenever you get killed like that, it'll just make you think about everything that you're doing in the future. How much do they know about me?
Yeah.
They read my book?
Who am I?
Why did I write that book?
What can I do to change things? That's what Team Liquid need, an absolute shift into what would be their first gear. Engine sputtering at the moment. Meanwhile, Maus have rolled up in the Ferrari. 7-0 straight. Frozen gets ahead of the smoke. We've got that three-player Liquid set up to Banana yet again. And they're going to continue to pressure this. They haven't shied away from it. They've just not been successful in getting kills because Frozen is simply sharper. Back-to-back 2Ks from him. He tries to chase down OC. That's 3 from Frozen. And now he's going to follow through. JDC's been taking all his kills, and Frozen single-handedly dismantles what is another emphasis on this B site. Team Liquid cannot stop them, cannot stomach this. Elige, his second kill of the map, as he at least puts down Dexter in that bomb, but all it's gonna do is piss off Frozen. He's gonna come deeper onto Tree, hunting the ace. He'll be stopped by Naf, but still 4 substantial kills, and what will be another freebie. Bomb gone to A. Naf, you may save, but that is all that you will find here.
Yeah, you've just been lured into a site that's open so that you can stay there. That is such an unreal round from Frozen. The Prince of Banana with that one. That was just Shades of Freiburg all the way through. So beautifully done. Played that entire situation to perfection with all of his peaks, and even the op that reaggressed, he made sure to shoulder on a tighter angle close up to make sure that OC realized that he was being waited for the entire time. It definitely affected his aim. That was disgusting. It's simple as just smoking the molly, waiting for a window flash, swinging with it, taking the first duel so fast that you have time to deny the refrag as well. And I think the goal there for Mouse is to get a kill and hide, or get a kill and do some damage, but not for Frozen to win Banana entirely by himself. And that is the other crazy part about Mouse. You know, they're missing Shane, they're missing Shuhei, but if Frozen is the guy instead of Shane, for example, Frozen is still the best player on the team, right? So Frozen is still the best player on the team. He's still one of the best young talents in the world, period. And so it is an enormous boon to that core from Mouse NXT to have a player like him fragging as hard as he does.
No slight to Shane. No one was going to replace Frozen.
Yeah.
You know, that's the piece that got kept. And then Dexter was the question, just because Shuhei is a bit unknown. And we know Dexter has done great things building teams and bringing them to the international stage. It was the safer bet. It is still working. Meanwhile, shout out Shuhei and Gamer Legion. Hell of a run. Came up short.
Yeah,
now they'll have to watch their ex-teammates go on.
Yeah, Dexter is definitely doing a good job. I mean, again, like I think earlier this year, it didn't really look like the calling was that great, but at this challenger stage, having a great T side it just cannot be understated. That is one of the hardest things to do right now, and Mouse are doing that.
Here we go. Not facing Mouse with bodies, but rather just some util at the top of Banana. Mouse was curious to see if they'd be too timid to push through, and damn, Team Liquid look like a shell of themselves in these rounds. Now just allowing Mouse a ton of space.
They look scared. They look like they're playing. They look like they are the underdogs. They're clearly not playing as well as they seem to say they have been in their scrims and practice leading up to this. And I imagine they're probably a little tilted too. 8-0 on day one.
Not where they hoped they'd be when they flew into Rio. Life comes at you fast. OC, no op. Gonna have to see his rifle work in the face of his competitor. Torzi's gonna round that corner. Oh, right through those pallets. OC smashed. And now the setup on this A site, it's gonna be Naf down in the pit, Elige in the corner. Support from Team Liquid just kind of slowly crawling into CT spawn. It feels like the two members in the site are going to be left to do their thing. Either this 2v5 can happen within the A site, or it is a 9th for Mouse. And as the utility reigns forward, Elige pressured, Naf delivers, sees one at a distance, and Elige also puts one down but gets pinched in by Exertion. And with 4 seconds left, that Team Liquid hold is just simply not enough. They could chance the retake if they feel as though this score has too far gone. A nade destined for somebody, and a missed shot from Torzi could be that invitation. You know Yakinder's just frothing at the idea of getting a round on the scoreboard, but he's held off by another smoke, and so Nitro needs to creep in. The nade has found its target, but Torzi's still up, and Nitro doesn't see the way to unravel this ball.
Yeah,
so
they don't have a.
It's gone.
Yeah, they have a kid on
They
Yakinder,
save.
but just 2v3, and the smoke and flash will just be kept in hand. Beautiful frag from Torzi on the wrap. I mean, the composure on the splits is absolutely excellent from Mouse Sports. They move slowly, but when they turn that corner in 18 seconds, there are teams where I feel like, oh, you're a little bit behind on time. When I'm looking at Mouse Sports right now, I feel like they can see how all of those 10 seconds are going to be spent right before the bomb gets planted safely, and the two CTs are at their maximum disadvantage in their angles with the ability to trade from two different sides, and we can see that take place right now. And they actually were able to walk all of their splitting players through Arch, through lane, and out of halls as well to make that as difficult as possible for Liquid to telegraph. Liquid need to protect Arch.
Something different, Liquid. Not going to sit in the site, but instead throw all A players, barring Yakinder on Arch, into the apartments. This is a throwback to another round where Nitro's going to be left on his own, and unfortunately for him, Maus are coming to sniff out top banana.
Yeah. This is quite an interesting setup. It's countered by not working map control, so if Maus are going to just explode on one side or the other, then this is a real problem because you're very far away from the action. And right now, Maus are causing some distractions. And the tough part for Liquid is because they don't have any vision on banana, they don't know if Maus are about to commit or not. So they're forced to blindly rotate again. And luckily for them, because they kept 2 in apartments, they're not totally weak on A. They're still close. They can peek out Boiler. They can have the long hauls exit. And it might be hard to read that there's 2 players here. But it looks like they might be avoided entirely, as most of the players are execing on B right now. But the bomb is actually coming back. Okay, so this is where the keeping Hall's presence actually could pay off.
Let's see if they can hang on. They'll see if they can stop JDC from getting through apartments. If he kills OC, then the Boiler pressure could unravel. And JDC, cautious as ever, catches a little skin. OC still sitting here, and it's Elige instead that gets stuffed. OC's gonna fall back on Balk. Yakinder, there it is. Something for Liquid finally. And Frozen will succeed in dropping one at B. Forces Torzi forward, swaps to the AK. Yakinder, killer instinct, comes out wide, can't catch a fourth. JDC has done it yet again. Naf's close enough to stop this. JDC's going for the plant. Naf a little slow. Ooh, but he gets it. That bomb's gone down and Frozen has 16 health, but if he comes out apps, that could have been his only chance. He decides to concede it, and ladies and gentlemen, Team Liquid's first round win.
Listen, it looks a little bit scary, but it's actually quite a nice round from Team Liquid because they start out with the Hall's control. It ends up paying off later on. They even have the freedom to rotate out as they overstacked it with 3 players, and they left to go respond to some of the audibles that were being called on B. And that shows you this limit pushed to its absolute limit, or this setup pushed to its absolute limits, and it still worked out. There's still time for Yakinder to get back into place. Maus felt uncomfortable even after they had killed those Hall players to figuring out what the rest of the setup was. And this was with Liquid losing their first player at the bottom of Boiler, who I thought was going to be a critical part of the engagement. So really nice round from Yakinder, of course, but an interesting idea and a setup that I haven't seen Liquid use too often, if ever.
Something fresh from the boot camp. Here we have something we have seen before. Yakinder dropped out of that one. There's a chance, of course, for Elige to try and chase that, but you'd think with Yakinder going heroic mode in the last round, and that being the only thing that saved them, somebody else needs to use that as their inspiration. And OC, dude, Exertion comes around the corner with the insta-dink. OC never even gets a damn chance to shoot back. Nap inside of the pit, very much stranded, and he just gets gunned down by JDC. This could not be easier for Maus. They're gonna take a 10th, and Team Liquid looking like chumps.
Yeah, they really are. OC is getting bodied at the top of mid. It's reminding me of the game we saw with Liquid and Cloud9, where Cloud9, no, not one of the fastest teams in the world, but for whatever reason, we're really doing an excellent job of targeting OC, either holding brackets, holding lane, opping, rifling, whatever it was. And it felt like the early portions of the round were dedicated to just trying to rush him down. It definitely feels like it's not one of the most comfortable spots for OC. There was nothing wrong about the way he played off the pillar, but the comfort out of players like Exertion, especially on these T sides, is apparent.
They're going to fight every step of the way. No reason not to just go it down, take every single weapon away from Liquid, shove them back down into the economic dumps that they've been struggling from this entire map.
Yeah, on the bright side, one round is good, but they've shown no comfort in taking deep banana control. When they have, they got totally picked apart, either by Frozen, either by Torji, or another rifler. I mean, it's been no problem on that half of the map, and you can't play Inferno with one half of the map. Banana is the most important part of the map, period. So you can supplant, or you can kind of, how should you say, compensate for lacking banana control with other things like the Halls play, but you can't do it every time.
Little alt mid push here from Pistols. JDC's got a nice piece of cover in the doorway. If that was meant to inspire Team Liquid and the chance of a, low buy win, no, deleted. As every other round essentially has been. Damn, Mao's going to be turning some heads in the opening map of the Legend stage, which I think, coming off of such a dominant showing inside of Challengers, this is the perfect start for them.
Yeah.
Just continue forward, right? Because I'm sure as there are doubters around us, there's also doubters in their own mind, in the sense that, like, oh, we dispatched of our caliber quickly. Can we go ahead and take down what's supposed to be the incoming Legends? And Team Liquid, we're talking about a Cologne Finals.
Yeah, it was a big result to make it all the way to Cologne finals. I've heard a couple of people, Pim, Bianco, they didn't feel convinced.
Okay.
And I was surprised because I think I was. I thought they actually did look really good. I think there were players, for example, like Yakinder, who I put in a tier and caliber of player literally up with Simple right now, Shiro in the challenger stage, Zaiwu overall, that can win a game almost single-handedly. I say almost because we look at Shiro in his first 2 matches with like about 60 to 70 kills over 2 maps, and he still lost, so it's possible to lose. But Yakinder, being the best opener in the world, even if he gets nearly as many kills, if he gets nearly as many kills as Shiro did in any of those games, around 30, they are the most impactful kills possible. There are a lot of opening duels, which most teams at this level are converting 70 to 80% of the rounds to get the opening kill. So in some ways, Yakinder is the best rifler on the planet, just straight up in terms of impact, and his dead-on impact rating shows that. And that can be why someone might say, well, I don't think the team's that good. But I do think Yakinder is. I think it's certainly both, but yeah, maybe it's inflated.
Right now, he's middle of the pack, alongside all the other members of Team Liquid. This isn't a collapse from 1 or 2, but simply an outclass from the opposite 5. Mouse will lose a player towards the top of Banana. Frozen's done such a good job of being the jackknife in this situation. Doesn't matter what or who Team Liquid throw his way, it's constant on the headshots. And there's a possibility of a follow-through here. Dexter at the helm. Smokes both ways. He gets ahead of one, sees a player back in quad, and that's Nitro, looking to deliver anything, but he gets bested by the opposite IGL. Elige comes through from Coffins, and he will at least find those 2 off of the flash from Yakinder, an assist that seemed needed. Torzi, bomb in hand, missed shot. Yakinder's come out, and finally a chance maybe for Team Liquid's second, unless JDC, who has very quietly, silently climbed up that scoreboard, sees Yakinder, topples him first, and now all he has to do is find Nap in these final 30 seconds. Oh, but he didn't see him. Maybe 4-3. Nap slides out, no response. We've got Team Liquid, but it's only a second round.
Yeah, it's a second round, so whatever, they'll still take it. I think Liquid still believe they can get back into the game. They, of course, have to prove it, but in terms of just winning in the late round, if it's not 13-2 scoreline, which it still could potentially be, I think there will still be hope alive for them. However, you know, it's a very competitive round still. Mal's come out with an excellent tactic to double swing OC on the off angle, so OC can get maximum 1. He can't get pre-fired by Torzi like he did in the previous rounds, but he can't escape if the second guy gets out. And there's that sliver angle. Torzi taking it one more time. OC on that off angle again. Will he back up into Torzi? That's the question. We are working on the finest margins right now.
Oh, Frozen!
No, that he has to dodge a flash and Frozen swings off it. OC really doesn't even have a chance to shoot back, man.
Dude, Frozen cannot be stopped.
He tried to copy and paste that same angle. OC has been getting countered almost every single round.
And yet, wildly enough, tied with Yakinder as the top fraggers of Liquid. I say top fraggers, but I think they're all kind of mid at the moment.
I don't expect to see this performance coming through in the next. Oh, Jesus Christ!
And that's sick because there's no tracers.
Yeah.
That's just Exertion getting the better of Nap. Frozen sticks around and feasts on Yakinder. But again, Team Liquid chasing something that's simply not there. Torzi will hold flank, A-site plant goes down, and unless Team Liquid have fixated half of their boot camp onto the T side of Inferno, this one seems so incredibly unlikely.
Yeah, they're getting pieced up on opening duels. Round after round, you're Liquid, their position falls apart so quickly they have no chance to even think about how to play a mid-round. It's not even like that at all. Just lose half of the map, lose control of it. Usually the bomb goes down with a man advantage for Mouse Sports. It's almost never been a situation where Mouse are planting 2vX because they snuck their way into a site and they put the bomb down. As soon as Mouse plant, usually they've already won, which is an unbelievable thing to say. And now we are, you know, potential for a 13-2 half here for Mouse Sports, even with the crowd on Liquid side. And JDC, man, the 18 frags. He has been doing incredible work here on back-to-back Inferno performances off the Challenger stage.
Holding it. Easy angle for Exertion. Final buy coming out of Team Liquid, looking for, again, a 3-12 half.
Yeah.
Wild scenes, man. Torzi really hasn't even had a chance to shoot too much. You know, we look at the other stars right now of JDC, Frozen, and Exertion all shining within this first half of map 1. Map 1 in the sense that the Legends has begun today. Mao's not going to skip a beat. A week of warm-up on this stage in front of this crowd. I think it's safe to say they have found their groove. They are in the zone. They're about to push past with yet another. Exertion reacts, turns, sees the barrel of OC, knows there's a two-player setup here. They're going to poke each other through the wall. JDC just electrically slides through that mid setup. Look how it quickly scrambles what was the apartment's hold back into the pit. You know Team Liquid are just hoping to hold on for dear life. And Exertion with the killer instinct continues to keep it close.
He's trying to catch the rotation back in the site, but JDC, Napfly's in pit.
That's something.
JDC.
Something of a hold. Push out from Yakinder. JDC's point blank. OC in the pocket, just trying to minimize himself, but a missed shot certainly won't help. Frozen flies through. Nitro, all that's left over in what he has made into a 1 versus 2. They pause for a moment, put down that smoke, which has been this just ominous presence every single time we've seen Team Liquid try to come to this A site for the retake. They're constantly diverted back around towards short, and then Mao's just give them nothing. Nobody to shoot at, no information in position, and Nitro's gonna have to walk in and play this one blind. All 3 players around that 30 health mark. It's gonna come down to the wire as bombs beyond the halfway point. Hopes of Nitro seeming slim, looks back sight, shows himself, and Frozen comes up with it.
Liebe Mitbürgerinnen und liebe Mitbürger.
Der Winter kommt.
Energie ist knapp und teuer.
Es hilft zu sparen, wo es geht.
Wir können alle unseren Beitrag leisten.
Lasst uns alle zusammenhalten, damit wir gut durch den Winter kommen. Jeder Beitrag zählt.
Mit dem neuen Google Pixel 7 und Pixel 7 Pro kannst du bis zu 72 Stunden unterwegs sein, ohne eine Steckdose zu suchen. Bei Verwendung des Extrem-Energiesparmodus direkt nach dem Aufladen. Durch den Tag, die Nacht und noch länger mit dem Google Pixel 7 und Pixel 7 Pro.
Ob bei Entzündungen, Bläschen oder wenn die Zahnspange drückt. Mit der Kraft der Kamille hilft Camistat-Gel schnell, jung und alt bei Schmerzen im Mund. Camistat, kamillenstark für jeden Mund. Jetzt neu, Camistat Mundspray und Camistat Mundspülung. Zu Risiken und Nebenwirkungen lesen Sie die Packungsbeilage und fragen Sie Ihren Arzt oder Apotheker.
With a 13-2 domination to start this Legend stage. We'll be back in a moment to see if Team Liquid can kick it up a notch or to see if they're even beaten.
Flash. Flashing.
He's card.
Dead. 2 DB.
Yes. I was making CT.
I can do back flash.
One more.
Flashing. He's fallen. Boom.
Okay, beat together.
That's it.
That's all good.
In
Sorry,
someone
Hunt.
hunter.
Yes.
CT.
Yes.
No, he's close already. He's already close.
Slowly.
I smoke Ruins.
I'm just chilling on A, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, sick David. Nice run, bro.
Thank you, bro.
Hey Future Pros! Back on Inferno, and I wanted to show you the deep mid smoke that G2 popularized. To throw the smoke, get into the corner next to this bench. Aim at the top right corner of this support beam and jump throw the smoke. This smoke will keep the T's a bit further back if they were planning on doing something fast in mid, and will also block some smoke setups the T's like to use. If you have a spare HE, you can use the cover of the smoke to get some really deep nades down mid. This one is too easy, so I don't think you Future Pros need any luck here.
Believe your eyes, folks. John DeCastro, JDC, revolutionizing here in the Legends stage as all of a sudden there is a tremble within the expectations. Team Liquid, Cologne finalists, bounce into this one saying they feel great off that fresh boot camp, but Maus at the moment are the embodiment of momentum. 3-0 streak through that challenger stage. Was it an easy run? Not for Team Liquid. Not for the first 15 in this one. Only 3 rounds away from victory with the CT side of Inferno in front of them. It seems like it could be a quick day in the office for Maus.
There are closer than they appear 13-2 leads. This is not one of them. Maus definitely earned it every step of the way. See if they can complete the map.
Exertion gonna pop nap. Alish comes through with the double Glock rock. That's at least something for Team Liquid. A post plant, perhaps. Sure enough, locked in. It's going to need to be a miraculous run in this second half. Pistol alleviates that little bit of pressure, gives us a chance to at least feel out Team Liquid, because we'd be going into tomorrow with no knowledge as to what they have to offer. But in this post plant, 2 more go down. It needs to be the ace, and Alish will get dropped by Frozen, who's so fast on that flank. 21 kills and a 14-2.
Yeah, 14-2. You got to think that that was Liquid's real last chance here. It's going to be a force. It's going to be a force after that. And Liquid, if they didn't believe they were going to lose this map, I think that is becoming very real in their minds now. With this locked in, it's got to feel good if you're Mouse Sports. Coming into the new stage, everyone playing so damn well. And this is just a high contrast match where it is clearly Mouse doing such amazing things when they clearly have dry run so much. Their spacing and composure on their splits, being able to walk down time and still not look like they were rushed or desperate in any situation, and then Liquid making tons of mistakes, OC getting countered constantly, not being able to control Banana, I think, a single time in that half. I think Liquid, they deserve to have 2 rounds in this game, unfortunately.
Hey, man, keep it real. I think this is really cool for the storylines of, like, you know, this argument that always happens from Challenger stage to Legends, that being here a week early, getting accustomed to the environment, winning games as well. It looks great. It looks fantastic on Torzy. 4 kills with the A1S. JDC is going to get those last 2. It's a full house on the Arch side for Mouse, and an empty Cathedral for Team Liquid, dude. It's silent on their side of the camp.
Yeah, and it's always loud, so, but this is the lowest loud. That's the lowest loud. That's the best we could say. It's still louder than most places in events of this caliber, but the drummers are definitely chilling out at this moment. There it is. Last attempt, all on pistols. Even on that last round, man, they just ran into an Arch setup with a crossfire, waiting for that exact play to come their way. Liquid getting read as easily as a picture book right now.
No reason for Mouse to let off the pedal. Massive margin of error for them. Confidence boiling over, spilling onto Team Liquid and burning them, because this is absolutely going to leave a mark on the confidence. Scorched earth for Team Liquid as they try to get into that A site. It's Nitro at the forefront. Got some tidbits of utility. They're just going to have to try their best to buck through, but JDC will go down empty-handed. It's Torzy in the bomb site, 2 kills made easy, a 4 versus 2, and this result leaves the North American hopes whimpering. And Mouse, I said it once, I'll say it again, the embodiment of momentum. That 3-0, no fluke. And the result of it is a total blowout to start this Legend stage. We thought these games were gonna be action-packed every step of the way, but all of the action here at the start of day 1 is on the side of Mouse. That should send a message to the rest of the Legends.
Liebe Mitbürgerinnen und liebe Mitbürger.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
Der Winter kommt.
Energie ist knapp und teuer.
Es hilft zu sparen, wo es geht.
Wir können alle unseren Beitrag leisten.
Und erneuerbare Energien im eigenen Land ausbauen.
Damit wir Freiheit bewahren und unser Klima schützen.
Lasst uns alle zusammenhalten. Damit wir gut durch den Winter kommen. Jeder Beitrag zählt.
Wir haben es mit einer neuen Weltmacht zu tun.
Wakanda wird die erste Nation sein, die fällt.
Black Panther hat noch nie dabei versagt, Wakanda zu beschützen.
Exklusiv im Kino.
McCain Street Fries. Knusprige Pommes mit Soßen, die du lieben wirst. Street Fries von McCain. Jetzt noch mehr drin für noch mehr.
check in with our casters and see how they're feeling about this upcoming matchup.
Oh, we're feeling pretty good about it. It's that big Sprout game that everyone's been talking about. Very excited for this one. I've been a big fan of keeping an eye on this, Refresh-led Sprout project. I think it's a cool bounce-back story from Refresh ever since he got cut from Heroic. And on the other side of things, Big, who were able to battle their way through the Challenger stage, right? Taking down the likes of 9Z to take them over the line to get here. They're opening up now. Right out of the gate, they're gonna find a lot of success. Searson and Crimbo with kills apiece. And a pistol round teed up for Big.
Hit the ground sprinting, man. That was a triple kill in a second. Slack's dead, and there was never hope after that opener. It's like the tap one, but it's gone. And yeah, organizationally, this one is a cool head-to-head, right? Like Maui, phrased it, the Big Academy squad, not of Big Omen Academy, but of Sprout, managing to rebuild outside of Germany, mainly because, well, I think Big bought every good German player from them, except Slacks. We've still got Searson, of course, on the other side, trying to prove himself as a LAN player. Had some big fighting talk coming into the Legend stage as well about how he knows what he can do, and he's going to prove it, and I can't wait to see that on the stage here. For Sprout, yeah, 1 German, 1 Romanian, 3 Danes. It's quite an interesting mix, but we'll see if they come in prepped into this Legend stage. Not warmed up. Big certainly do have that benefit. Oh, great flash.
That's a gnarly flashbang. But they will battle their way out of it. Okay, USP dink onto another. 2 versus 3. I shouldn't even be getting that invested here. And yet here we are, somehow down into a reasonably possible spot for Refresh. This is just vanilla pistols. And here's this guy rocking up to the site in a 1v2, thinking he can win it all.
Yeah, Searson's dinked, but that's why he's passive. Allows Crimbo to plant. And really, there shouldn't be a chance, Harry. As much as I want to dance with the devil and consider this possibility, it is surely out the window with a bomb down. And look, they've already put so much distance as well.
It's enticing. The devil has moves, but...
Yeah, man. He moves.
Refresh. Starting to realize that this one not being won, but he can try to inflict a bit more damage. Oh, well, wishful thinking. When all's said and done, Big do get the conversion, but at quite the cost. And it is going to make this first rifle round that we see coming out the pipeline. Well, firstly, it's going to be an actual rifle round, right? We won't be getting a bonus. You don't really have a chance. There is no bonus for Big. And on top of that, they're right next to being reset, which is a little bit stressful. You've all in this. You've got the AWP for Searson, and that is nice. That is one little tidbit extra. But if you do fall short here, your money is gone from the get-go, and so Sprout would be looking to move on to level pegging.
Oh, he just holds the shot. Knows he has cover from the smoke. Searson looking for that A pick through this tiny gap in yellow. Don't be fooled, he can see something, but Sprout will not give him the time of day. I like this boost up. Very tall. Is there? Set up by his captain. And, talking of Danish talents, it's not just Refresh who needs to be in that conversation. Stare, one of the hottest prospects right now of unproven Danish players. I say unproven, of course, I mean relatively, in these majors, at these tier 1 events. This will be a great breakout tournament to see him try and shred some of the best in the world. tabseN's going to get boosted a bit off angle. What a lovely clear. tabseN was so ready for that one. Naked dunk onto Lonks as well. Going to hold it. Could have been a lovely double nade. Instead, Lonks gets out of dodge. Only takes 10 from the second. Big going to move up ramp in the meantime. They've got that real estate for free. Sandbag's player to worry about. And no molly yet. Keto has the only Molotov in the round, but he's still contacted. Oh, the peak dropped at the floor. Slacks trying to hold on to this round. Eats a grenade. They can't get that molly just yet. He's smoking to get himself out. But will he swing with it? He could jump up. There he goes. Over the top, they wrap short.
Okay, this is kind of fun. Slacks wants to go hunting for
yeah.
this AWP, and that's the bomb as well. Sit on a mid-lurk, sure, but he can kill as many as he likes. He doesn't get a chance to win this. With the bomb cut loose at ramp and so little time left, that was a done deal. I do really like the decision-making there of the sandbags, man, and Slacks to go pushing, go hunting, and knock that open bomb out of the round.
Citizen's going home. He's done with LAN. He wants to go set up back at home. He'll play with 150 ping. He's walking out. No, joking, of course. But I would say keep your eyes on Zyphon right there. He was getting loud, man. He was screaming after that round win. And this is a guy also who we've seen at majors gone by, right? One of the key players from that Copenhagen Flames prospect team that were just smashing back-to-back majors, right? And four of the 5 ex-Copenhagen Flames players have made it to Rio, Harry, right? In Fnatic, Nikados and Roy. Here in loud as hell. Here in Sprout, Zyphon. And
Yabby and
Heroic, of course, who we are seeing today in their debut in the challenge in the Legend stage. Of course, missing Hooksy, but the world goes on. Some tech issues here for Citizen though, and we'll be going right back into things. I do like how Slacks hunted down that 1v1 onto the AWP. That is definitely a point of contention, as Refresh said in the interview, right? Like, he doesn't feel anything personal against Big here, other than wanting to prove himself. But for Slacks, yeah, you know, you do want to beat your countrymen, especially as an AWP player against, you know, Germany's touted best AWPer in Sis, and who has objectively had problems on LAN, but so far has looked really solid. And even talking about this map for Big, I think it's super exciting. They pulled this one back from a 12-3 after a horrible T-side against Furia in their debut. They pulled that game back. They won it in overtime off of a similarly 12-3 CT side. So yeah, Big have certainly got that in the tank for later. Even a weak T-side might be enough here. I just think that's a very interesting point to know. That being said, let's look on the other side for Big, right? I think a lot of people are doubting them in this stage. A lot of 0-3 picks for Big, and a lot of that coming from potentially the stand-in issues, right? Obviously, this is a team that has been plagued, Harry. They've just not been lucky in the past 12 months with the amount of stand-ins they've had to field, with the roster changes, you know, Keto coming in and out, Faven not here, and just everything going on. And then combined with the fact that, yeah, sure, they run 3-1 through the Challenger stage, but let's recap those matches. 2-0 over 90 as it should be. A 16-6 win over Greyhound, who only fielded 1 win. Okay, they lost to BNE, and okay, they beat Furia legit as hell. But at the same time, those aren't the biggest and best wins for Big. They'll have to come here in the Legend stage. I guess the question is, do they have it in them?
Yeah, you know, I know on one of our first days here, I got to do, you know, a little bit of content with Big, and I got to speak to, Gobby was one of the guys I got to speak to, and I also got to speak to Crimbo, and they kind of both echoed this sentiment, because like one of the questions I had to ask them was about like teams that they think might be underrated. Now I am spoiling content for everyone here, but it's fine.
It's played like 5 times.
No, I know, yeah, but hey, maybe people haven't seen it. You know, and when I asked them who's kind of the most underrated, who's the most like slept on team, they actually both said themselves. They, you know,
I like that.
They said that they think people are coming into this event really kind of underestimating them, in part due to the obvious kind of like roster problems, but on top of that, they said that they know their form hasn't been where it's supposed to be. And so they think that that might work in their favor, because they've all been saying that they've been putting in a lot of work on the build up to this event, and that the mood inside of the team is that of, you know, real positivity right now. I just think it's a very, very confident response.
Yes, you know? Yeah, that is a good way of looking at it for sure. For now, though, only Glocks. Sprout win their first buy round, and due to the damage done with those USPs, as you pointed out, Big have nothing. Just one little, you know, and Keto looking for that A-ramp pick. They are facing if he wants to go wider, but in no hurry to do so. Run boost, perfect round for it. Let's see. Oh, they're doing it off the top. They've got to run it. Hop, yeah. Oh, and Lonks turns. Nice try. Lonks just mauls them. 3 kills there. 4 as Slacks helps out. Nice turn from Lonks. You know, talk Young Guns. Obviously, there's a lot of pieces of the puzzle for Sprout. Lonks, similarly, 17 years of age. Debut major show up here in the Legends stage. And he's going to get 4 kills in this round. Can he get that orb? Refresh will.
On the pre-fire, just nails the orb of Slacks. But, yeah, great round from Lonks. Lovely, right? Pushed up down towards the bottom of the ramp as the run boost coming behind him. Look at that, turns on a dime, quick back towards main. Just a great understanding. Like, the moment he hears that player land, which, like, by the way, is already a very, very fast reaction. It's just like, you get the sound cue and it's like, they're already there, they're already fighting you. He then knows that he's going to be getting rushed from main. So he just kind of keeps shooting the whole time, doing 180s. Find the frag. Slacks getting aggro with the AWP. Now, that is a big risk up against a low econ round for Big. Put an AWP in the hands of them now.
Oh, my.
Suddenly, they've got a good deal to work with. And I think if you're Sprout, you weren't expecting there to be more Pistols armor here, right? You were kind of thinking that Big were going to look to have guns in this round.
Yeah.
Instead, Big have played the economy long game.
Big fan.
And I bet, you know, if you ever ask Slacks, like, would you peek that knowing they had pistols? He'd say no every day of the week. But he didn't know that. And so now it's Arm Searson with his weapon of choice.
Yeah, the one armorless player, but hey, at least it's on Searson of all players. That was close.
That's the thing. It's about him generating more guns. And that's what he's just done with that kill there. Now that's an AK retrieve for one of these guys who are lucky enough to have the armor to back it up. Refresh, gonna try and play around this gun. Use it as bait.
German efficiency, producing more and more weapons for his team. He drops off Sigurd. Oh, he's meant to die, and he does, but that's a little labored for Refresh. Searson now owns the angle. Couldn't get that trade-off as well. A bit late to this one. Refresh gets a chance to get out and start picking more pistols out of the puzzle. Put into pieces are Big. They need the plant. Crimbo's going to die to the nade. Zyphon lobs it in. Oh, not Crimbo, sorry. Tabson sticking it, thank goodness, with health to do it. The flank is in. Dink onto Lonks. Searson needs a kill. He gets wallbanged. And Tabson now 1v3. Don't count out the king. They're already sticking it, though. Grabs the orb. They're on top of the boxes, and Tabson doesn't believe it. Around 1, but a damn nice try, however, not to be. That AWP won't be saved, lost in the source, but talk of a recovery in a 5-on-3, could have gone a lot worse for Sprout.
Yeah, we've had both teams now just have like really, really high damage rounds when they haven't bought a lot into it, you know, and those are great for kind of teeing you up, not in the present, but in the future, you know. It's going to start to impact the economy, and with that comes this ability to win those little, you know, 2-for-1 rounds where you break your opponent. A lot of reinvestment's going to be needed at the end of that, and actually Sprout decide to not invest in the AWP. It's just 5 rifles here, so, you know, a bit cheaper. Takes a bit of the cost out of the equation.
Yeah, might scream towards something, you know, more aggressive on the ramp, right? Like a ramp take, you know, push down with it on the short side. Maybe we see that boost up again for Stair. This was a scary round for Sprout, no doubt about it, but you know, it doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you finish, and they do get that round done. Big have to be happy with, you know, very high damage eco that they can now capitalize upon and see what happens on ramp. Always the focal point of these early rounds on a map like Vertigo. Searson again looks through the gap. Same gap he got wallbanged through last round. I also see some A4s on Sprout. Lonks does have a Howl. Not only pretty, but one of the few players we've seen wield that A4 in the tournament. OG had some players running it, and they also started swapping off in key games. Keto gets dunked by nades, but Lonks is also low on that B site. Very important position as a solo player, but we've seen him look solid so far. Now will be the true test. Big. They have stairs control. They can set up and execute. That's a one-way for Sim. The fight on the stairwell, but they will smoke him off and actually reroute Big back to the other side of the map. This is going to be a fake execute, all on Lonks to figure that one out. Oh wait, no, they're coming back. It is B.
Yeah, they want to recommit to this, but Lonks is on the stairs. He's above them right now. You can hear them lining up all this util. He takes a peek down, but Only one kill from it. Tabson, that's a clean trade, and then the entry as well. Tabson at the forefront of this big squad has secured the B bomb site, and he's the guy planting the bomb. Really will just do it all if you need him to.
Yeah, he can AWP as well. Retakes on. They have kits.
Getting boosted. Yes, Tabson, all right.
They've already dropped off Con. This boost is useless with the players being so deep. Oh, not if they jump out, but they are going to escape to save and to give Big a third. Already some competitive rounds. Kito is here. He smells guns. And you're not ready for this position. But luckily no one open. Oh.
Ooh, fresh.
Oh, dear.
Knocked out. Slacks is tantalizing, and Kito removes both the guns. The round not even attempted for Sprout, and that guy has just ruined their money.
They've got enough for 4 rifles here, so one player's on like less than $2 grand, but everyone else can
that's
still
so
buy.
frustrating.
Oh, they're buying for sure, but yeah, that is a huge exit. A huge double kill to finish off, especially with what we've already seen in the 6 rounds of play with how teams have been breaking each other's money by having high impact ecos. It's been keeping everyone on their last legs. God keeping the team calm. Of course, one of the few players / coaches to go to Valorant and return. And all the better for it for Big. They have had a bit of a rise in the rankings ever since.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I said it when the change happened when he announced his return, but I think to me it just screams how much Godby believes in this project, believes in this team. You know.
Talk about belief. That's the big mantra. That's the Tabson story. Offers to go to some of the best teams in the world behind the scenes. Always said no. Stayed in Germany.
Well, come to Berlin, as they say.
We did. Oh, is this the 100
No,
Thieves?
hang on.
Is
Are
this
they
the
doing
100 Thieves
I've not
boost?
seen this in so long.
It's been over 2 years since this boost has been caught in. It's very hard to do. It's very damn hard. You've got to hit it on the first jump. They will call it off.
All right.
But I love that Sprout even attempted that. It looks silly, but that is extremely difficult to get up. Once you do, however, my God, is that good.
Some just crazy angle from up there. You end up kind of floating on the scaffolding right up at the top.
I love that they wanted to go for that.
That's insane. Like, because you know,
literally haven't seen that
the
in 2
last time we
years.
saw that was 2 years ago in the 100 Thieves Furia game, right? Back during the pandemic when everything was forced online. Pretty sure it was bought out in a final. I don't remember what event.
Yes, it was in the 2020 madness. It was Fury that did actually, sorry, not 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
You're right. And crazy boost. I'm sure we'll see another
attempt. Yuri
attempt.
you got thrown up there, if I remember right, dude. Yeah, just wild. I can't believe they tried to do that. Okay, you mad lads. Still, you know, the boost that you attempted and failed, all well and good. You need to win some of these fights to hold the site and refresh. Dead after the first. Rotate, cut down. Searson. When he told everyone to F off and leave him alone and let him focus on his gameplay, I didn't realize this is what he was talking about. These were the performances we were going to get out of him.
Yeah, high
But
impact.
he is looking real good here. 9-3, instrumental to the collection of rounds that Big have, and Sprout don't even make a dent.
Dude, what a game we've got right now. I mean, always, these BO1s are so blessed. I love BO1s. I am a BO1 enjoyer, Harry. And, yeah, we're getting some goods right now. I really hope we see that reattempt of the boost. Essentially, you have to do a bunny hop off your teammate's head onto the railing, and then you're just floating. I'm pretty sure it's allowed as well before you pixel boost complainers come through. Almost certainly allowed.
Yeah, it was ESL Pro League Grand Final.
Ah, that was it. Back in 2020 in the online era where it was the last dance. It was the last tournament we saw from 100 Thieves before they officially left Counter-Strike. And then the Aussies, of course, parted ways and, you know, split. Went all over the place, didn't they? And back to Asia. All right, here we go. Sisson dropped his gun, but they're back. Tabson's got some pace, hasn't he? Because that's a sad thing. They didn't want to stay boosting because you can just do this if you're big. You can take so much room, and Tabson has done so with the util. Oh, he's going to be body blocked. He's run right by. Stare in the smoke. Tabson will spam it. Great realization as the Molotov pushes him forward. 4 kills in an instant. The one gun saved, but not saving the day. 2 kills and Searson trades. Searson has been the highest impact player in the server so far.
Yeah, it's actually crazy how he's finding so much impact on this AWP. Right, because it's not even like these fights are coming in at ramp, if that makes sense. It's not even like a lot of the traditional lines for the AWP here. He's like entering up the ramp with the AWP. It's kind of wild. A lot of his kills just coming from frags onto the players at boost and at default. Oh, nearly even hits the timing on this swing. Still, finally, something goes right for Sprout. They've opened up this round 5v4. Quito out of the picture.
They've got to make the most of this opportunity, do Sprout. Big have still got middle. It's a very difficult area of the map to get back once you've conceded it. Searson follows up with another kill. Opens on that A ramp. Stare dead. And Searson sneaking through the short side as his team will have to meet him through the elevator. They smoke into CT spawn. Searson's just killing everyone, man. Searson is on a warpath right now, on a rampage, finally put down. Gap in the smoke, they get spammed through, and Zyphon in the site holds strong. They knew it was coming due to that gap in the CT smoke. Big mistake from Big, not known for their failed util by any means. In fact, quite the opposite, but it bites him in the arse. Nice shutdown by Zyphon in the site. Searson's shots to open. But dude, even though Sprout get another round on the board, my eyes are on Searson right now. It's not often a player gets called an onliner for years and can change that narrative. Searson is trying to do that right now.
Yeah, I mean, it would be insane if he's able to kind of like bring that golden era, you know, online Searson to the big stages, because that was, you know, when he first got bought into this team, that's when Big were at their best, hands down. You know, they even briefly had that stint as the best team in the world, and everyone was saying like, yeah, we want to play Big. These guys really are like the real deal right now. Everyone was in agreement there, and it was only as we, you know, kind of started to get back in towards LAN, started to get towards the end of that year where Big maybe pushed themselves too hard and faced a bit of burnout towards the end of it all.
They played the most maps out of any pro team in 2020.
So they climbed the ladder very, very quickly, but in doing so, maybe overexerted. We can get that sort of Searson back, man. Sky's the limit for Big. Still, this round opened by Stare. Tabson on the receiving end of it. And even aggro coming through the pipeline over towards B. Flax has been mollied. Will have to fight, but my word, what a way to make that look good. They try to put him in a very, very rough spot with the Molotov, and he makes it look like it was his plan all along.
Yeah, and also on top of that, it looked like he got that double kill on the yellow players, but Stare re-pushed as well on short, so it was actually perfectly comboed. Well communicated by Sprout, right? For, you know, many of these players playing in their first international team at a pro level. So having to communicate in English, of course, even with a Danish core, likely in, you know, 5-on-5 rounds going to be speaking English at all times. I even like the Stare when he went through the smoke and got that kill. He could have easily gone for a double. He could have easily gone for a multi-kill, but he decides to bound out and play it very safe. That's nice to see. Big were ready to trade that kill. Likely he goes down. Also, he's had a slow beginning to this game, but we know when Stare is on it, he can be an absolute tank. So, Sprout waking up now and putting Big back to pistols. Can't say we haven't seen these ecos already get a little bit close for Big. But knowing what they can do on the CT side of this map, I think Big are already happy with how this game's begun.
Ooh, they're going to run through that molly and into Zyphon. On for the ace. Go on, stick around. Get it, believe.
That's a man who's not here for glory. He's here for the playoffs. He doesn't want to risk a gun, Harry. He's playing it safe. I know you would have gone for that.
Doesn't want the achievements in the short term. He wants the long-term payout.
Keep every bit of money. And I think in a game like this, that's so important with what we've already seen out of close eco rounds and hunting players in post-plants. Great spray and display from Zyphon. Words are hard.
He just hoovers them up.
He does.
In mid. Brilliant. Here we are, B. Back in with the bar. You nailed it, man. It's
Thanks,
all good.
bro.
Searson's got the orb. Once again, taking it towards the top of ramp and getting stuck in. Slacks on the receiving end of that AW.
Caught slacking, mate. Caught relaxing is Slackson. And Searson's just on another level right now. Double B, you would expect them to pull this apart if you're Sprout right now, but Lonks hasn't moved a muscle, and he's still got Zyphon by his side. This boost, will he hear it? Will he see it? Will he know? Yes, he will. And he'll strike as well. 2 kills from Lonks. Player at Tetris, gotta watch out. There's no Molly coming down. They're fighting him with flashes. Bomb drops. Zyphon decimator double. Searson will get that Molly in, but it feels a little bit too late, a little too lackluster. And the flick won't land either. 7 rounds to Sprout, a 5-on-4, but Sprout don't fall for it. Tasty game. It is exciting seeing Sprout play in, you know, what is the biggest game of many of these players' careers so far. And with every game we get deeper into the tournament, that will increase. Great shooting for Zyphon. You know, for him and Refresh, these are the experienced players. These are the guys who you have to look to, who you have to dig deep and rely on.
Lonks has just been glocked. I don't want to alarm you. Well, that's happened. Arming Searson, of all people. Now, Refresh, he should be able to kind of regain... Oh, they've juggled the gun out. They've juggled the gun out, but Tabson's burning. So is Searson. That's the bomb. Now the bomb out in the open. It was all to get the gun down the ramp. Crimbo has armor. That's why they're trying to get it to him.
Yeah.
They've got faith that he could do something here, but up and over and into Stair. It's all left onto Tabson, who's been able to grab the M4 at least. That first shot's clean, but can't take it any further. It's Sprout with an 8th.
They've been very aggressive, and this is something that Desk were talking about coming into this game, right? The ability that Refresh brings into this team and the tendencies of retaking locations on CT side is something Heroic is so well known for, especially on this map, right? A team that often stacks, plays those gambles, run as a unit. We called them the Brotherhood, and they show that in the server as well, right? They love giving up B site. They love you're just running around the map as a unit, and it's something we're seeing a lot already from Refreshers, calling some very aggressive mid-round moves from Sprout. Setups have been solid on the B site. Big have to go back towards A. That's where they've been getting their picks from Searson. That's where they've been getting a lot of real estate. Here's the big change they need to make. Sandbags. We need to see it actually double-naded or mollied or cleared out. Because every time Slacks has played there, except for once, he's gotten away with murder. I'll forgive the Glock kill. He got a double before it. Was very blind.
Oh, that's more like it for Searson.
Now surely they rotate out and go A. This is the round to do it. You know you've scared Sprout with that kill.
Dude, the thing that's just so insane, like, if Searson can keep this up is, I think Big really are a team where it's like the orb has to come out, you know? Their whole... Oh, hang on a moment. Stair's right here. Stair is right here in this smoke. It's going to fade. It's going to clear, but it's only 1 kill from the point man of Sprout. As I was saying, yeah, you know, the big system, it really values putting that AWP in the hands of an AWPer. I know that sounds like a silly sentence, but, you know, a lot of teams are kind of fine to float the AWP on some maps, and Big very much aren't one of those. They have real systems in place to prioritize having a scoped weapon in Searson's hands, and so considering he gets it purchased so much, he brings the gun out so often, you know, if he's able to find form like this, my goodness.
Yeah, there's a flank going on right now, Harry. Refresh has pushed all the way down a ramp. This is going to free up players to go B. They know where this one's going. Sure, it's still a 3v5, but Sprout have literally won this before. 3v4 now, sorry. Refresh right behind them, not trying to hurry, not rushing the flank. Slacks isn't taking a fight. He's trying to jiggle to force a shot. Smokes are going to come over the top. Refresh. Oh, they're ready for it. Keto shuts down the flank. Off the back of that util going in B. Now, Big know there's probably 2 CTs here, but it might not matter if they can burn out Slacks. He's down to 10. Sin's probing the site with a flashbang. He's found the first.
Yeah, beautifully set up there as well, right? Flash made it real easy. Just go in, collect your free kill, collect the free round. Big onto a 6th, and Slacks left saving. Oh,
Slacks?
Okay.
Left.
I mean, hell.
Oh my.
I mean, they've got money. Last round of the half coming up. Slacks is like, screw it. I'm just going to go for broke, go for glory. Maybe I do something, guys. Let's find out. Walking around the generator, looking for a way back in. But Sim will not fight this. Big are hunting. Right now, there is literally one player here.
He's hoping for a ninja. Oh my goodness.
God, they've
I
left.
think he might have done it.
No! Believe in yourself, Slacks! Believe in yourself! Oh, it could have been everything! It could have been everything!
I don't think he was going to win it, but why not try? He's hoping for damage. I think they would have got him off the bomb, Harry. You know, as much as I want to believe they were very quick to react. Although, if he waited 3-4 more seconds and then stuck that bomb, it's a big what if, but it's a wasted opportunity. Sure, money doesn't matter for Sprout. He can rebuy the orb, but he decides not to. Wow, interesting. They go back to the rifles. Maybe there's an orb dropped in spawn somewhere. They spent a lot of cash. Final round of the half here. Big, a great T-side already. 7 would be the cherry on top. Uh-oh, Keto. He's got a kill. Refresh caught off guard, and the entries are so sublime. Already a 4-on-2 in the opening seconds of the round. Uh-oh.
Crumbo's got this.
Yoink.
Marked up through mid. B-site cracked wide open. Slacks all alone, trying to run down the AWP. Takes one of the leg, but will get the kill. Still, he finds himself in a 1v3. Big, they're looking good. To have recovered this half, 7-8 is great. Neck and neck, moving into this second half of play, and there's Sin with the final kill to make it happen. Big versus Sprout, set to rage on in just a moment.
chance to build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fall. If I stay locked in the headlight, but choose to give into my own mind, standing in with all I know, through the hard wires, and finally feel it all. I can simulate my own life, but live within the walls. You light the fires in this place, so you can reap what we've sown. You finally found me, but you just dug your own hole.
Big come into this BO1 opener, throwing hands. Searson opening rounds and shutting down a T side. 7 for Big on Vertigo. Keep in mind, they got 3 against Furia and still won that game in a comeback on overtime. We know Big's defense is stellar. Sprout, their debut here in the Legend stage, they've got to prove themselves. They've got to show up. Some messy rounds in this map so far, no doubt about it. The Sprout still hold the lead for now.
Yeah, very easy does it in their pistol round. Looking like they want to try and get out over here towards middle. And there is this boost employed, and it's an annoying guy throwing up in that. Searson lies in wait here. And he has been having a very, very good day in the office. You got this Molly. Got the flash combo. Molly goes out over towards Ellie. Flashes will knock Searson out of mid. Sprout now picking up the pace, trying to wrap Elevator, but going into a gnarly crossfire between CT and Elevator. Rough place to be. Slack still down lower, by the way. Still floating around the lower side of the map, is trying to get up the B stairs. The bomb is in mid, and Refresh is kind of freaking out. He doesn't want to lose the bomb, so he's going to go back, try to remain composed. That smoke, if someone was rather tall, it would have been useful.
This game's been so messy, honestly. There's so many mistakes, but we're still in it. We're still in a 2v2. This flank is nice as well. Rerouting back to B. Big don't really know what's going on. They just have to guess. They have to gamble. They have to retake.
Oh, Sin, that's brutal. And now the fact that this leaves it all on Slacks, he taps the bomb, really his best option, really his only option, but he's run out by Big, and they trade their way to a win there. Dude, that's so sick for Sin to have caught them crossing, right? If you win that one fight, tipping the tides to a 2v1, suddenly, you know, the round kind of feels as good as done. With so little time left, you can just rush the planter. It's super awkward in that B site. Even trying to fake a tap, you know, can sign your death certificate, as it were. So, yeah, bit of a rough one for Sprout. Caught crossing really was the end of it all. Big in with a pistol victory. Tie this game up and are now looking to take the lead.
Yeah, and they're on the better side without a doubt here, and I can't imagine what Searson's going to get up to on CT side. He always was more of a T-AWPer, that's the thing about Searson. able to get a lot of openers when he's feeling it, but CT vertigo AWPing is just a delight. So much freedom to take your spawns, to rotate in mid-rounds, and if you can dominate ramp, you're going to win the game. Something that Slax really wasn't able to do in this first half. And also, you know, more confined to a rifle than it felt he wanted. They're going to leave this boost up here. tabseN just tucked on top with an MP9, and with only Glocks, very little hope in this round anyway, I should say, but Crimbo's killed by one. Nice recovery for Sin. Got to get that reload off with a reflash back for more. He finds Slax and a 2-on-4 to end it easily. Some dinks do go through, but syrsoN keeps it in good standing. And here we go. Second half has truly begun. With a rifle round now for Sprout.
Big bonus round. syrsoN buying an A1S. And the thing you just got to love about that is he's getting an AWP next round if they lose this. Regardless. So really, he can buy whatever he wants.
Yeah, bankrolled.
Sin's out here, he's looking at that wallet, he's like, yeah, that's my money.
Guess I'm an MP9 player now. Oh.
Yeah, trying to creep through these smokes. It's pretty ballsy, but he is pretty deep up ramp. Finds one, however, there's the response. Trade immediate. Morgs lurking through middle while this ramp fight's taking place.
Nice.
Morgs has opened up. Sin knocked out of the picture. Suddenly, a route into this B site opens up to Sprout. Things are starting to look up here. Two players moving through the stairs. They're going to have a chance at the plant, and that much is for certain. They cannot contest for this. They're going to have to wait and set up for a retake. That's a sight volley from Crimbo.
Love that.
Delaying the plant and buying even more time. There's still double nades and another Molotov on syrsoN. Refresh is probably going to die trying to plant this bomb. And yeah, there it is.
No.
The molly nade combo. It's a thing of beauty. tabseN given room now on the flank, and this bomb never even gets planted. The utility from Big is so brutal that they get locked out of the site. Slax fighting forward, trying to secure a path out, a route to escape, but shut down by Crimbo. It's Big onto 10, and I said it would have had to come down to a retake, but then they bust out that utility, and there's nothing that Sprout can do about it.
God damn, dude, these nades are sick. It's what we've always known Big for. tabseN and Gobby, the masterminds of so many of the smokes we know and love today. But that was just great combo work. One player left with a boatload of utility and spawn, and syrsoN's just throwing it all in while Crimbo drops a nade on top. That was beautiful, and that's such a frustrating way to lose a round. Zyphon, he was getting hyped earlier when they won their first. Now, he's got his head in his hands.
Yeah, you know, when Gobby's your coach, you don't get to have bad utility. That's just not a luxury afforded to you anymore.
You gotta be a little worried about, you know, the energy inside of Sprout as well. Like, what do they do when they start losing a game that they were once winning, that they need to win?
This is one of those things where, for, you know, the kind of hallmark of a great IGL is, in spite of that, you know, drawing upon past experiences to keep you in it, right? To keep churning out fresh ideas. And Refresh doesn't necessarily have that, or at least not proven. Sin, this is a mow-down round for him. Crimbo's even going to help out.
Let's talk.
This B-site's looking like a big Omen Academy as they lock it in.
Let's talk Sin, man. He's had a huge recovery in the second half. He's been multi-killing round after round and pulled himself back up to a nearly positive KD. So that's an excellent recovery in just a few rounds of play. And Sprout's attacks towards B are getting iced out right now. This was only Glocks, not the end of the world. But even so, Big building into this game. Getting more and more brutal by the round. Zyphon needs a key entry here. Up ramp, he's pushed up yellow on the short side. A destroyed ramp with utility. Zyphon gets spammed. He wins that fight. Very impressive kill considering the damage that had already been done. tabseN trades, syrsoN waits, and he hits his shot. Of course he does. 4-on-3. And Sprout have to dig deep. This would be a monstrous round to win. They've got enough to throw the full wall of smokes on A. But Big have allowed it. Of course they have. They've still got a double molly.
Oh, that is ugly. That is not a pretty picture painted there by Stair. tabseN burning in this molly, but he's saved by searson in the elevator. Sprout, their numbers dwindling. Barely up in towards this A site. And as they look to move in further, this util still very much a factor. It's only going to make life worse as they try to get this bomb planted. searson with the closer, and Big up onto 12, starting to run away with this game.
That round, not only do you see the experience of tabseN, but you see the team play of him and his roster as well. He gets molly to boost. So many players would swing that. That's what Refresh